Good evening, everyone. My name is Malcolm Young. I'm the Dean of Grace Cathedral. It's such a blessing to have you all here. What a joy it is. I was just saying in the green room that I, in my life, hear all these stories about the dog and pony show, but I've only really been to one. And so it's a historic occasion tonight, the first night of having our bishop candidates here in the Diocese of California to have a conversation about the future. I just preached a sermon about David Forbes, our old friend, and he was somebody he had carved into this lectern, and arche, it means in the beginning. He was someone who loved new beginnings, and this is the new beginning. So it's so good to have you all here tonight. Thank you so much for making time for this. Let's begin with a prayer. The Lord be with you.
And also with you.
Let us pray. Almighty God, giver of every good gift, by your grace you have called us into one fellowship of faith. Look graciously on the people of the Diocese of California during this time of transition. May we be guided in heart and mind by your Holy Spirit to seek and welcome a faithful pastor who will care for your people and equip us to perform the work of the church. Grant us, in all our doubts and uncertainties, the grace to ask what you would have us do. Save us from all false choices, that in your light we may see light, and on your path may not stumble. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. I'd like to introduce my friend Paul Fromberg, and you're the co-chair for the search committee, right? Great. So good to have you, Paul.
Welcome, Diocese of California, to this first meet and greet session with our nominees for Bishop Coadjutor for the 9th Bishop of California. Just a few notes about our process this evening. You have until 7:15 to submit any questions. After that time, we won't be able to collect any additional questions. And remember that we're not accepting questions directed to individual nominees. All of our nominees will answer the same questions this evening. And I'm going to do my very best to read every question that you all have given me, but be gentle. As far as the format goes, we're going to begin with each nominee having 5 minutes to introduce themselves. After the third nominee has spoken, 2 of the nominees will leave the room and 1 will remain with us. Each nominee will have their own time to answer questions. The nominees will spend a total of 25 minutes answering questions, and we hope that they will limit their responses to 2 minutes per question. But they're kind of on their own on that one. The nominees had previewed the questions that were submitted online before the meeting, so they have some sense of the direction of the questions that we're asking this evening. And after the third nominee has answered questions, all of the nominees will return with their spouses for a final prayer. After this, they have to get back to the hotel because they have an early morning tomorrow, so they're going to skedaddle out of here pretty quickly. We're going to share in this work of discernment together as a community. And so I invite you to listen with your hearts and to listen with generosity and with love. I'm going to ask our first nominee, Augusta Anderson, to introduce herself.
When you're short, you might need to move this a little bit.
I'm not going to mess with this.
Okay, there we go. Good evening.
Good evening.
It is so good to be with you here in this place. I'm the Reverend Canon Augusta Anderson, and I am the Canon to the Ordinary in the Diocese of Western North Carolina. I want to start by introducing my husband, Steve, who's sitting there in the front row. We've been married for 22 years. He is my greatest champion, and we have 4 children, Jack, Anna, Ruby, and Mary. It is a special thrill to stand here in this magnificent cathedral with you and in this special city. from my great-grandparents living next door to Ansel Adams, to my grandmother teaching at Sutro Elementary School, to my dad's diaconal ordination, probably up there by Bishop Pike, to my uncle's niche in the columbarium, and to my own children who in 2013 sat right back there under the labyrinth. They stared up at the cathedral ceiling in wonder as they looked at all of the colored streamers hanging down from the ceiling. I see heads nodding, you might remember that. To me, this cathedral and this city embody the fullness of the Paschal mystery, symbolizing new beginnings and the hope we find in Jesus, while also attending to the beauty and brokenness of the human experience. I believe my California roots deeply connect me to the story of DioCal, and I trust that I am equipped with the gifts and qualities you are looking for in your next bishop. In particular, as Canon to the Ordinary, I have firsthand experience with what it takes to lead and serve a diocese. I have worked directly with every governance body that participates with a bishop in diocesan ministry oversight. I have been in the room when hard decisions were made, whether property matters or pastoral discipline. I have guided over 40 parishes in transition and equipped scores of congregations to be vital and thriving. And my favorite part of what I do is walking alongside clergy and lay leaders through conflict, because ultimately it is about relationships and clarity and trust and reconciliation. And above all, I am persuaded to offer myself because this diocese knew me when I was still being formed in my mother's womb, and you have been calling me home ever since. My vision for this diocese begins with reclaiming the basics of first-century Christianity, the missionary church, and discerning together how to apply it to our 21st century church. I would invite us to do 3 things together. Embrace the joy of the first apostles. Focus on building community and continue to engage in acts of mercy, justice, and belonging. One question I asked the search committee this summer was, what do you do as a diocese to have fun? Here is why I asked the question. I believe that along with gratitude, humility, and hope, joy is what sustains us and inspires our ministries. In 1939, author J.R.R. Tolkien wrote an essay on fairy stories. And in it, he perceived the essence of joy was this sudden and miraculous grace, giving a fleeting glimpse of joy. For Tolkien, the gospel story begins and ends in joy. The work before us is urgent, and the apostles teach us that choosing joy in the face of challenges is the antidote to despair or bitterness. And I believe we need to reclaim joy because it is what grounds us in the ministries of Jesus. Joy is what invites us to go beyond the walls and build community. The world is starving for places like third places. Those places where people find meaning, acceptance, love, without judgment and condemnation. And then finally, we're called to go out together. The early church knew how to do that, undaunted by ASA or NOI. So I want to leave you with a quote from retired Bishop Gene Robinson that has guided my life for years. If we are not joyful every day, how will the world know that the news we have is good? Thank you.
Thank you, Augusta. I'd like to invite Phil Brochard to address you.
When I was 17 years old and a senior in high school, the interim rector at St. John's in Oakland took me out for breakfast. His name was Henry Bain. As we ate, he shared with me that he had seen me serve as an acolyte, a leader in our youth program, and as a kindergarten Sunday school teacher. And he wondered if I might have a call to be a priest. It was a startling glimpse of something I had not seen before. After that conversation, I went about life. I went to school at Cal, worked in broadcasting, and sure enough, later on, went to seminary in New York. Along the way, I met and married Sarah, a hospice nurse with Kaiser. We now live in Albany and have two sons, Ben, who just started college, and Jonah, who's a high school junior. For the past 30 years, I've served God in this diocese, working in 5 of our 6 deaneries. For the past 15 years, I've served as rector of All Souls in Berkeley, where, like Henry Bain, we've worked to both see and respond to the Spirit in our midst. At All Souls, we have seen firsthand the stark need for housing, right where we live. So with a local affordable housing developer, we built Jordan Court, a 34-unit apartment building for low-income seniors that is also home to our parish offices and 2 apartments for parish use. We have also seen the urgent need to repair the breaches caused by systemic racism. And so we've begun the Isaiah Project, using a 10% tithe from our recent capital campaign as a first step towards reparations and racial healing. Alongside that work, for the past 8 years, I've worked as a trainer with the College for Congregational Development, a comprehensive training program for Episcopal churches. I have loved providing hands-on help to congregations of all kinds, all sizes from across the country, to be the vibrant and hope-filled communities that Christ calls them to be. I was so moved by the kind of change that these practices make possible that with the Reverend Canon Alyssa Newton, I co-wrote a book, Vital Christian Community, 12 Characteristics of Healthy Christian Congregations, which I am proud to say that it's on Amazon's bestseller list, currently at number 425,868. Looking back on that breakfast with Henry, I now see that it had an essential characteristic and gift of Christian community. That we see things in one another that are hard for us to see on our own. Because others in our community have seen a new spark of vocation in me, I am here today, believing I am being called to lead our diocese and you, the people I love, as your next bishop. As I've discerned, I've seen 3 things I will work towards if I am your bishop: trust, sustainability, and hope. I see the opportunity to nurture trust between the bishop and our congregations, among our congregations, and between the diocese and the wider community. If I am called to be your bishop, we will build authentic relationships, be transparent, follow through on difficult decisions, and make collaboration our way of life. Within the first 6 months, my staff and I would have a pop-up office in each deanery to make sure we are close to the lives of the congregations we serve. I see the desire for creative sustainability. Critical work of renewal is being done in our congregations. Vital and Thriving is off to a great start. And drawing on my congregational development work, I am eager to work alongside our clergy and lay leaders from the mission to the sunset. If I am called to be your bishop, we will collectively build our capacity to address our real-life challenges, sharing together everything from LOAs and stewardship ideas to tried and true programs for children and families in a post-COVID world. And finally, I see the need to offer generative hope, both within our churches and to the broader world outside our walls. When we are rooted in Jesus the Christ, our lives generate hope for others. If I am called to be your bishop, I will ask our diocese, our lay leaders and our clergy, our people and our institutions to join in faithful risks, like a farm church in Brentwood or affordable housing in the Fruitvale, trusting that the Spirit is ever ahead of us. The Diocese of California is my home. If called, I will be your bishop in this place. The way that Henry saw the spark of possibility in me, I see the spark of renewal and of resurrection in our beloved diocese. And I am committed in my heart and in my soul with all of my faith to God and to all of you.
Finally, I would like to ask Austin Rios to address you.
Before I begin, I want to thank my wife, Malia, for all the support she's given, and I want to thank my daughter, Asia, who is back in Rome right now. And I also want to say thank you to all of the ancestors who are here right now. Greetings, dear friends and siblings in Christ. I am the Reverend Austin Keith Rios, and I am thankful to be in discernment with you about this important next chapter in the diocese's life. I'm here with you tonight because I believe in the transformative power of the gospel. And I've seen the way that incarnating its promise in diverse local contexts can change the world. The church is God's people with all their gifts, their flaws, and their humanity, gathered in the name of Christ and connected through the power of the Holy Spirit for worship, witness, and service. Being church is not about going through the motions or about ticking a box on some imagined naughty and nice list, but it is about discovering the foundations of real and lasting joy that empower us to face the challenges of our times with hope and love instead of fear. I've been part of the Episcopal Church in many contexts, from the bayous of Louisiana and the piney woods of Texas to the north woods of Wisconsin and the mountains of western North Carolina. I've represented the Diocese of Western North Carolina and the Convocation of Episcopal Churches in Europe at 5 different general conventions and serve as vice chair of investments and a trustee of our $16 billion church pension fund. I've served as one of our church's young adult service corps missionaries in Mexico and been a rector for the last 12 years in one of our Episcopal Church's most multicultural and multilingual settings in Rome, and executive director of a refugee center that serves and welcomes displaced people from around the world. In all of these contexts, in rural and urban locations, in parochial and church-wide ministries, in national and international settings, worshiping in English, Spanish, and Italian, and helping lead communities where once silenced voices are heard. I have become convinced that the life and vitality that we seek arises when we engage in truth-telling, relationship building, and community engagement. It arises over time as we build and maintain trust with one another, and as the metal of our spirituality and faith is revealed as we work together for a world that more fully reflects the equity, diversity, and justice that we know in Christ. The kind of church that wants to engage in empire building is at an end, and the dehumanizing effects of its reign deserve to be called out and acknowledged. That means that being a Christian today involves being willing to bear the cross of that history and asking for forgiveness for our failures to live into our collective calling. But at the same time, as we tell the truth and we seek reconciliation with the earth, with dismissed communities, and with one another, and as we accompany and pastorally care for those who've been hurt and whom the world would prefer to ignore, we have to be about the work of sharing the joy and the abundant life that a redeemed and empowered community generates. Not simply the passing joys that vie for our individual attention in the marketplace, but the lasting joys of being seen, valued, and incorporated into a communion of transformation. There are so many ways that this kind of joy and community is already radiating from this diocese. And I am here because I want to learn more about how God is working among you. I believe that my experience serving in multilingual, diverse contexts would help us reach some of the goals that you've indicated in your diocesan profile and in the conversations that we've already shared. I'm convinced that a healthy diocese begins with healthy congregations who understand themselves to be both locally responsive and connected to the larger body. I believe that each of us are called in baptism to a life fed from the living water of Christ, and that the orders of ministry exist to maintain the health and balance in our common calling. I'm persuaded that using the gifts we've been given in our centers of power to connect us to the transformation and life that is found on the margins is holy and healing work. Jesus said in John 10:10 that he came so that we might have life and have it in abundance. This is a life that we must access through prayer, worship, and community. And then we have to share it beyond ourselves for it to begin to heal the divisions that keep us from addressing the real and the pressing challenges that confront us. Only together can we pursue racial reconciliation. Only together can we avoid the death of our planet and visiting climate ills upon the poorest and the most vulnerable in God's creation. Only together can we make the legacy of our faith about hope, love, inclusion, and beloved community instead of hurt, domination, and disenfranchisement. I want to explore and to celebrate that abundant life and journey with you. I want to laugh with you, to weep with you, to walk with you, to listen to you. I want to dance with you. I want to march with you. I want to lead with you and be part of what God is doing now and what God will yet do in the Bay Area. If you share this vision of a relational, connected community of transformation in Christ, then I'm for you.
Thank you to our nominees. I'm going to ask Phil and Austin to go to the vestry. This is how we're going to provide a level playing field for everyone so that each of our nominees will hear the questions for the first time as they're ready to answer them, which is why I'm talking now, because they're still walking back that way. You have, that's right, I need the Jeopardy music. You presented some really, really wonderful questions, and a lot of them. And several of them are overlapping questions. So if you don't hear your specific question, I've been busy over there trying to match them up so that they're more or less in some kind of order. Hello. Hi. Are you ready? I don't hear them walking anymore, so I think the time is good. Hi.
Hi. Do you mind if I just...
I don't mind if they don't
I feel
mind.
really weird just right
How
behind
can I
this.
do this?
Can I just do it like that? Is
Yeah.
that okay? Can you all still hear me? Okay.
Yeah. So, Augusta, the first question I want to ask you tonight is, what is the most important role for the Bishop of California? And what are you most curious about concerning the bishop's role?
Yes. So I've had the privilege of working with an incredible bishop who has brought me and kept me at the table of leadership. And this is what I've learned from him and observing other bishops that I consider mentors and friends. So for me, there are 5 aspects to the role of bishop. The first is holding the diocese and holding oneself to the big picture, to cast your vision onto the horizon. So you have to be able to look out and see the context of people's lives, the time in which we live in, and to hold up the big vision of the gospel. So you got to be able to hold that up. I see the bishop as a gatherer, one who invites people to come together to be a connecting force within the community. I see the bishop as one who models hospitality. That is a really big one for me. A bishop is in that vein of hospitality after you've gathered people together and inviting them to look up onto the horizon of God's gospel, is creating space for human hungers to be made known, where people can show up and be their most authentic selves and belong. So big vision, gathering, hospitality. The third is solidarity. Sorry, the fourth is solidarity. And the fifth is being able to hold the tension between what I would say is the gift of stability with the gift of innovation. So a bishop has to hold those two things in tension and hold the framework of our faith and the framework of our community life together, and yet step out in and take some risks and the adventure of our faith. To answer the last part of that, what am I most concerned about or most curious? I don't know if I would use the word curious, but I would say I'm excited. I want to hear your stories. I want to learn more than what I can find on each of the websites for all of the parishes in the diocese. I want to know why you follow and walk with God. What is it about Jesus that inspires you? What questions do you have? What do you wrestle with? What do you struggle with as individuals and as church communities and as a region and then collectively as a diocese? So I am curious about that, and I'm excited about it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The next question is, how should the diocese support various programs for congregations, particularly with children, youth, and families?
They should support parishes. So in my experience, the role of a diocese, just kind of cast the vision in my approach to the episcopacy, but the role of a diocese in our tradition is that we are all connected and we support one another because not all parishes and not every parish can do everything and be all things to all people. It's just not possible because we're made up of human beings. We're limited in our own gifts, and yet we're not limited when we can work together. So a diocese is the energy that brings people together so that we can begin the process of identifying what is needed in your context, because you are doing enough, but there's the one thing you want, the one thing that you dream of, the one thing you hope for. And so as a diocese, we identify partners, whether that's persons on the bishop's staff. Perhaps it's a local parish that has the resources that can be used with a congregation down the road. So the process for supporting congregations as a diocese is that we do that work together. It's not just the bishop in isolation determining what each parish needs or doesn't need, but it's figuring out ways, how do we do this together? And you have a staff that are deployed as, say, missionaries in the mission field. They are to go out and walk alongside congregations to say, what is it that you need? How can I support you? What resources can I bring to bear? And the bishop is the one who helps make that happen alongside other partners. So then to quickly wrap up, because I keep seeing that red sign and that's really hard. You're doing a good job. So ministry with children and families and youth is certainly a deep passion of mine. I have 4 children. I know the power of family ministry. I also know things that have changed, especially since the pandemic. And so how do we walk alongside families so that parents and caregivers can be among the primary leaders of formation in their children's lives? How do we equip them to do that at home? And then how do we equip congregations, especially if they only have a few youth, so that those youth are then connected with other youth? How do they build relationships together? How do they discover that they're not alone in this world and that they have people that they can wrestle with and ask questions and find themselves in a world that is trying to dictate who they are and what they should value and what they should do and what they should own and buy? So how do we equip clergy and lay leaders? How do we equip families? And then how do we do that together? Summer camps are a wonderful way to do that. Our children all went through summer camp program in the Diocese of Western North Carolina. So how do we equip the camps at St. Dorothy's Rest and Bishop's Ranch so that more children can have that opportunity to be in nature, to build relationships, and come to know the God that created them?
Thank you. Next question. In your ministry, what has been your practice of listening? You're doing it right now.
Stop talking. Of course, there's more to it.
Yes.
So you have to have a really open heart and a really open mind. It's an art to listen. It's an art to actually sit and take in the story of the person you're listening to and not rushing to offer a response, to offer perhaps your story of validation, but rather to just sit and take it in and then to ask really good questions. Tell me more. Tell me about that part of your life. How can I show up for you? How can I support you? How can I equip you? So in the act of listening, you've got to stop the monkey brain in the head. You actually have to close your mouth, open your heart. And then, when the time is right, ask genuine, warm questions to learn more so that you can walk with people. In a nutshell, that's my practice of listening.
Thank you. Next question. What are your strategies for growing a congregation?
So I want to talk about the word growth. We all might define growth or vitality differently. For some, growth is a numbers game, whether it's growth in money, growth in people, in the pews. For some, growth can also mean going deep and going down, going up and going out. The question I ask about growth is why? Why do you want to grow? What's your motivation? Is it because you're afraid of dying? Or is it because you have something to share? Because you have good news that other people might find healing, life-giving, liberating. The same question can be applied to vitality. What does vitality mean? What does it mean to you? Why do you want to be vital? So together you build a definition about growth and vitality, and I can tell you from my own experience that I know of small churches with part-time clergy that are strong and vital, and they are growing in the spirit, they are growing in their relationships, and they're growing in ministry. So what are the strategies? One of the strategies is you have to take an assessment of the gifts you have in the room. What are you already doing? What impact are you making out in the world, in each other's lives? Then you have to take an assessment of the local context. What's needed? What's missing? What's already flourishing and perhaps being done by another church, or a different religion, or another civic group? Is growth reaching out to the neighbor? Or is growth about growing in endowment? Is growth filling the pews? Is growth going deep in a relationship with God? Once you can identify that, what you have in your midst and what's needed in the community, then you start piecing together what you need. I don't have a formal plan. There are many resources out there. You already have one in your diocese, Vital and Thriving. It's doing good things, and I know it's in its nascent phase of testing things with congregations for the past 2 years. You borrow on the experiences of others, and you take small steps. And you're constantly reevaluating, you're constantly adapting and pivoting and reassessing But you always have to come back to the main question, why do you want to grow? Why do you want to be vital? And once you can start answering that question, then you can start moving together.
Thank you. The next question, what is your experience of amplifying the voices of historically marginalized people?
That's a really broad group.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to do a quick backstory. I grew up in the 1970s in Foster City, California, which was at the time predominantly white community. But then in the early 1980s, my family and I, we moved to Honolulu, Hawaii. Honolulu is, and the Hawaiian Islands, the state of Hawaii, is one of the most racially, culturally, linguistically diverse communities I've ever found across the planet. In the 1980s, there was a term that was mostly restricted to academic circles, but it was something that I discovered in the 1980s in real time. And I didn't have a term for it until the late 90s, early 2000s. But in my embodied self, with the hue of my skin and the color of my eyes and hair, I looked out on a community rich and diverse. And I also saw power imbalance among the few white leadership in the state of Hawaii that had a great deal of power and that wasn't reflective of the community. And I began to really wrestle with what is white privilege. We didn't have a term, we didn't use that term in the 80s and 90s. It really wasn't until the past 15 or so years. So that began a long journey to understand my part in connecting with those who are part of the human family, those that might be on the margins, whatever that characteristic, circumstance, context might be. And how is it that I am to connect with them? How is it that I am to build a relationship with them? So there's been different iterations over time, both in my role as Canon to the Ordinary, equipping and empowering those on the bishop staff for Latinx ministries, building up our vibrant, historically Black churches, and telling stories, reaching out to community partners for immigration and for those who are struggling in poverty, those who are looking for homes, those who are looking for community and belonging, and they just can't quite find it. So different iterations born of a personal journey of wanting to see those who are hungry and yearning, and how do we connect? How do we somehow adjust the power dynamic? How do we open up access? So I've done some of that work as Canon of the Ordinary and some of that work as a parish priest in a mountain community that struggles with poverty, that struggles with issues around housing. We could go on, but I'm already gone past the red time. So.
Thank you. As bishop, how will you carry out the sometimes conflicting roles of being both the pastor to the clergy while at the same time being their boss?
So I want to say two things. I'm not quite sure who in the room asked this question. So in my approach to this, I don't quite know if I'd use the word boss. in my experience of bishops and their relationship with clergy. There's authority over clergy, but it's different than a boss in our secular experience. So how do you hold when you have authority over someone and you're to be pastorally walking alongside, to care for, to support, to advocate, to cheerlead, to love? So a wise friend of mine said, it's because you can love and hold people accountable at the same time. Love and mercy and accountability are not mutually exclusive. So as a bishop, you are to walk alongside clergy and call them to their better selves, to live into their vocation, to serve and care for the people in their charge, in their cure, to cheerlead them, support them, encourage them, get to know them, get to know their families, get to know their children, get to know their dogs, know their birthdays. Weep with them when they challenge, and be there at their bedside when they're in the hospital. Call them when they get out of alcoholic treatment centers. Be with them when they get divorced. And because clergy are human, they're going to make mistakes. They're going to be in pain and make choices that they really wouldn't want to, that they wish they hadn't. And then you show up for them. And you invite them through setting some boundaries to get back on track, to get back to their full self, to get back to a whole, healthy self. So you can do both at the same time. I've seen it in action, and it's one of the key pieces to repairing and building and facilitating healthy relationships between a bishop and the clergy, is that you, from the outset, to say, I can love you and hold you accountable at the same time, and you can love me and hold me accountable at the same time.
Thank you. What is your vision for the diaconate, and what do you see as the role of the bishop in bringing that vision to life?
Deacons are good. So you all have a history here in the Diocese of California ordaining the first woman deacon. It was an irregular ordination, if I remember my history correct. It was a deaconess at the time, moving from deaconess to deacon. I believe in a robust diaconate. We have a robust diaconate in the Diocese of Western North Carolina. In my experience, the way I have been taught by my mentors is that deacons serve as an icon with a foot inside the church and a foot inside the world, and they are there to charge us to go out, to extend the mercy that we share with one another out in the world, to take the love and compassion in this place or inside a sanctuary out into the sanctuary of the world. That's their role, to take the feeding we do here and take it outside into the world, to take the stories we share with each other through the gospel and to make the gospel stories real out there. So part of having a robust diaconate is you got to talk about it. So you need to have your deacons, your archdeacons in the congregation talking about it, identifying who, and I wonder who in this room, where the Holy Spirit is moving in your life, that you have the charism of the diaconate. You already are doing this in your lay ministries, in your life. And we facilitate those conversations. And then you all have a local diaconal formation program You might have a day where people can come and learn about the diaconate. And then as bishop, you walk alongside them and you meet with them regularly. In the Diocese of Western North Carolina, the bishop meets with the deacons at least once a year for retreat, an overnight at one of our conference centers, to support them, to equip them, to identify funds for their ministries, to lift them up and tell those stories. So as a bishop, I would be paying attention to who among you, the people that I serve alongside, get to know. What's moving in your life? How's the Spirit moving? Are you demonstrating the gifts and qualities of a deacon? And then invite that conversation. Invite that time of discernment with your local priest. Some thoughts.
That's good. Thank you. The next question, how do you think about the distinction between parishes and missions? How important is that distinction? And how do you feel called to support mission congregations?
So this is kind of a both and. So obviously there's a distinction. There's a canonical distinction. We don't have mission churches in the Diocese of Western North Carolina. By canon, we don't have them. We have worshiping communities, tomato, tomato, in some ways. For me, mission congregations are a benchmark for how to be church. And here's why I lift that up. They are exemplifying taking the resources that they have been entrusted with and to say, what are we going to do with this? How are we going to be the body of Christ in the world? How do we take what we have enough to keep the lights on, to perhaps pay a meager compensation to our leadership, whether it's ordained or lay? And then how do we take the rest and go out into the world to make a difference? I think mission churches have something to teach larger, more established congregations, and it's things like being scrappy, having a sense of grit. One of the things I wonder is partnering mission congregations with their closest neighbor that is a full parish church. What would it be like if they were to walk side by side together? What would it be like for an established congregation that has different anxieties and different worries to learn from letting go from their mission brothers and sisters, celebrating what they already have, and then how might the mission congregation be supported and encouraged by the more established congregation? What would that partnership look like? And I know we're at 25 minutes.
Are we at 25 minutes? That was the fastest 25 minutes of my
You all
life.
set, this is the schedule.
We did, thank you. Thank you, Augusta.
Welcome.
Bring us another. If you. All right. Phil, we have a few questions for you. What is the most important role for the Bishop of California, and what are you most curious about concerning the bishop's role?
Three things come to mind, and in the opening remarks I offered, I talked a little bit about them. I think they remain the same, which is the focuses on trust and sustainability and hope. Trust is the currency of leadership, and it's the lifeblood of any community. It is. You can't do anything. People and organizations change at the pace of trust. And so I think a bishop has to be able to and needs to be able to nurture trust. And that's with the congregations of the diocese, the clergy of the diocese. That comes through the really important pastoral work of showing up. That's something that I've learned over time, is that by showing up in people's lives, that engenders trust that you're with it. You're with them in what's happening. I think that also involves being, as much as you can, your real self. People can trust authenticity, and they can come to understand it and know that who you are is the person you're going to be when you leave the room. I think trust also comes with competence, being able to show that you can follow through on the promises you make, even when they're really hard, especially when they're really hard. Sustainability, I think that these fantastic, wonderful gifts we've received of our congregations and our institutions need to be able to continue forward. And so being able to be present and help lead the difficult moments of change and the wonderful things of change, which is, as I said earlier, starting already with this Vital and Thriving, but needs to continue. And then a bishop has to be able to recognize the places of hope. I don't think that we create that, but we recognize where it is and hold it up for everybody to see. The bishop, as the episcope, the kind of literally the overseer, has the ability to be able to recognize something and help everybody else see it. And that's not just true for our congregations, but it's also true for our wider Bay Area. Things are happening here that I think the people of the Bay Area are yearning to have happen, particularly around housing and the care of those who are most vulnerable. I think about the warm winter night shelter that happens in Contra Costa. I think about the shelter that Episcopal Community Services is helping this year with Christ Church in Alameda. These things that everybody is yearning to see, the change, the healing. And I'm curious to see if our diocese can begin to reform the way that we have for a long time held the relationship of our bishop and our congregations. I think for a long time we have been unfair to the bishops of our diocese. We have put a lot of the responsibility and some of the authority on these people, and we haven't done as much of the work together in common. Bishop Mark has said that one of the characteristics he recognized of the Bay Area when he moved out here was that we are a very entrepreneurial culture, and I think that's right. And what he observed was the shadow side of that is that we tend to go it alone. And I think that the countercultural message of the Christian faith is that actually we can't go it alone. We all belong to one another. And I'm curious to see if we can begin to reform and reshape that with each other so that it's not as much of the center spoking out, but interconnected to do this work of living out the gospel together.
Try to keep it to 2 minutes.
That was about 2 minutes. And some.
Was it really?
Look at that. I got
Sorry.
a nod in the front row.
No, I mean, I've got 4 minutes on my timer. I guess I looked in the wrong place. Forgive me. Thank you. Second question. How should the diocese support various programs for congregations, and in particular, ministry with children, youth, and families?
I'm going to start with the second and move back to the first. I am standing here tonight because of the programs for children and youth in the Diocese of California. Without them, I would not be here. I don't know what I'd be doing, but I would not be here because I was offered a place to understand myself as beloved of God, that I didn't receive in the schools I went to or the other places, the sports teams, etc. And it was through a congregation of our diocese, but then also through the diocesan ministry that happened in many ways, but particularly at the Bishop's Ranch. I can remember sitting on a swing. We used to have a swing outside the dining hall there at the ranch overlooking the valley, and I had this crisis of faith in life. I was 17 years old, I was about to head off to college, and I was terrified and had no idea what would come next. And one of the counselors, a young adult, sat with me and talked me through what would happen and how God would be present with me at every step of the way. And God was. And so the work that we can do to support our congregations, to be able to help people, young people, children, and youth come to know that belovedness is just essential. At All Souls, we've come up with a three-part way of understanding that. We want the children and youth of our congregation to understand who God is, how to come close to God, and then how to live in this world so that God's justice and compassion is made known. And so some of this happens in the places on Sunday morning, and I think that some of the work we're seeing already with Karen Miles is doing great work in the Contra Costa, where not enough congregations, say, have enough critical mass in one place, and so they're gathering together and doing service work and sharing worship together. And so I think that's probably one of the more common modes we're going to see going forward, is that we're going to continue to come together in regions to be able to do something that alone we can't do. Much like the youth pilgrimage that we've done the last few years, is congregations coming together from the disparate points of the diocese and walking or biking or taking BART or ferry or whatever, and all coming together so that we can have a common, powerful experience. And I think that's probably the mode that I would love to see more and more of in our diocese, is how can we come together to do this work? One of my great hopes is to have a knowledge-sharing platform that's kind of like a hub of all the practices that we can come up with. So again, we're not relying on our diocesan staff to provide everything for everyone, because out in the different pockets of our diocese, we have everything we need. We just need to share it more easily and more often with one another.
Thank you. In your ministry, what is your practice of listening?
I think that deep listening of being present with someone probably informs just about everything I do as a pastor and as a priest. I know it informs my preaching because it's walking alongside folks and hearing the joys that they have, the moments where they have come so close to God that they feel the Spirit's presence, and also the difficult and painful parts, the real suffering. It's being able to walk with someone, and I think that the listening is setting aside the parts of us and wanting to fill in and respond, and really just being present as fully as you can with the person in front of you. It's actually been, for me, one of the greatest honors as a priest, to be able to be trusted, to walk alongside another person in that moment, both of joy and pain and confusion. And I think the same is true and a little bit distinct for a community. It's the same practice, but it happens in different ways. But Saint Benedict teaches us that the Christian community listens in order to act. Has that famous way of being, which is that Christian community starts off in stability and then moves to obedience. And obedience is from the Latin obedire, to listen. And that's at the core of any Christian community, to be able to listen to God and one another, and God moving through us to be able to discern where's the new life in Christ, because it's there, but we have to listen to one another to know where it is.
Thank you. What are your strategies for growing a congregation?
We have been blessed at All Souls to be able to experience growth over time. And so for us, and I know it's going to be different depending on congregational setting, how long you've been there, how new this congregation is, what your neighborhood is like. But I think that a common pattern has been discerned over time, which is that the people of God need to be gathered together and transformed by participation in the life of the Spirit, and then sent out into the world and into their lives to carry that good news of Jesus with them. And that gathering is actually something that as Episcopalians we sometimes forget about, that we both need to invite, a little bit scary, but we also have something we need to invite people to. So we have to believe that what we have experienced is worthy of being shared. And then be prepared when they arrive to greet them and orient them and incorporate them into the body. And that's a lot easier said than done, but that is critical. And then when it comes for the place of transformation, the church has tried and true practices that are reliable ways of coming close to God. This is not something we need to make up. This is something that we are gifted as being part of the Anglican tradition of being handed down over centuries. Yes, it's liturgy, and it's prayer, and it's service, and it's deep and profound conversation, and it's walking alongside somebody, and it's finding a way to then learn about that so that you can share it. And then finally, the last part that we have found is that when what we do in the congregations I've served has been important enough that it shifted something for you, it changes the way you live your life. This is not just about what happens on Sundays, and it's not just about what happens in church. I have a really deep-held belief that if what we're doing as part of the life of our congregations, if it matters, it will radiate and change the way that you're a parent, the way that you come to work on Wednesday, the way that you participate in the life of your civic community. And I have found, and not just the experience I've had, but I've seen in congregations across the United States, and this is not, just like, say, big places like a cathedral. It's congregations where you have 12 people on a Sunday that can experience the same kind of life and change and grow.
Thank you. What is your experience of amplifying the voices of historically marginalized people?
At All Souls in the summer of 2020, and my God, that was just a difficult time of our life writ large. But one of the grace-filled and resurrection moments that I experienced and we experienced was after the murder of George Floyd, the shift that happened for many people in our congregation, and I believe it was a transformation and a call to the Spirit. And so one of the things that emerged from that were circles of participants in sacred ground. We had over 90 participants that summer, and as part of it, and it took a while for the wider Episcopal Church to come with these resources, but specific circles for people of color at All Souls. And some of the really important and profound work that came out of that was that people of color in our community felt like they had more space to be able to process their experience being in the Episcopal Church and specifically at All Souls. And what I realized, and so they came to me with some of that experience, both the pain of it and the anger and the hope. And they said, what we want from you is to help with some space as part of the congregation, and then help us be able to speak to the wider congregation. And so we did. We created a space specifically for people of color in our congregation to be able to speak to and process their lives and their lives in faith. And then over time, when it felt like there was a safety and a space to do this, they asked if we could hold the space so that the people of color in our congregation could speak to the wider congregation. And this was a really vulnerable act, and something that was felt vulnerable for me as well, because there's some difficult truths that were said as part of that. But I also felt like this was part of why I've been invested with authority, so that I can help create space and then often step aside and let that space be filled with those who have not traditionally been offered it. And so it was a remarkable and difficult and actually like critically alive moment for our congregation, and it was really powerful. Along with that, one of the things that has been important to me is to provide space in the ways that both I offer leadership and leadership is offered in the congregation, particularly with the wardens, that I have the privilege to be able to invite into this collaborative leadership together. And so I've just been really honored and blessed to serve alongside women and people of color and LGBTQ plus folks and as wardens. And particularly one of the decisions I made about 10 years ago was to take seriously what our canons say, which is that the rector does not need to lead the meetings or vicar of the bishop's committee or the vestry. And so I take that very seriously, and the senior warden leads, and I offer support. We work through things together, but that's something that I have found to be really important, so that the congregation is led by the people of the congregation, and that I'm able to use again the authority and the privilege that's been granted me to lift up folks to be able to do that. And lastly, in the ordination process, we have been really blessed to put forward, I think, about 14 or 15 folks at All Souls to be ordained in the Episcopal Church as deacons and priests. And there's been folks who are gay and lesbian and trans and bi and heterosexual, and I'd see our role as a congregation, and my role specifically as the priest with responsibility for vocations, to be able to help someone articulate this call that sometimes the wider church has not had space to listen to, and help them be able to voice it and create the space for that to be heard and then carried out.
I'm going to ask you another question. I want to make sure I have not already asked you this question, because I think I skipped the first question. You will correct me if I skip the first question. What is the most important role of the bishop? Did I ask him this question?
You sure did.
That
was my 4-minute
I'm having
answer.
Whatever you call that thing. Hi, I have another question for you.
My name's Phil Brochard, and
It's nice. As bishop, how will you carry out the sometimes conflicting roles of being both the pastor to the clergy while at the same time being their boss?
that's the hard work, isn't it? And the really important work. I think for me, it does come at the end of the day, at the beginning and the end of the day, it comes down to trust. And being in the kind of relationship with someone where you love them and you understand that sometimes that love involves having difficult conversations. And the kinds of conversations where, well, I've had a number of them in my life where you feel like you're going to throw up because it can be so fraught. But if you can't have those conversations, the one where you have to be able to speak the truth in love, then you can't have the rest of the conversations. And it is a sacred responsibility to hold that authority. And it's one that, as a priest, I've had to have that conversation both with actually ordained folks at All Souls. We've had a number of people serve, and sometimes we've had those difficult conversations, also with lay folks in our congregation. But I have been, I believe, able to have those conversations with the kind of pastoral sense that allows for both the difficult conversation and the hope for change and forgiveness that comes out of it. I was taught many years ago that shepherds in the time of Jesus did have their shepherd's crook, right, that they would help pull or guide the sheep along, but they also kept with them a bag of rocks to throw at the feet of the sheep. And sometimes that's necessary because we don't always act with the authority we're given in ways that are fruitful for everyone.
Next question. What is your vision for the diaconate? And what do you see is the role of the bishop in bringing that vision to life?
It was a deacon that got me into prison. And I'm really grateful for that. Don helped me realize that that was one of the calls of a Christian community, was to care for those who are imprisoned. And that was one of his primary calls as a deacon. And he led me, sometimes with real trepidation, to be present with, in this case, men in blue. And it was a deacon who in April of 2020 led me to the encampment that had developed on the corner of 8th and Harrison in Berkeley, and led me into conversation and relationship with the people who were living there, who were almost entirely forgotten. Remember, this was the moment in COVID where, at least where I live, all the feeding programs have been shut down because people were afraid of transmitting or receiving the virus. And so it was a deacon who led me there to say, these people are hungry. These people are scared. We need to be here. And so that's, to me, what the diaconate does for the church. Bill Countryman famously said that deacons are icons of service, in that they're not supposed to do it for us, but they're supposed to be transparent so that we can look through them and see what we as the church need to do. I'm tremendously excited to see where this next turn of the formation of deacons in our diocese with Bexley, that the Venerable Reverend Haley McKeefery-Delmas has started us towards. I think it has tremendous possibility, and I really hope that it will be able to open up space and formation for people who traditionally, up to this point, have not been able to take on the tremendous challenge of formation in our diocese to become a deacon. I hope we have all kinds of folks now who have access to the process so that our church can, and all the people in our church can have the kinds of experiences that I and we have had to be led into the service where Christ is.
This is your final question.
Wow.
I know. How do you think about the distinction between parishes and missions? How important is that distinction? How do you feel called to support mission congregations?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
In my life as a congregational developer, I've worked with all kinds of congregations, as I said earlier. And to me, the work of the gathered people is the same. And the structures that we have built up in the church that I think they were developed with really good intention in mind, I believe that, have actually served not to help in that way. And so, for instance, some of you may remember Jeremy Clark King. He was a priest from England by way of Canada, now back in England. One of the things that he was just puzzled by is why we call certain congregations missions when we're all to be missional. And this divide that emerges by who can financially sustain themselves in ways that are sustainable over time and who finds that more challenging is not helpful. I would posit that the same kind of attention and the same kind of support needs to be present. And as the bishop is actually technically the rector of that congregation. And so actually there should be even more responsibility on the bishop and their staff to be able to support the congregations that we currently call mission congregations. That said, I also believe in autonomy, which means that any congregation that is doing their best to follow Jesus and to sustain their life and to serve the community that they're a part of, I want to support in any way that we can. And by we, I mean all of the dioceses and communities that make up, the communities and institutions that make up our diocese.
Thank you, Phil. Are we at time?
Thank you all.
Welcome to the podium. Remember, there's more or less 2 minutes per question.
Okay.
That's all on you. Time.
Y'all aren't too tired yet?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Thank you, Austin. The first question, what is the most important role for the Bishop of California? And what are you most curious about concerning the bishop's role?
Well, I think, as I said in my statement, healthy congregations are what make up a healthy diocese. And so what I think the most important role a bishop can provide is being a model of being a chief pastor and also being a connector. And so making sure that we're resourcing our congregations to be able to serve in their locations and being able to be responsive to the needs of the world in those places. A bishop can model those things, and the bishop can encourage, but I think having a pastoral relationship with your clergy and also the lay members of the diocese who are responsible for leadership, that's probably one of the most important things that you can do. What am I curious about? I'm really curious about what it looks like to take the resources of this diocese and make sure that they are connected, and then what witness that would have to the larger world. I think we live in a world that is very fractured and very interested in its own way, and we model a different way of being in church. And what does it look like to be a diverse, multilingual, multifaceted community that can actually look into the larger challenges that we face? I mean, we're not going to be able to address major issues like climate change, ecocide, unless we actually do so together. And that means honoring the differences that we have, celebrating those things, but it also means making sure that they're connected into a united witness. So I'm curious about how that would work in this place because the resources are here.
Thank you. The next question, how should the diocese support various programs for congregations, particularly with children, youth, and families?
Well, I was very fortunate to be raised in the church and be the product of youth ministry and good children's ministry. It's more difficult these days because of people's schedules, and so the things that worked for raising me up in the church don't necessarily work for raising children and youth in the church right now. I think there's a role for the diocese to play, and that role is to make sure that parishes and congregations are resourced well with the best materials to be able to help people grow. There's a lot of creativity that needs to happen, And of course, the diocesan staff can also do the things that help us get past those barriers of critical mass, which is generally the reason that children and youth programs struggle. If we can gather a large enough group of people together as a diocese and make sure that things like camp and seasonal gatherings are held in a larger sphere than just a parish context, that can be really, really important for children and youth to be able to grow. And I think basically the most important thing is to be authentic with kids and to be authentic with youth and young adults, because that is what actually allows us to be the church and to be a witness. I would say that our children probably have the best BS meter of anyone in the world. And so instead of trying to fool them, the most important thing is to be honest and tell the truth to them. They have a capacity to hold that and then actually to be leaders in the community in a new way.
Thank you. Next question. In your ministry, what is your practice of listening?
What? I'll be here all night. Wait, no, I'm not going to be here all night.
You're not the first one. So.
Okay. What's my practice of listening? So I actually think listening is probably the most important thing. It's the foundation of my ministry. There's a way of listening to the words that people say, and part of the reason that I've dedicated time and energy into learning different languages is to be able to hear people in the way in which they wish to speak. There's a way in which we hear the words, but there's a way in which we hear the deep longing of someone's heart. And when we hear the place of their deepest wounds and can sit with that and honor that, I would say it starts for me by listening for God. And so that's what prayer is for me, is sinking those roots deep down into the ground to be able to draw from that living water of Christ. And then after that, it's about making sure that I'm in conversation with our spiritual resources, like scripture, tradition, and other people's experience. And then listening has to include listening to voices that are not often listened to, that have been not privileged in our church tradition. I'm looking at this wall over here and saying there's a lot of voices that need to be heard. And then ultimately it means listening to those outside the church as well, and being in conversation with people who, of goodwill, who are able to be partners in the larger mission of the church, even if it's not within these walls. So I would like to be open to the clergy and the lay people of the diocese to be able to make sure I can hear those longings and that heart stuff, but also to make sure that I am listening in a personal level.
Thank you. What are your strategies for growing a congregation?
Well, I've been responsible for 2 congregations since in my 18 years of ministry. I was a curate for 2.5, but ever since then I've been involved in being responsible for communities. And the most important thing, again, is to come alongside congregations have a life that came before me and will continue on beyond me. So the question is, where do you fall in the stream of that congregation's life, and how do you help add value and add life in the way in which you can in that moment? I think it involves making sure that there's faithful teaching and preaching, and that means, again, drawing from that root of prayer. And then it also means making sure that I think the most important thing for growing a congregation is authentically enjoying being a part of that movement, authentically loving being a part of worship. And so worship that is lively, worship that is engaging, worship that is reflective of the larger mosaic of the church, is very important. And again, one that connects you to a local experience and also to a global reality. So in the churches in which I've worked, it's meant making sure that in vestry, making sure that in worship experiences, we have that reflection of the larger body, and that includes in terms of language. Even though that takes more effort, it takes more energy, and it takes more time. Sometimes that's what people don't want to do, is take the time that it takes to include all those voices. But when you do that, then that beloved community starts to emerge, and you start to see congregations embrace growth, not only numerically, but I think most importantly, in terms of what it means to be a faithful community. And that's attractive, and people want to be part of that.
Thank you. What is your experience of amplifying the voices of historically marginalized people?
I served in a 90% undocumented community in Western North Carolina, and I found very, very early on that if I was going to be a leader in that community, it meant being involved in the struggles for justice and dignity in terms of immigration and immigrant rights, if I were going to be true to the gospel call. And so I found a very clear link between scriptural reflection and also what was happening in that county. It was really, really important to bring both of those spheres together. And the way in which we did that was a lot of the members of our community were hidden, and for good reason, because of fear. And so through church, we tried to make sure that fear was not what led people's lives, that people knew they were honored and they were children of God, that there was migration with dignity. That was a really, really important aspect for our life together. At St. Paul's, which is a different kind of community, but very diverse in terms of the way in which people come from all over the world, it's about making sure that people have a seat at the table, that if I'm in the room where it happens, my friends who are different are in the room where it happens. It means connecting people to those centers of power that I talked about before to make sure that they are decision makers and helping move the body along. So we do that through making sure we have a bilingual bulletin every Sunday. We do that through interpretation at vestry meetings. We do that in any way we can to try to make sure that there is an equal playing field for access to what it means to be church.
Thank you. Next question. As bishop, how will you carry out the sometimes conflicting roles of being both the pastor to the clergy while at the same time being their boss?
I think if you have an authentic relationship, you can tell hard truths. And I found that having authentic relationship tends to come when you also know that you can enjoy being with another person, which means, again, you've listened to what they really care about, and you've also shown that you're willing to be in relationship as a priority with them. So I actually am not too concerned about that, because there's a way in which you can be connected to someone and also exercise the role that you're supposed to exercise in the system. I've experienced that as being a rector in multiple instances, and I've also, I think that there's a way in which doing that in this context, it's a challenge, but it comes from that sense of how are we connected? Do I have need of you? Do you have need of me? And when you get to that point in which you know that you do, you can do the hard things. You can tell people the truths about, hey, I care about you. I love you. And this is not working out so well. This is something that I see that maybe God is calling us to work on together. So I think there's ways to do that pastorally, but also firmly and clearly.
Next question. What is your vision for the diaconate? And what do you see is the role of the bishop in bringing that vision to life?
Well, I have a special place in my heart for deacons, I'm not going to lie. Partly because I've served with some amazing deacons, both in Western North Carolina and also in the convocation. In fact, when I was just ordained to the diaconate, there was a retreat for deacons in Western North Carolina at our conference center, Lake Logan. And I went to the deacons retreat, and afterwards, one of the deacons came up to me and said, "You were the first going to be priest that has ever come to our deacons retreat." And I was like, really? But I have a great respect for the work of deacons, because deacons both speak to the church, but more than anything else, make sure that the world is aware of what the church does, and that the church is aware of the great needs of the world. Obviously, bishops have a special role with deacons in terms of making sure that you serve under the pleasure of the bishop. But obviously, there's a wonderful group of archdeacons in this diocese. There's a wonderful gift of a school for deacons to be able to make sure that there's good formation. And so I would really lean heavily into this structure that's already exists here, and look for a robust diaconate and to continue in this diocese.
Thank you. The next question. How do you think about the distinction between parishes and missions? How important is that distinction? How do you feel called to support missions?
So if we really consider ourselves a body of Christ, if we really understand ourselves as connected members, we're going to have different gifts. We're going to have different things to offer to the larger body. Earlier today, we were taking a tour of the cathedral, and this newest window, you can't see it over here, but it's over here in the north transept, is a picture of the galaxy in the midst of a form. And I was reflecting on that and thinking how amazing it was that in many ways, parishes of all size and shape are like stars, and they each have their brilliance, they each have their things to add to the wonderful sky. But the diocese kind of serves as a constellation, as a place of connecting and making sure that the stars are seen as part of a larger story and they have some kind of connection together. I think that the diocese has a particular job in making sure that missions are resourced, that they have the support they need, particularly those who are serving in missions. And I also think that parishes can learn things from missions, and missions can learn things from parishes. They have to be in communication and conversation with one another, and that's what being part of the body actually means. I would hope to be honest about and have honest conversations as a diocese about what kind of things we have to decide when it comes to, are our resources being used rightly in this particular context? But for me, mission and parish are just part of the larger constellation of what a diocese is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You stay. Bring them out. I'm gonna, you can stand up and stretch if you want to. Oh, here they come. I'm gonna ask as you're walking out, use your ears to listen. I'm gonna ask you one last question. Come on, everybody, come on. Malia, come up. Malia, come up. Come on. What is your, okay, and this is for the nominees. What is your favorite hymn?
Of the Father's Love Begotten by Prudentus.
Somebody else.
O Zion, haste, publish glad tidings.
Fight song for Virginia Seminary.
Come, thou fount of every blessing.
Thank you. People of California, please give our nominees and their spouses the applause. How will you lead us in addressing environmental injustice, and in particular, its impact on marginalized communities? You have 2 minutes, more or less.
Okay. This will be one of the defining questions of our generation and the generations to come. And I am convinced that our children and our grandchildren will be looking back on this time and asking, what happened? And this has been getting more and more urgent with every year and every kind of batch of reports we're getting about the warming of the earth. And for us at All Souls, something happened several years ago that was transformational for us. As some of you may know, that there was a coal terminal that they wanted to place at the Port of Oakland. And we were in relationship with several congregations, but especially with Westside Baptist. And so they reached out to us and said, this is going to be disastrous for our community. We already have really high rates of asthma, higher than any other space in our area. And we cannot do this alone. And so the Jesuits have this great notion of subsidiarity, which means that the problem should be dealt with at the root, at the closest to the grassroots. And so I think that's critical for the environmental justice that we would participate in this diocese. And so one of the things that we did at All Souls was link together with other faith communities in the East Bay. And that project is on hiatus for now. And it was a tremendous experience of justice, of love, and of joy. And I'm convinced that the only way we're going to be able to turn the tide in the years and decades to come is by linking together with all kinds of people, but especially the people who are most affected by what is to come.
Thank you. The second question, what opportunities for growth in this diocese excite you? For example, new church plantings, new targeted worship opportunities, etc.
So many. And it may seem counterintuitive. As you talk about mainline Christianity, many of the articles you read or most of the media focuses on decline. And there are some real things to back that up. However, there is incredible potential here in the Bay Area for the kind of Christian expression that we know and love in the Episcopal Church. And there are resources. There are folks right now who are ready to invest in church plants in the Episcopal Church in the Bay Area, and they are waiting for us to say, yes, we believe the gospel needs to be here, and in particularly new ways. There will always be a place for congregations that have traditionally served our communities. And there is also space to try something new. During COVID, we tried something new in the congregation I serve, particularly for queer folks who've come from evangelical conservative backgrounds and are looking for healing in a Christian community. And the Episcopal Church is uniquely situated to offer that. And it was an incredible opportunity for that to take place in a way that we have traditionally done in the Episcopal Church, but have so much more potential to do in new ways.
Thank you. Next question. With a diocese as large and diverse as ours, how do you plan to set up means of communication as well as visiting churches?
As a diocese, it's my experience, having been here for a while, that we have relied more than has been healthy for us on a model that was very similar to like a hub and spoke, and particularly putting the pressure on the bishop for decades. And there was not enough lateral communication and relationship building. Bishop Mark has shared a number of times, and maybe he shared this here, that when he came from Alabama, he saw that one of the great gifts of the Bay Area, the gift of entrepreneurship, and it's entrepreneurship is everywhere in this particular locale, but the gift of entrepreneurship sometimes, the shadow side has been that we go it alone. And that is not the way of the gospel. And so there is a lot of possibility in being able to, and we need to be able to grow our relationships between congregations, and particularly find ways to communicate with one another that are different from what we have done for a long time. And particularly with our congregations, where English is not the only language. We have begun that work in our diocese, and we have a lot more to go. Our diocesan convention, for instance, a couple weeks ago, was incredible in many ways, particularly around multilingual worship and translation into Spanish. And that was so hard fought, and we have a lot of room to grow.
Thank you. Next question. As bishop, how do you envision vocational discernment? And would you be open to new models of discernment for ordination?
If we are not open to new models of discernment for ordination, we are not being the church that we say we are. For many, many years, and I was formed in a system that was you have gone to get your bachelor's degree, right? This is a requirement in the Episcopal Church, and then you go away to seminary, which means uprooting yourself and family members that you have, and you take on potentially a lot of debt because seminary education is an expensive proposition. And then after 3 years of receiving a master's degree, you then are ordained to serve in the church, perhaps in the diocese that sent you. But if they don't have enough positions, then you have to find work somewhere. We have done this for generations. And that system, we can see the stress points in the people, the stress points in the seminaries, and the stress points in the diocese. And it has to change. And it's beginning to change. Part of the changes we're seeing very locally here at CDSP, that is now moving to a low residence program in totality. That's one of the ways we're starting to see the possibilities, but there are so many more. And this is not something that we'll be doing on our own in the Diocese of California. In fact, many dioceses around the country are facing similar, if not the same challenges. But if I'm called to be your bishop, I will be pushing our church to recognize and be able to hold up vocations that have been coming from all kinds of different places, but we have not been willing to make the space so these folks can lead our church into where we need to go next.
Thank you. Next question. As bishop, how would you use your authority and leadership, particularly around liturgical experimentation?
This is another place where I think we've been gifted as a diocese. We have, not just with our seminaries that exist here in the Bay Area, but also with liturgical leadership that is coming up from our congregations. Places like, yes, St. Gregory of Nyssa in San Francisco, and others. But we have such great gifts. And one of the things that I think, I am really hoping that we can create something like a knowledge sharing hub, so that when liturgical expressions come up in one place, they can be shared out. So if something emerges in Fremont at St. James, it can be shared out at St. Aidan's Bolinas. But right now, we are so siloed that it's really difficult to see what other people are doing so that we can share that. As your bishop, I would want to be able to create the space so that the things that are bubbling up can be seen and heard, and if they need, guided and shaped. Because again, we have such a rich depth of scholars and people who are literally leading our
church-wide, and they're located right here in this space. And I feel like we've just had so much possibility and potential that's been off to the side and has not yet been connected.
Thank you. Next question. Female identifying clergy in our diocese are often belittled, mansplained, pushed aside, and ignored in diocesan committees and gatherings. Most of our larger affluent churches are led by men, not men of color. Routinely, male priests are called father by other male priests and the current bishop, while female priests are not given the same honorific respect by either. What might you do to shift the current culture of patriarchy amongst the clergy in this diocese?
Yeah, patriarchy is real, y'all. You don't need to hear me say that, especially if you're a woman, but I just want to affirm that. In the last 5 to 6 years, there has begun a shift, and it's been particularly led by our young women clergy in this diocese. And it's been a remarkable thing, and I've been really honored to be asked to be a part of it, because I am one of those folks, right? One of those men who leads a large congregation in our diocese. My sense at this point is about 2/3 of our larger congregations are led by men, at least. That's not just, simply put. And it is the result of decades, generations, centuries of structure that has led to this moment. And the shift is beginning, but as bishop, I would hope to be able to use the authority that is granted to this position and share it and give it away, which is a practice that I've held as the rector of All Souls, in particular around how I ask our senior warden and our junior warden to guide the work of our parish. But there is a lot we can do in our call processes, particularly in working with vestries and bishops' committees, as they are looking to see what they can do in the materials they put out to invite people. After they receive those materials, how they can do as much as they can to blind them. And then what kind of conversations do they have with the candidates as they come in? Our diocese also can do much more work with the simple but important things, like standardized letters of agreement to begin with, because often when women come in, they are subtly offered less. And so our diocese can do much more to create the common floor and the ceiling to be able to work within.
Thank you. Next question. In the post-pandemic church, how can the work of congregational vitality include churches with poor and marginalized members?
So I've been in conversation with some of our congregations who have traditionally and for a long time felt marginalized, who specifically are working with Vital and Thriving. And I've been really encouraged to hear the leaders of these congregations feel like there's a seat at the table in this program that has been really hard to come by. I think we also have to be really honest with ourselves as an institution and as a set of structures. We have a really terrible history in our diocese, particularly with those who have acted on the part of the bishop's office, selling property out from under congregations, and not working in the best interests of those that we have held responsibility for. And so one of the things I would like to see happen if I am bishop is some real truth-telling and bringing those stories up above the waterline so that we collectively can honor those who've experienced this and begin to make amends. And by making amends, actually start to shift the way that we understand our use of resources. And I don't just mean the assessments that come in to, say, our diocesan budget. I also mean the way that we, and I put myself in this space, we in congregations that have traditionally had resources and means, understand ourselves fundamentally to belong to one another.
Next question. How would you relate to and work with a team in the diocesan office to equip lay people and parishes?
This is some of the most fun work that I've done in the church. I think you might have heard me in my intro talk about the work I've done with the College for Congregational Development. It's a movement across the Episcopal Church from Washington to New York to Atlanta, Chicago. It's all over the Episcopal Church, and it has a core tenet, which is that this is not a training program just for clergy. It's intended to be a training program for teams and specifically for lay people. And there is this incredible sense of empowerment that I've seen time and time again when you bring a group of people together and you say, number one, you are a leader in your church. And a lot of times it's unbelievable to me. And even people who are serving on vestry, and sometimes even people who are serving as wardens say, oh, no, I'm not a leader because I don't have a collar. And one of the most important things we do is say, yes, you are a leader. And here are tools and practices that are reliable that you can use in your place to help it be more vital, effective, and faithful. So some of these tools are already being used in ways in this diocese like that are happening through Vital and Thriving. Others can be used. And I am really excited. One of the things that I have great joy, I love leading like vestry retreats. I love training people in how to understand their congregational story. It's kind of like marketing, but from a Christian perspective of being able to recognize the joy you have, see where that joy has emanated from historically or how it's resonated in Scripture, so that you can then share that with the people in your neighborhood or in your city. And so these are some of the things that I think that get often caught up in people like me who've been ordained. And one of the shifts that's happening in the church right now is this realization that it can't, and that the real possibility in our church happens when everybody understands their place in the work.
Thank you. Next question. Our canons very specifically speak of a special relationship between the bishop and the deacon. How would you interpret and embrace this canon?
That's something that is specific to the relationship of that of bishop and deacon, and it's something that as a parish priest, I actually was a little bit envious of. Because there's this sense of participating in something together that the bishop and the deacons can have. The deacons in our diocese are in the midst of a transformation, and one that I have great hope for. The formation now led by someone from this deanery, the Venerable Reverend Haley McKeefrey Delmas, who's done a lot of work with a seminary called Bexley. There's this new possibility for formation, and what I would hope as bishop is to be able to have many, many more deacons, and many more deacons in different places in life. The way that we have set up our formation up to this point has largely been folks who are retired and are older, and I think that's a fantastic thing, and I want it to expand. For folks who are working, folks who have, say, young kids in the home and have the ability and have this call, they have this burning call to be able to bring, as we say, the church to the world and the world to the church. And so as the bishop, there's a particular responsibility, a particular authority, but even more than that, there should be a particular affection and warmth of relationship in inviting and asking our deacons to participate in the congregations and in the diocesan life that right now we're hoping for, but has not yet fully been known.
Thank you. Next question. Tell us about a time in your leadership role when you had to discern and choose between competing priorities, both of which were necessary and holy, and what happened? About 9 years ago,
at All Souls, we faced a really important question. We had physical space next to our church. It held a decrepit old building that we had purchased from the Order of the Holy Cross. Some of you might have been in that decrepit building, and I'm really glad that an earthquake did not strike while you were there. And when we received ownership of that building, we realized it was in terrible shape, and the structure as it stood needed to change, and soon. And so we faced the challenge that many churches do, which is we want to make the most use of this land, and we want to further the mission of the church. And so we went to a housing developer and said, what would you do with this land? And here's what we would like from it. We would like to have, we want to maintain title to the land because we don't know what we're going to need it for in the next 300 years. And we would like to have offices for our own use and apartments because our congregation does not have housing for staff. And so they said, well, okay, we could build out apartments and we would rent them. And this was, keep in mind, 9 years ago, we would rent them out for $4,000 a month, 2-bedroom apartment. And we said, and we would be able to get a modest sum of income. And we looked at that and we said, that's just furthering the problem that we're experiencing. And I had people on that vestry said, I can't afford to live here now, and I don't want to be a part of something that makes it more difficult. Then we also looked at a modest building just for our use. And then finally, we looked at the opportunity to build affordable housing. And it was a very difficult challenge. In fact, we had folks on our vestry, some who were like free market capitalists who said, you know what, let's get the top dollar and then give the money to the poor. And I was like, well, I've heard a story about that before. And then one of our young queer women in our congregation said, you know, I appreciate all these possibilities, and let's just get back to that core teaching of what did Jesus say we needed to do for our neighbors? And it shifted something in our congregational conversation, and it shifted something within the conversation within our vestry. And the decision, and it seemed so impossible at the time, but the decision was to try this route for affordable housing. And after lots of years and $24.5 million, there now is Jordan Court that has both housing for low-income seniors, including 12 units set aside for seniors who've been living on the streets, who have mental illness, and parish offices and 2 apartments that staff members are currently living in.
Next question. How have you worked with and supported LGBTQ plus people in ministry and leadership? Do you commit unequivocally to supporting and ordaining them, particularly our non-binary and trans siblings?
That is a critical question for the church. And to answer the last part of the question first, unequivocally, yes. Full stop. And part of the reason why I can say that is because that's what we've done. In my time at All Souls, we've been blessed to have many people come through the ordination process to be deacons and to be priests. And they have been people who are lesbian, who are gay, who are bisexual, and who are trans, and who are straight. And that's happened over these last 15 years. And it's been something at All Souls that we have seen as a core part of who we are, which is recognizing the fullness of God's love in each person and the call that they are hearing and presenting to our community. And so that's something that we have been a part of, and it's been a place of incredible life and joy. And there are people who are now serving in this diocese, in the diocese about 15 minutes that direction, and literally all over the country. And it's been something that I think actually we don't spend a whole lot of time thinking of at All Souls because it has become so normative. And I realize that it isn't, especially in our wider church and especially for folks who are non-binary and trans. It's just something that is so challenging right now. And our diocese has been for many years, and especially under Bishop Mark's leadership, a beacon of hope for people who are non-binary and who are trans. And if I'm bishop, it will remain that way.
One final question. Please tell us about how you ensure people can speak truth to power when you are the person in power.
Yeah, my experience is everybody likes to have people speak truth to power, unless you're that person hearing it. Yeah. That's been a practice for me. And it's been a practice over time as I've done work on myself, which I think is an important part of being human, is learning more about yourself and being able to shift and change. Part of that has been it's a stance I try to hold as a person and as a priest and as a leader. And it means often intentionally asking, would you please give me feedback on this? I do that regularly with the people I serve with, the folks who are both who are wardens with me, who work on the staff with me. In fact, just last week, one of my staff members came up to me and said, Phil, I am so grateful that you're putting yourself forward to run for this, to possibly be bishop of this diocese. Can I offer you some feedback? And I said, yeah, all right, let's do this. And so she had 3 things, very specific things that she wanted me to be aware of, both in how I hold space as a leader, what happens for me in moments of conflict, and particularly in how I hold space and keep healthy. Because she recognizes that this job is an order of magnitude more intense than the one I have held for the last 20 years. And so I think this is critical. I know it to be critical as a person, but especially as a leader, because it is so challenging to create the space. But if you don't, then the community just kind of gets inward focused and sclerotic, and then just kind of withers away.
Thank you, Phil. How will you lead us in addressing environmental injustice, and in particular, its impact on marginalized communities?
So one of the things that I do currently in my work, I'm the executive director of a refugee center. And so we see very, very clearly how climate change is affecting the most vulnerable communities. And I know that's something here in the diocese that you've worked really, really hard on. It's one of the reasons why I'm in this discernment process with you. We see these effects hurting people who don't have an ability to respond and don't have an ability to advocate sometimes for their own lives and their ways of being. So I would say one of the things that we need to do is take personal responsibility for what we can do as a community, and to be able to advocate in spaces to make sure our voice is heard and to make sure that we're able to share a larger vision of what a healed earth looks like. We've lived out of harmony with the earth for too long. And I think it's indicative of the larger disharmony that we sometimes face when it comes to communities of color, when it comes to actually living in harmony with each other as human beings. And so one of the things I would do in terms of if I were called to be your bishop is I would continue along the great work that Bishop Mark has done. It's one of the things that he's advocated for probably strongest in his ministry. I wouldn't do so as much maybe on the international stage as much as I would do in coming alongside you, but I would make sure that we were able to do that together. And I think the more that you are in conversation with the communities that are most affected, the more you learn how to serve them. And that's what we've experienced most in the JNRC, our refugee center, as we hear about people's stories, where they come from, what kinds of experiences that they have. And then we seek to be in accompaniment with them to make sure that they can rebuild in a new place.
Thank you. Next question. What opportunities for growth in this diocese excite you? For example, new church plantings, new targeted worship opportunities, etc.
Okay, so earlier today we were on the bus and going around, and I had a wonderful opportunity to speak with Maggie, who's been an amazing guide for us. And I was talking with her about what are some of those things that are possibilities here in the diocese. I think one of the things that is clear to me from the outside is that there's not been a lot of work done in terms of looking at what is actually happening in communities, and especially making sure voices that are often silenced are heard. And I would really be excited about looking at different models for being able to connect with neighborhoods. I talked in my presentation about local responses, and I really believe in that. I think that is fundamental in being able to connect with people. So,
Sorry. What opportunities for growth in this diocese excite you?
Oh, yeah.
New church plantings, new targeted worship opportunities.
Thanks. I got a little overexcited right there. So I think that obviously there's a ton of human resources here. You have an amazing gift of people who care about the world, who care about the gospel, and then who have an ability to reflect what it looks like to be part of God's reign in this place for people who need to hear about that in other locations. I think an area for growth, of course, is when you connect the parts of the body in terms of churches. You start to understand that there's more that we can do together than we can do separately, and that each of our individual environments have a particular response in our place, but that ultimately it is about that larger response that we can give. Of course, I want to see congregations grow. Of course, I want to see congregations be vital. But I think if we only think internally about who we are, then we miss the larger growth that God is calling us to, which is out in the streets, which is with communities that aren't going to make their way into our building, but who are deserving of hearing the gospel as much as anyone else. And we have to be in those places to be able to respond and to hear from them. The more that we do that, the more we can actually grow in the way that I think is consistent with the gospel. I get really, really sad when I think about how many communities could be collaborating with us right now, but don't, because we refuse to be in conversation with them. And I would want to be a church that's about that kind of conversation.
Thank you. Next question. With a diocese as large and diverse as ours, how do you plan to set up means of communication as well as visiting churches?
Well, obviously, we have a lot of tools available to us that we've learned to explore in the pandemic, and we can use those means to be able to communicate with one another, to be able to share our message in different spaces. That's an opportunity that we have. But I also think that beyond just communicating through large channel means, we have to be able to communicate by doing the hard work of evangelism that Episcopalians generally don't want to do. We actually have to be contagious about our faith and not worry about what other people will think of us. Being fools for Christ is a very important and time-honored tradition in the Christian church. And it turns out that being able to have a conversation with your neighbor about why you care about the church is the easiest way to communicate the good news to others. And so I would want to be a bishop that would be a model about how to be joyful and be faithful at the same time. I would want to be honest about the identities that make us particular and wonderful. I am biracial, I am bicultural, and I had to learn how to be bilingual and now trilingual. And it's a wonderful opportunity to be able to own who we are and all the wonderful particularities that God has given us, but then to also see how those are gifts to be able to connect us to others. And so I would use the diocesan office in terms of communications. I would use the different means available, but I believe in being relational and being incarnational. And so I would want to be in conversation with you in this place. I want to hear about what God is doing here in Menlo Park. And I want to be able to partner with you to be able to encourage and resource that ministry. So visits and making sure that that is a more than once a year or once every 2 year kind of a official visit, but it's something that it's actually being in conversation more frequently with your clergy people and also with your key lay leaders in the diocese, I'd really want to be about that.
Thank you. Next question. As bishop, how do you envision vocational discernment, and would you be open to new models of discernment for ordination?
So I wouldn't say I came to being ordained kicking and screaming, but I did have to be encouraged by people all along the way, including my bishop in the Diocese of Western North Carolina, and including many, many friends and trusted wisdom sources who saw in me something that I couldn't see in myself at first. I grew up in the church. I was formed in youth ministry. I've been a youth leader, but as far as being an ordained person, I went through a process that was not traditional. And because of that, I am very open to non-traditional processes. I think there's so many ways in which, through an ordination process for all kinds of clergy, you can figure out a way to speak the gospel in this time. We are, unfortunately, in the Episcopal Church, sometimes still victims to our colonial past and our desire to privilege certain voices over others. So as a bishop, I would be very, very intentional about making sure that our ordination processes were open to people of all languages. There were people of all identities and gender expressions. I would want to make sure that the full multiplicity of what the body of Christ is would be part of that ordination process. And I would want to make sure that that is also not simply something that I would be involved in as the bishop, but is something that I would share with the Commission on Ministry and make sure that there are multiple voices that are seeing what's happening on the ground who are informing that entire process.
Thank you. Next question. As bishop, how would you use your authority in leadership, particularly around liturgical experimentation?
So I have been part of churches that worship in a variety of ways. I am comfortable in the settings, in Anglo-Catholic high church settings, and also in beach Eucharist. And any time we've done, I'm seeing my buddy here from camp, that we've been able to celebrate Eucharist in camp settings that are just as faithful and just as holy as anything I've done with incense. So I have great respect for the full breadth and width of the Anglican tradition. I would say that as far as experimentation goes, that we have to be about making sure that our worship is authentic first and foremost. That is, to me, the baseline. Are we worshiping authentically? The form in which it takes should fit the time in which we live. The language should be free from all of the baggage of the past, as much as we can do so. And at the same time, as we know, words are comforting. Words give us hope. Words that connect us to our ancestors are some of the most powerful words that we have. And so it's my goal for experimentation would be to not lose the root that connects us to the living water of Christ, but at the same time, make sure that we are producing the fruits of the kingdom to share with the wider world. And worship has to be the generating force behind that. And so I would be very interested in the kind of experimentation that leads to life, that leads to more authenticity. And I would probably want to use the authority that I have as bishop to authorize texts and to work with communities to be able to express that in multiple ways.
Thank you. Next question. Female identifying clergy in our diocese are often belittled, mansplained, pushed aside, and ignored in diocesan committees and gatherings. Most of our larger affluent churches are led by men, not men of color. Routinely, male priests are called father, while female priests are not given the same honorific respect by either. What might you do to shift the current culture of patriarchy amongst the clergy in this diocese?
The first thing is to make it very clear that that is not reflective of the gospel that we follow. Jesus was very, very clear in terms of how he approached all humans and offered a gospel of love and acceptance and invitation. as opposed to trying to put people into categories that unfortunately religious leaders of his day were really keen to put people into. And so unfortunately, women in the church have suffered a burden that is unfair and should not continue in our time. I love being a part of the Episcopal Church because we have representation of the wide spectrum of humanity in our church. As a bishop, you have outsized voice and authority to be able to make sure that you are clearly sharing what your priorities are in the diocese. And so I would want to make sure I hear from the women who are in the diocese currently about what their experience is, how they've been excluded from those centers of power, and how to make sure to use any spotlight that I have, any voice that I have, to make sure to amplify and spotlight them. Because there's an opportunity to be able to hear about aspects of the church that have been too quiet and ways of being in the church that have been too quiet for too long. I would want to make sure that women's voices were heard and that women's leadership was honored and that women's ministry was able to be fully valued and shared in this diocese.
Thank you. Next question. In the post-pandemic church, how can the work of congregational vitality include churches with poor and marginalized members?
So this is the big question we tend to face all the time in the church. How do we pay for this stuff? And I will say, as someone who has served in a situation with financial resources and a situation with less financial resources, I know that the markers of vitality are not always connected to the financial resources we have, especially in local congregations. Sometimes, if you look at the early gospel movement, the money that came to support things were because people were seeing what the Holy Spirit was doing among people. And so there are ways in which we can look at designated missions and judge based on vitality and influence and effect in the community, as opposed to whatever the budget is. That being said, we have to figure out a way to support such communities with financial resources, especially when we have those in one part of the larger body, but they're not able to get to another part. So I would want to make sure that we see that larger story of the body as our greater calling and be able to resource where the Spirit is acting in the diocese. Where's their life? Let's fund it. How do we fund it? By people who are convinced and who have the resources to share and to be honest about what stewardship is really about. It's about letting go of your money. It's about letting it go and making sure that it serves God's larger purpose. Now, I also know that money can be a really, really difficult subject, especially when people take advantage of money. And so you have to be very, very clear and honest and make sure that you are authoritative when it comes to the right usage of money and making sure that communities are protected when it comes to that kind of careful stewardship of money. But I do believe that missions particularly can be gifts to the larger body in terms of creative and new ways to do things. And the larger body can be very, very helpful to make sure that these wonderful initiatives can be sustained beyond smaller pieces of time.
Thank you. Next question. How would you relate to and work with a team in the diocesan office to equip lay people and parishes?
Well, a bishop has influence in different parishes, but primarily the clergy in those places are the ones who are doing the pastoral care and the day-to-day life. And so there's an aspect in which the bishop is exercising influence by caring for those who care for the larger community and making sure that they're healthy and that they're accountable and that they're being formed in the larger context of the gospel. A diocesan staff is probably most effective when it sees itself as existing as a resource for the parishes and the congregations of the diocese, as opposed to being simply a separate unit that has no connection with the larger diocese. And so I would want to be very intentional about making sure that the diocesan staff and all the resources in the diocesan staff are connecting with the parishes and making sure that they have what they need to be able to be vital and thriving places.
Thank you. Next question. The canons very specifically speak of a special relationship between the bishop and the deacon. How would you interpret and embrace this canon?
I've been very fortunate to be formed alongside many deacons who were so amazing and showed me what it meant to serve, showed me how to exercise that servant ministry in my own life. The special relationship that a bishop and a deacon have is about deacons serving under the bishop and being accountable specifically to the bishop, which is a wonderful reminder to a bishop that first and foremost, if you are not serving people, you have forgotten your first ordination vow. And you've also forgotten what it means to be in those baptismal waters that we're all called to. So one of the things I love about this diocese, one of the things that I was so excited about in terms of being in conversation with you in this discernment is how robust the diaconate is in this diocese. You've got not only archdeacons and a healthy diaconate, but you also have a formation program that is serving the larger Episcopal Church. That's a wonderful gift, and I would want to strengthen that and make sure that deacons' ministry, which is both inward facing in terms of bringing the concerns of the world into the church, but maybe more importantly, outward facing, serving the needs of the world in the name of the church, that is honored and a part of what we do.
Thank you. Next question. Tell us about a time in your leadership role when you had to discern and choose between competing priorities, both of which were necessary and holy, and what happened?
I think you always have to make hard decisions in the church. I think that's when you're dealing with deep things that matter to people, you have to make hard decisions sometimes. We look at our budgets and say we have this much that we're able to spend to be able to resource things well. How does that money get spent? Does it get spent on youth and young adults? Does it get spent on outreach? Does it get spent on maintenance in the body? These are decisions that we have to make all the time in the church, both in vestries and as priests and also as the larger body. I remember there's times with our JNRC in which we don't get any outside funding from the state or from the government or from anything. It's all private money that we have to raise and the money that we have to pay from the congregation. And there are times in which the budget can feel like it's running thin, and it might be tempting to try to focus inwardly and just make sure that we maintain what we have. But we've never wavered on the fact that if we lose the service of others, particularly the witness that we have in the refugee center, then we will be losing the heart of who we are. And so I would say the competing priorities of do you serve the interior maintenance of the body, or do you make sure that you are serving the larger mission? They're ones that we have to wrestle with all the time and wrestle with faithfully. So we've done that at St. Paul's within the walls in Rome, and it's something that we've held up when it comes to the mission of the JNRC.
Thank you. Next question. How have you worked with and supported LGBTQ plus people in ministry and leadership? Do you commit unequivocally to supporting and ordaining them, particularly our non-binary and trans siblings?
This is the easiest question. Yes. How have I supported in the past? I've been very intentional since early in my ministry to make sure that The love of God knows no bounds, and I'm very, very clear about what I mean by that in terms of advocacy and also just my own human engagement. When I was at La Capilla, I served on the diocesan staff in Western North Carolina, the same staff that Augusta is on. And I served also at La Capilla, which is a Spanish-speaking church in the diocese. And when Roberto, a Chilean, and Sean, African-American from Georgia, came to me asking for the blessing of the church, I did not hesitate to say yes. And that was many years ago, back before it was fashionable in the larger Episcopal Church. Because I know that God is present in that relationship. I know that God's blessing is present among all peoples. And so the answer, as I said, is yes. And I would like to continue to build upon the work that I've already done. We have at St. Paul's a wonderful gift of people, and that's the most diverse place I've ever served in my life. Diversity in terms of nationality, diversity in terms of sexuality, diversity in terms of gender expression, diversity of all kinds of language. We figured out a way by being faithful to the core of the gospel to make sure that all these communities are in conversation with one another and can grow together as a church. And I think this diocese has done some amazing work that is it's praiseworthy in the larger church. And I would want to keep extending that and making sure that this place and this entire church is seen as a safe and welcome place for all.
Thank you. Final question. Please tell us about how you ensure people can speak truth to power when you are the person in power.
Well, if people are going to speak, then someone has to listen. And I would say that one of the best things that people in authority and in power can do, if you really want to heal the world and you want to be about the change that Christ calls us to, is to listen. It does not mean that we're going to get everything right. It does not mean that we won't disagree about things. And sometimes one can listen and not hear. I think what Christ calls us to is to a kind of listening that is not about waiting to talk or add our voice always, but to hear what the other is saying, and not just the words that another person uses. Because anyone who's aware of relational dynamics knows that when we share words, we're often sharing deep hurts. We're sharing a larger story that goes beyond just our individual lives, but also our families, generations. So listening on the deep level, especially when voices have not been fully represented, that is one of the most important things a leader can do. Because if you do not, there's no way to actually lead. If you do not have buy-in from the larger community, there is no way to go forward together. And Christ only calls us to go forward together, not individually.
Thank you, Austin. How will you lead us in addressing environmental injustice and, in particular, its impact on marginalized communities?
Okay. So I want to start out by saying that I am not an expert in environmental issues or creation care. I do not know as much as your current bishop. But what I want to share with you is that I am a lifelong learner, and I have an open and teachable heart. And so I envision coming and being with you, and I be the student and you be the teachers. I want to learn. I know enough on how to get the journey started, but I don't have all of the wisdom. And so I would want to learn from all of you, and I would want to hear your stories about environmental injustice and all of creation care and all of the initiatives you've taken a part of. And then I'd like to dream together. I am very much aware that we have significant issues around environmental injustice to those who are living in poverty, and that they don't have access to things like paying for solar panels because they're so expensive, or being able to have things like clean drinking water. They're the people where the garbage dump tends to be near. How do we have those conversations? So I would want to learn. I want to journey with you in that. And I will promise you that I am not the expert, but I am always willing to learn. I do have one quick story is we recognized at our Camp and Conference Center that we wanted to partner with the Cherokee and build river cane so they could have access to river cane to do basket weaving. So we created a way of partnering with the Eastern Band of the Cherokee Indian at our Camp and Conference Center so they could have access to river cane.
Thank you. Next question. What opportunities for growth in this diocese excite you? For example, new church plantings, new targeted worship opportunities, etc.
So what excites me about coming and being with you? I don't want to plant new churches. I can be clear about that. I want to be a storyteller. I want to be with you in telling stories. I want to find ways where we can harness what you are currently doing and getting the word out. For me, stories have power to transform lives. And I wonder, as I said in my intro, if we began the practice of storytelling and capturing those stories, especially the stories that we tend to ignore, or the stories of those who are on those margins that we don't see, we turn away from. If we have ways to amplify those stories so we can sit and listen and grow, I wonder if that's one of the ways that we can begin to build community. I wonder if that's one of the ways that people start to find that third place where they can belong and they can tell their story from their pit of their core so that they can be accepted and they can be known and they can be cherished and loved. We love to tell stories in Western North Carolina. One of the things I invite you to go and learn and enjoy is what we call our Barrier Breaker series, where we went out and captured the stories of all of our people of color in leadership and in ministry in our local parishes. And we created a learning series where they just told their story. Why do they go to church? Why do they participate in the Episcopal Church? I invite you to check out Barrier Breakers, the series.
Thank you. Next question. With a diocese as large and diverse as ours, how do you plan to set up means of communication as well as visiting churches?
A helicopter? So, communication is a really important part of what I already do as canon to the ordinary. I would want to work with the diocesan team, those that are paid on the team, and build a volunteer team of communicators. There's an interesting flow of communication that we've got to somehow break down so that we can really build those connections and really identify where the breakdown of communication can be. So one of the ways that you start to build those relationships is by capturing those stories. So I envision when you make a parish visit, when I were to make a parish visit, and I come here and I hear about an interesting program, ministry, initiative, having somebody with me who can photograph it, get introduced to the people who started it, get their contact information, write a story, publish the story either on Facebook, Instagram, e-news, print. So it starts with the bishop in those visits, bringing members of a team and hearing and noticing the story and then getting the story out. That is one way to build communication and build those connections. There's a whole lot of other ways, but that's one of the ones that I can think of right now.
Thank you. Next question. As bishop, how do you envision vocational discernment? And would you be open to new models of discernment for ordination?
Yes. So another big thing that I do as canon to the ordinary is I am the train conductor for our ordination process for holy orders. So I'm going to speak to that first, and then I'll talk a little bit about just discernment and empowering lay ministry. So when you look at the canons of the church, the ordination process is a really big, broad framework. There are just a few requirements for the discernment process for holy orders. And a small example is you actually don't need a bachelor's degree to be a priest. You have to be proficient in the canonical areas in order to be ordained. You have to demonstrate proficiency. Well, how do we do that? How can we be nimble and adaptive to meet our current context for those who feel the calling of the Spirit within them so that they can be ordained icons and leaders in our parish communities? So how would we adapt that? How would we create opportunities for learning and formation that isn't traditional? I'm not opposed to traditional formation, going to residential seminaries, but I would want us to be adaptable and nimble, and I have some experience with that. I also think it's equally vital that we provide opportunities for lay formation. I know you did this here, and we certainly did it in Western North Carolina, but we had an annual mission and ministry conference. And we would have 400 to 500 people from across the diocese, and they would come and do workshops, and they would send teams. And it would be everything from children's formation to stewardship to creation care, and we would worship. We'd have a keynote speaker. We have got to equip our lay leaders for serving in our congregations as well, and raise them both to be at the same place of importance and value.
Thank you. Next question. As bishop, how would you use your authority in leadership, particularly around liturgical experimentation?
From the one who's at St. Gregory of Nyssa. So authority and leadership are two different things. You can be a leader without formal authority, and you can have tremendous authority and not be regarded as a leader. We see this everywhere, especially in the political sphere, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on. So I am a leader, and I lead in a certain way, and I can talk for 10 seconds about that. But I'm also endowed with authority. I'm entrusted with authority from the bishop, from the diocese, from my colleagues, and all the groups that I work with. The way I lead using authority is that it's mutual and it's shared. As I said earlier, I am not the expert in everything, nor should I be. I have some experience. You all have experience in many, many things. My job is to pull everyone's voices to the table so that together we can become creative, we can risk and experiment, we can try something and fail, and then pivot and reflect on what didn't work and try it again in a new way. So for me, leadership and authority can be connected, but they're not necessarily identical. So authority needs to be shared, and I have to be respectful and careful and thoughtful. And leadership is about a relationship. It's about building mutuality. It's being held accountable by others and me lovingly holding others accountable so that we can ask for forgiveness when we make mistakes, and build those relationships of trust and play and mutuality.
Thank you. Next question. Female identifying clergy in our diocese are often belittled, mansplained, pushed aside, and ignored in diocesan committees and gatherings. Most of our larger affluent churches are led by men, not men of color. Routinely, male priests are called father, while female priests are not given the same honorific respect by either. What might you do to shift the current culture of patriarchy amongst the clergy in this diocese?
You could start by electing a female bishop. You just handed me that. It was handed, and I could just. So I know it's an issue. We all know it's an issue. I did notice that many of your churches are led predominantly by men. That's not necessarily bad. I know that they are faithful and kind and courageous leaders. But how do we raise up women, people of color, those from other marginalized communities, people who might have, that might be blind, have sight impairment, or any other piece of their being that is different, that is unique, that is special? I think we blend humility and compassion with truth-telling. I am really firm that I don't want to shame anyone. And so I would rather build a relationship with anyone in the diocese, and especially those who are really wrestling with either gender, human sexuality, other forms of their own sense of being, and how they find themselves butting up against their perception of other. And so how do you gently invite people to be their better selves? We start by just showing up, being a little vulnerable yourself, not overly judging, trying to keep that demon at bay, and with kindness, inviting people to get to know you. And as you can slowly do that, and especially as a woman leader, I find that I'm able to build those coalitions and relationships and have relationships of mutual respect.
Thank you. Next question. In the post-pandemic church, how can the work of congregational vitality include churches with poor and marginalized members?
Well, you need to go and ask them. If you're part of a diocesan leadership group engaged in vitality or church growth or development or stewardship, you need to go and sit with those communities and then ask them, how would you define vitality? How would you define growth? What is it that is your deepest hunger? What is your deepest wish, your deepest yearning? And then you go from there. You equip them to name the gifts that are in their space already. Get them to take agency around what they're already doing and celebrating that. And then begin to identify a number of different resources that would fit their context. Get them to help build the process. And so that's a journey. It's not a quick fix. There's a lot of big issues out there, and there's very few quick fixes. It's called the adaptive work over the long haul. And we have to stay in the game. We have to stay in the journey and be prepared for adapting, for taking a risk, taking a chance, learning, and then pivoting and adapting again.
Thank you. Next question. How would you relate to and work with a team in the diocesan office to equip lay people and parishes?
So in our current context in Western North Carolina, the mandate for everyone, including myself, is that we are missionaries out in the field. That's the way we see ourselves in our work. So even though I have a desk and I often work from it, much of my work is out in the diocese. Part of my portfolio is working with parishes in transition. So I'm meeting with every vestry and every discernment committee in our diocese. We don't use consultants, nothing wrong with a consultant, but I do everything. I often go in and meet with parishes in conflict between clergy and leadership. I also go when they're struggling. Other things are good, but they're struggling with their finances or they're struggling with growth, and then listen to their stories and then bring in a team. I would expect that of the rest of the diocesan staff, that part of their job is to get out of their homes if they work from home, and to get out of the office in the city and get into the deaneries, get into the parishes. So if you're youth or formation or your stewardship or you are finance, I need you in these congregations, meeting with leadership and meeting with the clergy to say, what is it that you need, and not hiding away at home or in the offices. So it's a missional approach, and I would coach them, I would encourage them to say, this is part of how I would like to use your gifts if you want to be a part of this team, but this is the new approach. We're going to go out and we're going to connect in the local context.
Thank you. Next question. The canons very specifically speak of a special relationship between the bishop and the deacon. How would you interpret and embrace this canon?
So how I have seen it play out in my current context. We have a robust diaconate. We value the ministry of deacon. Our bishop attends an annual retreat with our deacons. It's a one night overnight. It's a Friday night to a Saturday because most of our deacons work. Deacons are appointed to serve in parishes, and the bishop spends time with almost every deacon throughout the course of a year to connect with them and with the archdeacon, who's also having a relationship with all the deacons. How are they doing? How is their ministry context? What's happening in their personal life? What resources do you need to grow? Is your current placement meeting your gifts? How's the relationship with the rector that you serve under, the clergy you serve under? I would envision building that relationship, equipping them, and designing some sort of robust diaconal discernment process. We visited Holy Family in Half Moon Bay earlier today, and I think he was the senior warden,
Yes.
the guy who looks like Santa Claus. I just wonder, there was an interesting charism. He's going to hear this and be like, oh my goodness. He had an interesting charism about him. If I was here, I'd want to sit down and ask him, tell me about your journey. I see something in you. You've got a spark. Doesn't mean you're meant for diaconal ministry, but you're serving in this way. Can we talk about it? Maybe it's going to be a robust lay leadership, and we need to say that is absolutely where you need to be. How can we equip you? But getting out there and connecting and asking those questions.
Thank you. Next question. Tell us about a time in your leadership role when you had to discern and choose between competing priorities, both of which are necessary and holy, and what happened?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Yes. Tell us about a time in your leadership role when you had to discern and choose between competing priorities, both of which were necessary and holy, and what happened?
Okay, here's one that was just recent. So I don't know if this is true in DioCal. I think it is, because I think I read some stories about it. Trying to recruit people, identify people for leadership positions in the diocese, executive council, standing committee, fiscal ministries or finance committee, commission on ministry. Oftentimes it's hard to see people raise their hand and say, I'd like to do something. So we're constantly recruiting, constantly looking, who did I see at this church that there's something interesting about them. I wonder if they'd be great on this committee or that committee. We value and want members of our Latino communities to be an active part of our leadership team. So I asked and called our missioner for Latino ministries and said, who in your communities that you serve might be a great fit for Commission on Ministry? So he had called 2 people and their lives were too busy, so they couldn't do it. Then he called 2 more people and he sent me the bios. I said, tell me a little bit more about both of them. And one of these women is perfect for Commission on Ministry. And so the bishop will appoint her at our convention next weekend. The other woman actually has some background in finance. I wondered if she would be a great fit for our fiscal ministries, but she's not bilingual. And so the competing good in this particular situation is we are actually updating our canons next weekend, and we're going from a fiscal ministries to a finance committee. And the pace of our work on finance committee is like this, and we don't have time to train the committee to slow down enough so we can open space for a non-English speaking member of the community, even if we had simultaneous translation. So we are not doing it right now. And so that's a competing good. It's heartbreaking. We want to do it, but the bishop had to make a decision that we're not quite ready. I hope that's a small example of competing goods.
Thank you. Next question. How have you worked with and supported LGBTQ plus people in ministry and leadership? Do you commit unequivocally to supporting and ordaining them, particularly our non-binary and trans siblings?
Yes, I commit, 100% commit. When I was ordained, well, actually, let me go backwards. When I was in the discernment process, I went to Virginia Seminary, and my field placement was St. Thomas in DuPont Circle. And the rector there was a gay man, not legally married to his lifelong partner, because at the time there was no marriage option. And Jim is one of those founding mentors in my life in terms of leadership, liturgy. Jim preached at my ordination. And so from that moment, when I stepped into the doors of St. Thomas and DuPont Circle throughout seminary, I was at All Souls Cathedral in Asheville, North Carolina, which was one of the founding communities that was very much on the front cusp of LGBTQ plus members of that community. We were one of the early dioceses, along with you, wrestling with blessing same-sex unions. So I started into that diocese when they were just in the beginning of having a conversation. I've served multiple churches. I have blessed unions and marriages. We have a trans priest in our diocese. We had trans counselors at our diocesan summer camp. I'm 100%.
Thank you. Next question, final question. Please tell us about how you ensure people can speak truth to power when you are the person in power.
One more time.
Please tell us about how you ensure people can speak truth to power when you are the person in power.
So it comes down to modeling accountability and having an open heart. I absolutely believe and practice that you cannot lead by yourself. You have to be in relationship. So you have to be vulnerable and open and have a deep enough sense of yourself that's full of humility so that people can come to you and say, hey, Augusta, you screwed up. You missed the mark on that. Or you said something that I don't quite understand, or it hurt. And then you have to be willing to sit down and say, okay, let's talk. I've done it numerous times as Canon of the Ordinary. I have countless stories when I was a rector or an assistant where I made mistakes. I was a person entrusted with authority. And I had to be practicing opening my door, giving my cell phone number out so people could reach out to me and say, Augusta, we need to talk. But you have to do it over and over and over again so people know that you mean what you say when you say, my door is open and I'm willing for you to come in and tell me the truth. We may not agree, but we have enough of a relationship where we can work through the disagreement. We can work through the thing that might have happened that caused injury or where I had made a mistake. And so, because if I can't be held accountable, how am I going to hold other people accountable? So that's the practice.
Thank you. Thank you, Augusta.
You're welcome.
Okay, which one is your favorite, Christmas or Easter?
Easter for sure.
Yes, Easter Vigil.
Easter as well, yes.
Pretty boring, but
That's good. If you all don't mind expressing your gratitude to our nominees.
Padre Austin, ¿cómo vas a ayudar a las misiones que luchan para sobrevivir y crecer? Father Austin, how are you going to help struggling missions survive and grow?
My whole work has been about missions and making sure that congregations are vital and thriving.
Toda mi obra ha sido para ayudar a las congregaciones para que sean vital y que sobrevivan.
At St. Paul's, we have a community that made up of many different people from many different nations and many different languages.
En San Pablo tenemos una congregación que constituye gente de todas naciones y culturas.
The most important way for us to grow together was to make sure that we saw our diversity as a gift for being together instead of something that would drive us apart.
Repita la primera parte.
The most important thing that we found as a community was seeing our diversity as a gift that could bring us together and make us whole as opposed to something that would push us apart.
La cosa más importante fue ver nuestra diversidad como un don, no un problema, no una cosa que puede separarnos.
So that meant access to worship that was multilingual instead of monolingual.
Y eso es decir que debemos alabar multilingüamente.
I mean, we see this right now. It takes time, it takes energy, and it takes intention to try to open up multilingual
Como vemos
spaces.
ahora, requiere intención, requiere fuerza para abrir estas puertas.
But it is worth the effort because what it does is actually get us in touch with the roots of who we are called to be in Christ.
Pero vale la pena porque nos trae las raíces a quienes debemos ser en Cristo.
When I was in Western North Carolina, I served as Canon for Spanish-speaking ministries on the diocesan staff and also as rector of La Capilla de Santa Maria.
Me mata este. Cuando estaba en Carolina del Norte, yo trabajaba como canónigo de ministerios hispanos y rector de y vicario de la capilla, que es una congregación hispana.
We were 90% undocumented people.
90% gente indocumentada.
And so one of the most important things that we could do was to make sure that the gospel was real in the lives.
Más importante, queríamos asegurar que el evangelio fue verdaderamente presente en nuestras vidas.
To give life to our community and to give hope in the midst of very challenging circumstances.
A dar vida a nuestros ministerios y ofrecer nuestros ministerios a los en nuestro alrededor.
And also to make sure that the larger diocese understood that we were connected in Christ.
Y asegurar que la diócesis en total entendía que estábamos conectados.
When one of our members went to jail because the local sheriff ran a program to try to systematically come at our people.
Cuando uno de nuestros miembros le llevaron al cárcel, El alguacil llevó a la cárcel simplemente porque no tenía sus papeles.
It was important to make sure that the whole diocese understood that we were all one church.
Fue importante que de toda la diócesis entendía que éramos una iglesia.
We built that trust and connection through making sure that people knew what different parts of the body were feeling.
Y construimos esa conexión por entender lo que sentía cada parte del cuerpo.
And we went out into the streets together to make sure that our voices were heard.
Y andábamos por las calles para asegurar que la gente nos escuchaba.
That is the way that our mission became real and connected to the larger work of the diocese.
Y así fue la manera de que nuestra misión fue verdadera y salíamos para compartir la palabra. ¿Está bien?
Está bien.
Ok,
Por
lo
ahora.
siento.
Solamente tenemos 2-3 minutos aquí, entonces yo quiero compartir más, pero así es.
¿Me oyen? ¿Me escuchan? ¿Qué pensamientos tienen sobre los inmigrantes que están llegando a este país? What thoughts do you have about immigrants who are arriving in this country?
Many,
Muchas,
but probably the most important to say in this space
pero la más importante para decir en este espacio
is to counter the narrative that the world wants to give about who immigrants are.
es contrarrestar esa narrativa que el mundo está diciendo de quiénes son los inmigrantes.
Instead of seeing people as numbers, as economic drains, and as those to be feared,
En vez de ver a las personas, a ellos como personas, como miembros y como... what was the last one?
personas, nosotros tenemos miedo de ellos.
En vez de verlos a ellos como humanos, como miembros de la comunidad, más bien causan que le tengamos miedo a ellos.
We are called in Christ to understand ourselves as one blood and one family.
A nosotros, Cristo nos llama que tenemos que vernos como un solo cuerpo, como que somos uno.
If you've ever been in a space when you've seen someone you cared about,
Si alguna vez ustedes han estado en un espacio, en una posición donde ustedes están con alguien que a ustedes realmente les importa,
treated unjustly
que los están tratando injustamente
because of the color of their skin,
debido al color de la piel de ellos,
because of the country they come from,
por el país de donde ellos son originarios,
because of the language that they speak,
o por el idioma que ellos hablan,
then you know how important it is to be strong on this.
entonces ustedes saben muy bien lo importante que uno tiene que ser fuerte sobre esto.
I have been in the halls of power in the Vatican, and I have had conversations with multiple archbishops of Canterbury.
Yo he estado en los pasillos del poder en el Vaticano y he hablado con muchos de estos poderosos sobre esto.
And I have cried with my immigrant brothers and sisters as we dealt with the oppression in a system, and I have been in the trials where the plans to march have been made.
Y yo he estado orando y llorando junto con mis hermanos y hermanas emigrantes y hemos estado allí planeando las marchas.
The most important thing that I could do as your bishop
Y lo más importante que yo voy a hacer como su obispo
is to remind each and every one of you that we have need of each other.
es recordarles a cada uno de ustedes que todos necesitamos de los otros.
There are so many challenges facing us,
Hay tantas dificultades que estamos enfrentando,
but if we start with the basic identity that we share as children of God,
pero si comenzamos con esa identidad básica que todos somos hijos de Dios,
then we can face those challenges together,
nosotros podemos enfrentar esas dificultades juntos
and the Holy Spirit will do the rest.
y el Espíritu Santo va a hacer lo demás.
Otra pregunta. ¿Qué piensa de la presencia de los latinos en la iglesia episcopal? What do you think about the presence of Latinos in the Episcopal Church?
Una palabra. Necesarios.
One word. They're needed.
For multiple reasons.
Por razones múltiples.
Probably the most important
Probablemente la más importante
is to remind the larger Episcopal Church
es de recordarle a la iglesia episcopal en gran grande,
that we have a lot of work to do
que tenemos mucho trabajo por hacer
to make sure that we are actually living into the heart of the gospel that we've been called to.
para asegurarnos que realmente estamos viviendo la palabra que nos han llamado que tenemos que vivir en ella.
I said earlier that the age of the church as an empire builder is over.
Ya les dije anteriormente que la era de cuando la iglesia estaba buscando crear imperios ya terminó.
Los Latinos can help us to remember that that is indeed the case,
Los latinos nos pueden ayudar a recordar que en sí ese es el caso,
because we know what it is like to suffer under empires.
porque nosotros sabemos lo que es sufrir bajo imperios.
And the church has to be strong in standing against that.
Y la iglesia tiene que estar fuerte y pelear contra eso.
But
Pero
if we only stand together and don't understand how important it is to celebrate together and to eat together,
y si nosotros solamente nos estamos parados juntos, pero se nos olvida cómo celebrar juntos y comer juntos,
we cannot maintain this movement.
no vamos a poder mantener este movimiento.
So I would like to see a church
Entonces, a mí me encantaría ver una iglesia
where the specific gifts of the Latino comunidad,
donde los dones de la comunidad latina,
which are more than the gifts of one nation,
los cuales son más que aquellos de los dones de una nación,
one kind of way of being Latino,
de una sola manera de ser latino,
and that is more than the sum of whatever religious past that we've had.
que es más de la suma de independientemente de qué pasado religioso tenemos.
I want to see that witness happen within the Diocese of California in a greater way.
Yo quiero ser testigo de ver que eso va a pasar aquí en la diócesis de California de una manera grande.
That means making sure that there are Latino leaders who are leading us,
A eso va a ser asegurándonos que vamos a tener líderes latinos que van a estar guiándonos,
making sure the ordination process is fair and equal for those who come from different circumstances and speak different languages.
asegurándonos que el proceso de ordenamiento va a ser justo para todos, independientemente de dónde vienen o del idioma que hablan,
And to make sure that the larger body realizes what a gift our community is.
y que se aseguren que el resto de la iglesia en total se den cuenta el regalo que ellos significan,
Nosotros.
que nosotros, para nosotros.
Otra pregunta. ¿Qué le gustaría que hicieran las comunidades de la iglesia para mejorar la comunicación entre ellos y los líderes de la iglesia episcopal? What would you like the communities of the church to do to improve communication between themselves and with the leaders of the Episcopal Church?
Well, in Rome, I work with Father Francisco from Ecuador.
Bueno, cuando estaba en Roma, trabajé con el Padre Francisco de Ecuador.
And as I said earlier, one of our early works was making sure that we were one community, not multiple communities.
Y como dije anteriormente, asegurarnos que nosotros vamos a ser una comunidad, no varias diferentes.
So making sure that we were communicating in vestry meetings and in worship,
Tenemos que asegurarnos que nos estamos comunicando cuando estamos haciendo reuniones de inversiones y también cuando hacemos reuniones de alabanza.
involved making sure that the multiple languages of our parish and the multiple ethnicities of our parish were present.
Y asegurarnos que los diferentes idiomas y las diferentes culturas que están en nuestra iglesia estén presentes.
It would have been very simple for Francisco to remain only in the Latino comunidad in our church.
Hubiera sido bien fácil que Francisco se hubiera quedado solamente en una iglesia de la comunidad latina,
But I encouraged him and made sure that he was able to be part of the larger convocation, which is our diocese.
pero yo me aseguré de que él formara parte de nuestra
Diócesis, convocación.
de la convocación de la diócesis
And also to the larger Episcopal Church here in the States.
y también que sea parte de la iglesia en sí a nivel de Estados Unidos.
Making sure that he had access and entrance into those conversations of which I was already a part as growing up in the Episcopal Church.
Y asegurarme de que él también tuviera participación en esas conversaciones en las cuales yo ya estaba participando por haber crecido en esta iglesia.
After opening the door so that he could be present in those spaces,
Después de que yo le abrí las puertas para que él pudiera estar presente en esos espacios,
Francisco is now a leader when it comes to prayer and also connecting the larger Spanish-speaking Episcopal world.
Francisco ahora está encargado de lo que son prayers, las oraciones y what else?
Y como líder en la Iglesia Episcopal Nacional, pero más de nacional.
Okay, well, como líder a nivel nacional de la iglesia episcopal.
Es difícil describir nuestra iglesia a veces. So that is one way in which as a priest you can help.
Y esa es una manera de que uno como sacerdote puede ayudar.
But as a bishop, you have even more resources available and at your disposal.
Pero como obispo uno tiene acceso a más recursos que puede uno proveer.
That means using the gifts of the diocesan staff to help link communities.
Eso quiere decir de usar los dones, de tener el personal de la iglesia para ayudar a un nivel más grande aquí en la iglesia.
That means gathering clergy and people in each deanery to make sure that they know one another and to make sure that they are understanding each other.
Asegurarnos de que el clero de cada parroquia se reúnan y se conozcan.
And it means making sure that when one part of the body is having a difficult time,
Y eso quiere decir que cuando una parte de nuestro cuerpo de la iglesia está teniendo dificultades,
another part of the body can accompany and walk with and pray with that community.
otra parte puede venir y unirse, acompañarlos y orar juntos con ellos.
We always have challenges with communication in the church.
En la iglesia siempre tenemos dificultades con comunicación,
But if we start from a base of caring about one another,
pero si comenzamos con eso básico de que nos importa unos a otros,
then we'll begin that journey together that actually leads to transformation.
vamos a comenzar ese camino junto que es lo que nos va a llevar a la transformación.
And that is what our world needs more than anything else right now.
Y en este momento eso es lo que el mundo está necesitando más que nada.
Otra pregunta. Como obispo, ¿cómo comunicaría y llamaría a las diversas y multilingües comunidades? As bishop, how would you communicate and reach out to our diverse and multilingual communities?
Con humildad.
With humility.
One of the gifts of being bicultural and biracial
Uno de los regalos que se puede tener por ser bicultural y birracial,
but not initially bilingual,
pero inicialmente no el bilingüismo,
is that you understand and sympathize with those who struggle with a second or third language.
es que uno puede entender a aquellos que están teniendo dificultades porque hablan una segunda lengua o una tercera lengua.
It means that when you communicate, you have to take time.
Eso quiere decir que cuando estamos comunicando tenemos que tomar turnos
And you also get to a place in which you get to the very heart of what matters much faster.
y eso quiere decir que uno tiene que llegar a ese espacio donde lo que más importa, llegar rápido a lo que más importa.
I remember when I first went to La Capilla
Yo me acuerdo la primera vez que fui a la capilla
and I was scared
y yo tenía miedo
because I didn't think that the Spanish that I spoke was enough.
porque yo pensaba que el español que yo hablaba no era suficiente.
How would I be a priest and hear confessions and preach in my second language?
¿Cómo voy a ser sacerdote y dar sermones y escuchar confesiones en mi segundo idioma?
Even though I grew up with my father's family speaking Spanish and English interchangeably.
Aunque yo crecí con mi papá y la familia de mi papá, que ellos hablaban de inglés a español, español a inglés,
what it made me do was trust God
lo que me hizo hacer fue confiar en Dios
at a core level,
a un nivel bien adentro.
not just an idea of church, but
No-
the real thing.
No solamente la idea de la iglesia, pero algo bien real.
And you know what God did?
Y usted sabe lo que Dios hizo.
Showed up for me.
Él se presentó.
God was able to be present when I didn't speak perfect Spanish
Dios estuvo presente cuando yo no hablaba bien español
and communicate the reality of what God was trying to do through us.
y comuniqué la realidad de lo que Dios quería hacia nosotros.
My guess is that if you struggle to speak English or Spanish,
Lo que yo pienso de que si ustedes están teniendo dificultad entendiendo el inglés o entendiendo español,
you know of the fear of which I speak.
ustedes saben de ese miedo que yo estoy hablando.
The message of the Bible is do not be afraid.
El mensaje que la Biblia nos da es no tengan miedo.
And Jesus is the answer of why we are not afraid.
Y Jesús es la respuesta de por qué no tenemos que tener miedo.
So in any kind of communication that I would do as your bishop,
En cualquier tipo de comunicación que yo voy a hacer como su obispo,
it would start by rooting myself in prayer in the rich earth where we draw living water. Rooting myself in prayer.
voy a comenzar, voy a enfocarme en oración.
Echar raíces para beber del agua vida.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Then it would be sharing the message that God has given us in a community
Y de ahí compartir el mensaje que Dios nos ha dado en la comunidad,
with a world that is thirsting to hear it,
con este mundo que está sediento de escucharla.
making sure that we drink from it first.
Y asegurarnos que nosotros vamos a tomar de ella primero.
Another question is, otra pregunta, ¿hay oportunidad de mejor conectar nuestras congregaciones con nuestras instituciones diocesanas, nuestra iglesia catedral y nuestro personal diocesano, todo entre ellos? ¿Y cómo empezaría un programa, un proyecto así? There is opportunity to better connect our congregations with our institutions, our cathedral church, and our Dio House staff, all with each other. And how might you start a project or program like this?
The body only is healthy
El cuerpo solamente está saludable
if the members are healthy.
si los miembros están saludables.
And so one of the reasons why I'm part of this process with you
Y una de las razones por la cual yo estoy siendo parte de este proceso con ustedes
is because I believe you have amazing resources to do this kind of work.
es porque yo creo que ustedes tienen recursos maravillosos para llevar a cabo este trabajo.
I would want to see the diocesan staff and also the influence of the cathedral
A mí me gustaría ver el personal de la diócesis y también la catedral,
amazing resources of faithful people who are seeking to be faithful to God
recursos maravillosos. Sorry.
y personas que son fieles a Dios,
Y personas que son fieles a Dios,
shared in the larger body instead of kept only in the city.
que compartan con todo el resto del cuerpo en vez de solo mantenerlo eso en la ciudad.
That means I would want to use the staff that I had available to me
Eso quiere decir que yo voy a usar el personal que está disponible para mí
to extend the reach and the experience of the diocese in the deaneries.
de extender el alcance y los recursos para las otras parroquias.
Not only to make sure that resources are going where they're most needed,
No solamente para asegurarme que los recursos van a estar yendo a donde se necesitan más,
pero to make sure that your stories and your experiences are feeding the whole body.
pero asegurarnos que las historias de ustedes y las experiencias de ustedes están alimentando al resto del cuerpo.
I am a person that believes that church should be about creativity more than maintenance.
Yo soy una persona que cree que la iglesia debe de ser más sobre creatividad que de mantenimiento.
And I would want to see a diocesan staff and the cathedral be able to play and have fun and to be able to try new things, not worrying about if they're going to fail.
Y yo quiero asegurarme que el personal que está en la catedral van a hacer cosas para divertirse y no preocuparse de que van a fracasar.
If it's about connecting people, if it's about listening to people,
Si va a ser sobre conectarse con personas o escuchar a las personas,
and if it's about raising up the gifts in the larger body,
y si va a ser para elevar el don que tenemos en sí en el cuerpo en general,
then that's a project that I want to put my weight, authority, and time and energy behind.
ese va a ser un proyecto en el cual yo voy a poner mi peso, mi energía, mi autoridad y mi tiempo.
Where is the vitality happening right now?
¿En dónde es que está sucediendo la vitalidad en este momento?
And vitality is not limited only to what kind of money that we have.
Y la vitalidad no solamente tiene que ver con qué tipo de dinero, cantidad de dinero es que tenemos,
It's about how authentic we are with one another.
es acerca de qué tan auténtico estamos siendo unos con otros.
If we're telling the truth to ourselves and to the larger world about the gospel.
Si estamos diciéndonos nosotros mismos la verdad y al mundo de afuera en general sobre la palabra.
The diocese exists to be able to resource where the vitality is.
La
diócesis
diócesis existe para asegurarse de ver a dónde va a estar la vitalidad.
And any kind of staff or any kind of influence of the cathedral would need to be a part of that work.
Y cualquier tipo, cualquiera personas del personal y también, I'm sorry,
That's okay.
I'm very tired.
I know, I've done it. I know, I've interpreted for social justice before, and it's a hard thing.
No, it comes to a moment that
I
the
know,
brain doesn't want to do it
It's-
anymore.
I know, it's okay.
So sorry.
I would want to make sure that the diocese and the cathedral
Yo me voy a asegurar que tanto la diócesis como la catedral
are able to share those resources that we have.
van a compartir los recursos que nosotros tenemos.
But likewise, it would be very important
Pero asimismo va a ser muy importante
that the entire diocese could be represented through the ministry of the cathedral and the diocese.
que la diócesis entera esté representada en la catedral y en la diócesis. Okay.
Otra pregunta, o esta es bien seria. ¿A quién piensa que el obispo debe ser o es contable? To whom do you think the bishop should be or is accountable?
I was going to call God anyway.
Yo iba a llamar a Dios.
First and foremost, God.
Primero que todo, Dios.
Because if you are rooted in God, that is your first and foremost accountability.
Porque si usted o uno está enraizado en Dios, eso es cuando uno es contable.
But we believe in a God that is incarnate and present.
Pero nosotros creemos en un Dios que está encarnado en presencia.
And so therefore, if I'm going to be accountable to God, I also have to be accountable to my neighbors, which is this church.
Así que si yo voy a tener que ser contable para con Dios, también voy a ser contable para con mis vecinos, mis hermanos, que es la iglesia.
And in my own understanding, while I listen to the will of the church and to the larger movement of the Spirit,
Y cuando mi propio entendimiento yo voy a escuchar el deseo del cuerpo de la iglesia,
I also believe that I am accountable to the earth and to my neighbors who will never walk through these doors.
yo también voy a ser responsable para con aquellos vecinos que nunca han puesto un pie en la iglesia,
To my ancestors
para con mis ancestros,
who made the decision to only speak English,
quienes tomaron la decisión de solamente hablar inglés,
to the ones who only spoke Spanish,
para aquellos que solo hablaban español,
and to the host of witnesses in our Christian tradition who have fought and died to make sure that we could receive this good news.
y para aquellos que fueron testigos en nuestra iglesia que pelearon y murieron para que nosotros recibiéramos esta verdad.
What will the next generation think of us?
¿Qué es lo que la próxima generación va a pensar de nosotros?
What world are we leaving them?
¿Qué mundo le estamos dejando?
What is our faith say about who we are and what we most value?
¿Qué es lo que nuestra fe dice sobre quiénes somos nosotros y qué es lo que más valoramos?
I could tell you that I would listen to the Council of Executive Council and the Standing Committee, and that's very true.
Yo les puedo decir que yo pues le escucho al consejo, which council?
Ejecutivo.
El consejo ejecutivo.
And I can also tell you that I'm accountable to the House of Bishops and also to the larger conventions of the church, both here in the diocese and also in the larger church.
Y también yo tengo que responder ante el consejo de obispos y al resto de la iglesia.
But that accountability has to flow from the accountability that we all share in front of God.
Pero esa responsabilidad tiene que venir de la responsabilidad que todos compartimos con Dios.
Otra pregunta. ¿Qué es su opinión del cursillo? What do you think of cursillo?
De colores. I have been a cursillista,
Yo he sido un cursillista
and I was very involved in my earlier time in Happening, which is a movement that is very much tied to the cursillo movement.
y yo estuve muy envuelto al principio de mis tiempos en uno que se llamaba Happening,
Happening. Sí,
que
sí.
tiene que ver mucho con el cursillo.
That was such an important part of my formation as a high schooler.
Eso fue una parte tan importante cuando yo estaba siendo formado en la escuela secundaria.
I was amazingly blessed to have parents who went to cursillo when I was 2 years old.
Yo tuve la gran suerte que tuve padres que fueron a cursillo cuando yo tenía 2 años de edad.
So I'm very aware that I grew up in a non-traditional household compared to most other Christians.
Yo sé que yo crecí en un hogar que no es lo tradicional comparado con otros cristianos.
I thought that every Christian sold things and bought land together to make sure that the poor had vegetables.
Yo pensaba que todos los cristianos vendían, compraban tierras y vendían cosas para asegurarse que los pobres tenían que comer.
I thought that every Christian made sure that they worked in making sure people could have clothes and a home and food.
Yo pensaba que todos los cristianos trabajaban para asegurarse que todas las personas tenían una vivienda, que tenían comida y ropa.
I thought that everyone went to ultras and fourth days in people's homes.
Yo pensaba que todos iban ¿a dónde?
A cuarto de día. Sí, sí. Sí, sí.
I still don't know what it is. Okay.
But I found out later on in life that that was not the case.
Pero después, más tarde en mi vida, me di cuenta que eso no era así.
My parents provided me a wonderful base for growing in faith.
Mis padres me dieron una base maravillosa para crecer en la fe.
But I had to figure out how to take that for myself if I wanted to grow in Christ.
Y yo tuve que yo mismo darme cuenta de cómo es que yo iba a crecer en mi fe en Cristo.
So that's what Happening was for me.
Eso fue lo que Happening fue para mí.
And Cursillo afterwards as part of that.
Y Cursillo después de eso como parte de lo mismo.
There are problems with trying to just transplant one program into new generations.
Hay veces hay problemas para trasplantar un programa a las generaciones nuevas.
We Episcopalians know this very well.
Nosotros los episcopales sabemos esto muy bien.
If we can't just hold on to a tradition and think it's living if we don't put life into it in the present.
Realmente nosotros no podemos agarrar la tradición y pensar que todavía sigue viva si no la promovemos.
So I've seen the damage and difficulty that happens
Yo he visto los daños y dificultades que suceden
when we make an idol of Cursillo or any other kind of renewal movement.
Cuando hacemos a Cursillo como un ídolo o cualquier otro tipo de movimiento,
instead of using it for the wonderful tool that it can be.
en vez de usarlo como la herramienta maravillosa que podría ser.
So whether or not we would have a cursillo here in the diocese,
Si es que vamos a tener o no tener Cursillo en esta diócesis,
I would be adamant that we would be about the work of renewal that cursillo points to.
yo voy a insistir que va a tener que ser sobre el trabajo de renovación de lo que Cursillo se trata.
Thank you, Austin.
Gracias.
Vale, la primera pregunta es, ¿cómo va usted a ayudar a las misiones que luchan para sobrevivir y crecer? How are you going to help struggling missions survive and grow?
This is a really important question. Thank you.
Gracias, esa es una pregunta muy importante.
I want to offer a small story.
Quiero ofrecerles una historia corta.
There's a small church outside of Asheville called Redeemer.
Hay una iglesia muy pequeña que queda en las afueras de Asheville que se llama Redeemer.
They had a conflicted relationship with each other and their priest.
Ellos estaban teniendo una relación conflictiva entre ellos y con su sacerdote.
Soon it came time for the priest to retire.
Pronto llegó el tiempo de que el sacerdote se iba a retirar.
In many ways, this church is very much like a mission church.
Y de muchas maneras, esta iglesia es como una iglesia de misión.
For the first time, the senior warden felt safe and comfortable to call the bishop's office.
Por primera vez, el primer guardián se sintió cómodo de llamar al obispo, perdón.
The vestry had been taught by the priest not to have a relationship with the diocese.
Los guardianes habían, was it that they promoted to not have the relationship?
To not have they were told, no relationship.
Les habían dicho que no tuvieran una relación with
The bishop.
con el obispo.
So they came to meet with me with fear, they were shaking, they were nervous.
Entonces ellos vinieron a reunirse conmigo y estaban con mucho miedo, estaban temblando.
And we sat in my office and I started by praying with them.
Y nos sentamos en mi oficina y comenzamos orando.
And we just started telling stories.
Y nosotros comenzamos contando historias.
For the first time, they felt somebody was listening to them, supporting them, caring for them, praying for them.
Por primera vez, ellos sintieron que alguien les estaba escuchando, alguien que estaba orando con ellos y a que les importaba a ellos.
That conversation led to a year of my spending time with them to talk with them, to support them, to coach them, to find money.
Esa conversación nos llevó a un año de estar conviviendo juntos para darles apoyo, para darles guía, para el dinero.
And we talked and prayed about their fear of dying.
Y hablamos y oramos sobre el miedo que tenían ellos de morir.
Because at the heart of our struggles is the fear of being forgotten and dying away.
Porque en el fondo de nuestras dificultades está ese miedo de morir y que seamos olvidados.
So we spent time going deep together, telling stories, praying, talking about God, talking about Jesus, and talking about the Holy Spirit and what God was doing in their midst.
Entonces pasamos bastante tiempo hablando, contando historias, orando. Sorry.
That's
Liz, you have to go
it's,
one by one.
okay. Spirit.
Hablando del Espíritu.
So we can know what to do next.
Para que nosotros supiéramos qué es lo que íbamos a hacer después.
That is what I would do here.
Y eso es lo que yo haría acá.
Otra pregunta. ¿Qué pensamientos tiene sobre los inmigrantes que están llegando a este país? What thoughts do you have about the immigrants who are arriving in this country?
So if I'm not mistaken,
Bueno, si no estoy equivocada,
the Holy Family
la familia sagrada
was a community of refugees and immigrants.
era una comunidad de inmigrantes y refugiados,
Fleeing from the terror of Herod to find safety in a new place.
quienes venían huyendo del terror de Herodes y buscando un lugar seguro donde ir,
Until they could come home.
hasta que ellos pudiesen regresarse a sus hogares.
All immigrants, all refugees are children of God, and they are our brothers and sisters.
Todos los inmigrantes y refugiados son hijos de Dios y son nuestros hermanos en Cristo.
The very people God and the prophets and Jesus cared about were those who were often ignored and forgotten.
Esa misma gente a quienes Dios le preocupaba eran aquellos que habían sido olvidados.
This is at the heart of the work of the church.
Y esto está en el centro del trabajo que la iglesia está haciendo.
There is one thing I have done, which is participate with our bishop
Hay algo que yo he hecho, el cual es participar con el obispo,
working with a local legal organization
trabajar con una organización legal local
that helps fund and support
que ayuda en dar los fondos para apoyar
families that are seeking the support in their immigration status, in their living, in their community.
a familias que están buscando ayuda para asistencia para su estatus legal y también para vivir en la comunidad.
They provide training to local clergy.
Ellos le proveen entrenamientos a los cleros locales
And because they are doing such a fantastic job,
y como ellos están haciendo un trabajo tan fantástico,
we give them money to keep doing that work.
nosotros les damos dinero a ellos para que sigan haciendo ese trabajo.
The Episcopal Church does not always have to recreate the wheel.
La iglesia episcopal realmente no tiene que volver a inventar la rueda.
I find it helpful to actually partner with communities and organizations
Yo pienso que ayuda bastante al asociarnos con las comunidades y con organizaciones
that are already doing the work
que ya están haciendo este trabajo
and to stand shoulder to shoulder
y pararnos hombro a hombro
and advocate for their voice and their work.
y abogar por las voces de ellos y para ese trabajo.
Otra pregunta. ¿Qué piensa de la presencia de los latinos en la iglesia episcopal? So, what do you think about the presence of Latinos in the Episcopal Church?
Fantastico!
Fantástico.
I grew up in Foster City,
Yo crecí en Foster City
and I spent 10 years in Honolulu, Hawaii.
y pasé 10 años en Honolulu, Hawái.
And I have been in Western North Carolina for 24 years.
Y estuve en la parte oeste de Carolina del Norte por 24 años.
And every place I have been,
Y en cada lugar que yo he estado,
I have found ways
he encontrado las maneras
to build connections and relationships with Spanish-speaking communities.
de crear conexiones y relaciones con la comunidad hispanohablante.
In Western North Carolina,
En la parte oeste de Carolina del Norte,
surprisingly, we have a large Spanish-speaking community,
sorpresivamente tenemos una comunidad hispanohablante bien grande.
generations who found their way to either work in agriculture
Generaciones que fueron encontrando la manera de ir a trabajar allí en la agricultura
and are now teachers, doctors, business owners.
y ahora son doctores, profesores, dueños de negocios,
Owning their own farms,
son dueños de sus propios ranchos
welcoming new immigrants
y le dan la bienvenida a inmigrantes nuevos
that speak primarily Spanish.
que primariamente solo hablan español.
In Western North Carolina, we have 2 Latino Spanish-speaking ministers
Ya en el oeste de Carolina del Norte tenemos 2 son sacerdotes, ¿verdad? Sacerdotes que hablan español, son latinos,
that work directly for the bishop.
que trabajan directamente para el obispo.
And they serve 5 different Spanish-speaking communities.
Y ellos le dan servicios a 5 diferentes comunidades que hablan español.
Our bishop is bilingual and speaks fluent Spanish.
Y nuestro obispo es bilingüe, habla español con fluidez.
And together we find money,
Y juntos nosotros buscamos dinero
other resources
y otros recursos
to tell their stories
y para decir las historias de ellos
and to equip and empower their vibrant ministries.
y equiparlos y empoderar a ese ministerio tan vibrante que tienen.
We have a multicultural center in Western North Carolina.
En el oeste de Carolina del Norte tenemos un centro muy vibrante
That brings together Anglos, English speaking,
que junta tanto a los anglosajones que hablan solo inglés
and Spanish speaking natives
y a los nativos que hablan español
to learn music together,
para que aprendan música juntos,
to take cooking classes together,
para que tomen clases de cocina juntos
and to worship together.
y para que alaben juntos.
And out of building relationships, they are also serving out in the wider community together.
Y así como están ellos armando esa relación conjuntamente, asimismo salen a la comunidad también a hacer alcance.
Mi español es muy mal, but I want to learn.
My Spanish is not that good, pero quiero aprender.
And I want to walk with you.
Y yo quiero caminar al lado de ustedes.
Gracias. Otra pregunta. ¿Qué le gustaría que hicieran las comunidades de la iglesia para mejorar la comunicación entre ellos y los líderes de la iglesia episcopal? What would you like the communities of the church to do to improve communication between them and with the leaders of the Episcopal Church?
Communication is at the heart of relationship.
La comunicación está en el centro de toda relación.
We need to spend time together telling our stories.
Necesitamos pasar tiempos juntos contándonos nuestras historias.
Often communication breaks down
Usualmente la comunicación se pierde
when we get focused inward on our own problems
cuando nos enfocamos hacia adentro en nuestros propios problemas
and our own drama and issues,
y en nuestros propios dramas y otros asuntos,
and our own sense of family.
y nuestro sentido de familia.
To build communication, we have to talk with one another.
Para establecer comunicación, tenemos que hablar unos con otros.
And we have to step outside of that anxiety or worry or fear
Y tenemos nosotros que luchar contra ese miedo, esa ansiedad,
and listen to one another
y escucharnos unos a otros.
and see that our issues
Y ver que nuestros problemas
are shared with our brothers and sisters in other churches across the diocese.
son compartidos con otros hermanos y hermanas que están en otras diócesis.
Even when we look different,
Aunque nos miremos diferentes
we speak a different language,
o que hablemos diferente idioma
we have different economic status,
o que tengamos diferentes estatus socioeconómicos
we worship differently,
o que alabemos de manera diferente,
we're human beings,
somos seres humanos
and we have many of the same challenges.
y todos tenemos los mismos tipos de problemas.
Communication, it grows when we can sit and be open
La comunicación puede crecer y se abre cuando nos sentamos y nos abrimos
to the story of another person.
para la historia de otra persona.
In Western North Carolina,
Ahí en la parte oeste de Norte Carolina,
we spend a lot of time communicating the stories of every parish in the diocese.
pasamos bastante tiempo escuchando y contándonos las historias de cada una de las parroquias y diócesis.
Every week, we highlight at least 2 stories at different churches
Cada semana nosotros hablábamos de 2 historias que estaban pasando en otras iglesias.
The bishop spends time encouraging clergy to talk to one another and with him
El obispo anima al clero que ellos hablen entre ellos,
inviting each other to their own events and worshiping communities.
y que se inviten unos a otros a los eventos que están haciendo y a los eventos de alabanza en las comunidades de cada uno.
So one church will go and worship or go to a fundraiser or a social event and reciprocate.
Entonces, una de las iglesias va a otro de los eventos de otra o va a los eventos donde están recaudando fondos y así mismo lo hacen recíprocamente. Sorry.
That is one small way to encourage communication.
Esa es una de las maneras pequeñas que uno puede animar a promover la comunicación.
Como obispa, ¿cómo comunicaría y cómo llamaría a nuestras diversas y multilingües comunidades? As bishop, how would you communicate and reach out to our diverse and multilingual communities? I would go.
Yo iría.
I want to come and sit and be with you. That's the only way you can begin that communication and knowing.
Yo quiero llegar y estar con ustedes y esa es la manera como comenzamos la comunicación, conociéndonos.
I would find time in the calendar
Yo encontraré el tiempo en mi agenda
to come and be at your festivals,
para llegar y estar ahí en los festivales de ustedes
your big church celebrations,
o las celebraciones grandes de sus iglesias,
to share Bible study together,
compartir estudios bíblicos juntos
and spend time with your lay and clergy leadership.
y pasar tiempo también con los líderes de la comunidad y también con el clero de ustedes.
So I can learn
Para así yo aprender
what your hopes and dreams are.
¿Cuáles son los sueños y esperanzas que ustedes tienen?
Why do you follow Jesus?
¿Por qué ustedes están siguiendo a Jesús?
What is the Spirit doing in your lives?
¿Qué es lo que el Espíritu está haciendo en la vida de ustedes?
Can you read the question one more time? Oh.
How would you communicate with our diverse multilingual communities? ¿Cómo comunicaría y llamaría a nuestras comunidades diversas y multilingües?
How else would I communicate?
¿De qué otra manera podría comunicarme?
I believe in direct communication. I would have an email address that's available to anyone in the diocese.
Yo creo en la comunicación directa. Yo voy a tener una cuenta de correo electrónico que va a ser accesible para todos los que son partes de la diócesis.
My email will not be read by anyone else but me.
Mi cuenta de correo electrónico no va a estar siendo leída por nadie más que yo misma.
One of the first things that our bishop did when he came to Western North Carolina
Una de las primeras cosas que nuestro obispo hizo cuando llegó a la parte oeste de Carolina del Norte,
he gave his cell phone number out to every priest and deacon in the diocese.
él le dio su celular a cada uno de los sacerdotes y diáconos de cada parroquia.
Every priest and deacon and most senior wardens and junior wardens have my cell number.
Cada uno de los sacerdotes y los diáconos y los guardianes, los mayores y los menores tenían what's your email?
Email, cell number.
Mi número de celular.
I believe in an open door policy.
Yo creo en una póliza de puertas abiertas.
If anyone in the diocese needs to speak to the bishop, in my opinion, is to be available.
Si alguien de la diócesis quiere hablar con el obispo, yo soy de las que cree que el obispo tiene que estar disponible.
I know a bishop can be very busy,
Yo sé que los obispos pueden estar muy ocupados,
but the most important thing is the relationship between bishop and clergy and bishop and lay leaders and every community in the diocese.
pero lo más importante es de que el obispo esté en comunicación tanto con el clero como con los sacerdotes, pero también con todos los de la comunidad.
If there is no relationship,
Si no hay relación,
there's no communication,
no hay comunicación,
there's no vitality,
no hay vitalidad
and there's no joy.
y no hay alegría.
Hay la oportunidad de mejor conectar nuestras congregaciones con nuestras instituciones, nuestra Iglesia Catedral y nuestro personal de la Casa Diocesana. Todos entre ellos. Y eso, ¿cómo empezaría un proyecto así? There is an opportunity to better connect our congregations with our institutions, our cathedral church, and our Dio House staff, all with each other and in the wider church. How might you start a project like this? Connect
I would approach
Yo lo abordaría
teaching, coaching, and directing the bishop's staff
enseñando, dando mentoría y dirigiendo al personal del obispo
to understand that their job
para que entiendan sus trabajos
and their role
y el rol que ellos tienen
is to be missioners out in the mission field.
es ser misioneros afuera en el campo.
Their work is to be in a parish context.
El trabajo de ellos es estar en un contexto de parroquias.
So youth missioners and formation missioners
Son como por ejemplo las misiones juveniles o las misiones formatorias
would be in connecting at the local parish level regularly.
van a estar conectándose a un nivel local regularmente.
I would invite the dean of the cathedral,
Yo invitaría al director,
the dean of the cathedral,
el deano de la catedral,
to join me in visiting every deanery.
que se una conmigo y que vayamos a visitar a cada, decanado,
To begin building those connections.
para comenzar a hacer esas conexiones.
The diocese is the connective tissue among all of us.
La diócesis es el tejido que nos conecta entre todos.
It is not only Grace Cathedral.
No es solamente la Catedral Grace,
It is not simply the diocesan offices.
no es simplemente o solamente las oficinas de la diócesis,
It's us.
somos nosotros.
It's our relationships with one another, parish to parish to parish.
Son nuestras relaciones entre nosotros de parroquias a parroquias.
So we bring the cathedral staff and the diocesan staff, and we go out.
Entonces lo que nosotros hacemos es traer al personal de la catedral y de la diócesis y salimos.
What else? Anything else in that question? Okay. Okay. They're really big questions.
Las preguntas son tan grandes. Este es un proceso difícil. Gracias por su paciencia. Thank you all for your patience. What is your opinion of cursillo? ¿Cómo opina del cursillo?
I am not a cursillista. I have never gone.
Yo no soy cursillista, nunca he ido,
I want to go.
pero quiero ir.
I grew up in the 1970s surrounded by families that participated and lived in their relationships with others who went to Cursillo.
Yo crecí en los 70s y estuve rodeada de familias que estaban envueltas en esto del cursillo.
And my life was changed and transformed
Mi vida cambió y se transformó
by their deep and extravagant
por esa profunda y extravagante
love of God and Jesus.
amor hacia Dios y hacia Jesús.
They were alive in the Spirit.
Ellos estaban vivos en el Espíritu.
And it was infectious and catchy.
Y era algo contagioso, se te pegaba.
I want to support Cursillo and the Diocese of California, and I want to learn, and I want to journey and participate in that spiritual renewal.
Yo quiero apoyar y promover cursillo en la diócesis de California y aprender.
Was that all?
No, but, no.
I know that Cursillo is not for everyone.
Yo sé que cursillo no es para todos.
So how do we develop other spiritual and formation resources
Y entonces, ¿cómo desarrollamos a otros en la formación espiritual
so people can go deep in their relationship with God?
para que la gente pueda de manera profunda tener su relación con Dios,
That connects with who they are on the inside.
que los va a conectar con quienes ellos son muy adentro?
As bishop, you are to encourage people's prayer life, their spiritual life, to pray with them.
Como obispo, uno tiene que promover una vida en oración, una vida
Pray.
What's the other one?
To pray with them.
Y orar junto con ellos.
And to encourage people that their relationship with God and Christ
Y animar a las personas de que su relación con Dios y con Jesús
is the wellspring
es es la fuente de
their identity their mission,
de su identidad, de la misión
their ministry
y del ministerio
in the world.
en el mundo.
Gracias. I think I'd have to look at all the questions again. See, okay, want to review them? Sure.
Ok, lo que vamos a hacer, porque tenemos un poco de tiempo, tenemos como 5 minutos, tenemos 5 minutos, vamos a revisar las preguntas. Discutimos, we have 5 minutes, so we're going to just quickly review the questions and have a final comment. Yeah, okay, yeah, okay. So we talked about how are you going to help struggling missions? ¿Cómo va a ayudar a las misiones que luchan para sobrevivir? Discutimos cómo conectar el personal diocesano con las instituciones y las congregaciones, how to connect diocesan staff with church institutions and congregations. We talked about immigrants in the church and in this country, inmigrantes en este país y en la iglesia. Y discutimos la comunicación. We talked about communication, and we talked about cursillo. So missions, struggling, communications, connections. Any final thoughts? ¿Algunos pensamientos finales?
I could tell one more story about walking alongside struggling congregations.
Puedo contarles una historia más sobre caminar conjuntamente con aquellas congregaciones que están teniendo dificultades.
I'm trying to put together my thought again.
Estoy tratando de ordenar mis ideas.
Two of our churches in one small town,
Dos de nuestras iglesias en un pequeño pueblo
historically African American church
son iglesias históricamente afroamericanas
and a predominantly white church,
y había otra que era mayormente anglosajona
1 mile apart.
y quedaban una milla de la otra.
They knew each other,
Ellos se conocían,
but they didn't do anything together.
pero no hacían nada juntos.
Both were afraid that they were going to die, close, disappear. Both were afraid they were going to close and die.
Las dos iglesias tenían el miedo que iban a eventualmente desaparecer, perecer.
The historically black church did not have a priest.
La iglesia afroamericana no tenían ellos un sacerdote.
And the traditional white church was looking for a new priest.
Y la iglesia anglosajona andaba buscando por un sacerdote nuevo.
I spoke with both congregations,
Y yo hablé con ambas congregaciones.
and we spent 1 year discerning
Y pasamos un año pensando
what it might take and look like
qué es lo que iba a tomar y cómo iba a terminar viéndose todo eso
for them to share one priest.
para ellos dos compartir un solo sacerdote.
How would they share resources?
¿Cómo iban a compartir los recursos?
What could they start doing together?
¿Y qué es lo que podían comenzar a hacer juntos?
How would they structure worship time?
¿Cómo iban a estructurar a la hora cuando iban cada uno a alabar?
If I found them one priest to serve both, they could do it in harmony.
Que si yo les encontraba a ellos un sacerdote, que ellos iban a poder hacerlo todo en armonía.
We found them a priest,
Les encontramos un sacerdote,
an African American woman
una mujer afroamericana
who speaks Spanish,
quien hablaba español.
and both churches now have a sense of hope
Y ahora ambas iglesias tienen un sentimiento de esperanza,
They have a sense of joy,
tienen un sentimiento de gozo
and a sense of purpose,
y un sentimiento de propósito.
and both have dignity
Y las dos están teniendo dignidad
because they are sharing and working together.
porque están compartiendo y trabajando juntos.
One church is not taking over the other.
Una iglesia no está tomando control de la otra.
They are in true partnership.
Están en una asociación verdadera.
And when I go into both congregations now,
Y ahora cuando yo voy a donde esas dos congregaciones,
the Spirit's alive.
el Espíritu está vivo.
Gracias.
Thank you.
¿Cómo va usted a ayudar a las misiones que luchan para sobrevivir y crecer? How are you going to help struggling missions survive and grow?
The life of the church
La vida de la iglesia
is found when faithful people come together
se encuentra cuando las personas de fe se juntan
and look for Jesus among them,
y buscan a Jesús entre ellos.
and where Jesus is outside our walls.
Y donde Jesús está fuera de nuestras paredes.
It happens when we gather together on a Sunday.
Eso sucede cuando nos juntamos los domingos.
It happens when we serve our neighbors who are hungry.
Sucede cuando nosotros les servimos a nuestros vecinos que tienen hambre.
It happens when we pray with someone who is going through a difficult time in life.
Y sucede cuando nosotros oramos con alguien que está pasando por algo difícil en su vida.
That is true for any Christian community
Eso es así para cualquier comunidad cristiana,
of any size,
de cualquier tamaño que sea
in any place.
y en cualquier lugar que esté.
And when we are changed by God,
Y cuando cambiamos por Dios,
we need to be sent
nosotros tenemos que ser enviados
into the rest of our lives
para el resto de nuestras vidas,
at school,
a las escuelas,
at work,
en el trabajo
in our common life.
y en nuestra vida común.
And
Y
there are specific things
hay cosas específicas
How's that? Great. Not great. There we go. Thank you, Mike. Where were we? Yes. That can happen for any congregation of any size.
Entonces eso puede suceder en cualquier congregación de cualquier tamaño que sea.
And it's been one of my favorite things
Y ha sido una de mis cosas favoritas,
to work with communities
trabajar con comunidades
that are smaller in size
que son en tamaño pequeñas
to rediscover
y redescubrir
God's purpose in them.
el propósito que Dios tiene para ellos.
One of the communities that I've worked with
Una de las comunidades con las que yo trabajo
is in Alaska.
está en Alaska,
It's a very small church
una iglesia bien pequeña,
in a town
en un pueblito
where the cruise ships come and dock.
donde los barcos o los cruceros llegan.
And so they were trying to figure out
Entonces ellos estaban tratando de averiguar
how they could be of service.
cómo ellos podrían prestar servicios.
And in our first conversations,
Y en nuestras primeras conversaciones,
they said to me, but we're so small.
ellos me dijeron, pero es que nosotros somos bien pequeños.
And I said,
Y yo les dije,
that does not matter.
eso no importa.
Let's find out what you can do.
Vamos a averiguar qué es lo que podemos hacer.
So they came up with a plan
Entonces ellos hicieron este plan
to learn when the ships would come,
de averiguar cuándo es que iban a llegar estos barcos.
and they opened up their church
Y ellos abrieron su iglesia
so that anyone coming by
para cualquiera que iba pasando,
could have a chance to rest
iba a tener la oportunidad de descansar
and pray.
y orar.
And that transformed the congregation
Y eso transformó la congregación
in a way they did not expect.
de una manera que ellos no lo esperaban.
And they realized
Y ellos se dieron cuenta
that they could practice
que ellos pueden practicar
regardless of their size.
independientemente del tamaño de ellos.
That's just one small thing
Eso es solamente algo bien pequeño
that happens
que sucedió
when a congregation
cuando las congregaciones
can rediscover where God is with them.
pueden redescubrir a dónde está Dios en ellos.
Ahora tenemos otra pregunta. ¿Qué pensamientos tiene sobre los emigrantes que están llegando a este país? What thoughts do you have about the immigrants who are arriving in this country?
As I mentioned earlier in my introduction,
Como mencioné anteriormente cuando me presenté,
many years ago in my congregation,
hace muchos años en mi congregación,
we developed a relationship
nosotros desarrollamos una relación
with an organization
con una organización
that the folks at La Santísima Trinidad know well,
que las personas de Santísima Trinidad conocen muy bien,
which is the interfaith movement
el cual es el movimiento interreligioso
for human integrity.
para integridad humana.
And they helped us to see
Y ellos nos ayudaron a ver
the pathway of many migrants
el camino de muchos migrantes
where we live.
donde nosotros estábamos viviendo.
So we helped to force
Entonces nosotros ayudamos a forzar
the ICE detention
el Centro de Detención de Inmigración
from using the West County Jail.
que pararan de usar la cárcel de West County.
And they asked us,
Y ellos nos preguntaron,
could you help us house
¿ustedes nos podrían ayudar a dar vivienda
those who are being released
a aquellos que estaban poniendo en libertad?
so they have a place to live
Para que ellos tengan un lugar a donde vivir,
while they look for their family and friends?
mientras buscaban a sus familiares y amistades.
For us,
Para nosotros,
this felt like a risk, a courageous risk.
para nosotros esto se sintió como un riesgo, pero un riesgo con mucho valor,
But nothing like
pero nada como
the courageous risk
el riesgo valoroso
of those migrating to this country.
de esos que estaban inmigrando a nuestro país.
And we've been walking with
Y hemos estado caminando juntos
the people who have stayed with us
con las personas que se han quedado con nosotros
ever since.
desde ese entonces.
And there is so much more room
Y hay bastante espacio todavía
for us as a diocese
para nosotros como diócesis,
who fundamentally belong to one another
quienes fundamentalmente pertenecemos unos a otros,
to walk with each other.
de caminar junto al otro.
That can mean
Eso quiere decir
more money and resources
más dinero, más recursos
for legal aid.
para ayuda legal.
It can also mean
Eso también puede significar
accompanying people
acompañar a personas
through the process towards citizenship.
por el proceso hasta la ciudadanía.
At All Souls,
En All Souls,
we have been accompanying
nosotros hemos estado acompañando
several people in this process.
a varias personas en este proceso.
And over time, we have learned
Y con el tiempo hemos aprendido
with great humility
con mucha humildad
the kind of faith
el tipo de fe
and courage
y valor
and hope
y esperanza
that the people coming into this country live with
que estas personas que están viniendo al país con lo que ellos viven
day by day.
día a día.
And we as a diocese
Y nosotros como diócesis
can do so much more
podemos hacer mucho más
to continue to walk with them.
para continuar caminando junto a ellos.
Y ahora a ver qué piensa usted de la presencia de los latinos en la Iglesia Episcopal. What are your thoughts about the presence of Latinos in the Episcopal Church?
Was it last weekend
Fue el fin de semana pasado
when we had our diocesan convention?
que tuvimos la convención de la diócesis.
It feels like that was a decade ago.
Se siente que pasó como hace 10 años.
As part of our convention,
Como parte de nuestra convención,
we considered
nosotros consideramos
a resolution
una resolución
about migration
sobre migración
and how the Episcopal Church,
y cómo la Iglesia Episcopal,
especially in this diocese,
especialmente en esta diócesis,
can support those
puede darle apoyo a aquellos
who are migrating to this country.
quienes están inmigrando a este país.
And I was honored
Y yo tuve el honor
to be asked
que me preguntaron
to be a sponsor for this resolution.
de ser el que iba a ser apoyar esta resolución.
And as part of the process
Y como parte del proceso
of hearing the speakers
de escuchar a los oradores,
on Saturday afternoon,
ese sábado en la tarde,
one of our delegates,
uno de nuestros delegados,
Marta,
Marta,
spoke with incredible conviction
habló con una convicción increíble
and courage
y con mucho valor
and heart.
y con de corazón.
And it was the most profound
Y eso fue lo más inspirador,
speaking I have ever heard
el más, perdón, estoy buscando la palabra. Ya. El oratorio más inspirador
in my time
de mi tiempo
in this church.
en esta iglesia.
And it came with a lot of courage and work.
Y vino con mucho valor y mucho trabajo.
And that's what our church can be
Y eso es lo que nuestra iglesia puede ser.
when we truly make space
Cuando realmente nosotros abrimos espacios
for everyone
para todos,
to bring all of themselves
que se traigan o vengan ellos
to God in this place.
hacia Dios aquí en este lugar.
And for me,
Y para mí
it was a glimpse
fue como verlo,
of what we can be
Un po-
as a church,
un poquito de lo que nosotros podemos hacer como iglesia.
which will mean
Lo que quiere decir
lots more opportunities
muchísimas más oportunidades
like this one
como esta
for someone like me
para que alguien como yo,
who does not yet speak Spanish
quien todavía no habla español,
to be heard.
pueda ser escuchado.
And those who primarily speak Spanish
Y aquellos que primariamente solo hablan español,
to similarly
de igual manera,
be heard by others.
pueden ser escuchados por otros.
And
Y
what I am hoping will happen
lo que yo espero que va a suceder
at more churches
en otras iglesias
like mine,
como la mía,
we have just begun
que nosotros acabamos de comenzar,
to offer an evening prayer service
ofrecer un servicio de oración por las tardes,
on Friday evenings.
los viernes en las noches o las tardes.
Thank you, Elena.
Gracias a Elena.
And it is starting to change
Y esto va a comenzar a cambiar
how we understand ourselves
cómo nosotros nos extendemos a nosotros mismos
and who we are as a church.
y quiénes somos nosotros como iglesia.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Bueno, otra pregunta. Como obispo, ¿cómo comunicaría y llamaría a las diversas y multilingües comunidades de la diócesis? As bishop, how would you communicate and reach out to our diverse and multilingual communities?
On Pentecost,
En el Pentecostés,
I preached a sermon that I have never preached before in my life.
yo di un sermón que nunca antes lo había dado en mi vida.
I preached about how I began to understand
Yo hablé de que yo estaba comenzando a entender
for the first time in my life
por primera vez en mi vida
that the Episcopal Church
que la iglesia episcopal
began as an ethnic church.
comenzó como una iglesia étnica.
And the ethnicity
Y la etnicidad, cultura,
was the Angles,
eran los anglos,
as in England,
como los anglos de Inglaterra
or the Anglican Church.
o la iglesia anglicana.
For much of our history,
Por la mayoría de nuestra historia,
we have ignored this beginning.
nosotros hemos ignorado nuestros principios,
And
el principio
assumed-
de nosotros, perdón.
And assumed
Y yo asumo
that everybody
que todos
was like the people
eran como las personas
who started this church.
quienes comenzaron esta iglesia.
This has been a huge problem.
Esto ha sido un gran problema.
And we are just beginning to understand
Y hemos estado comenzando apenas a entender,
as a church to communicate
como iglesia, a
And
comunicar
and be present with one another
y estar presentes unos para otros
in the rich and varied ways
en una manera enriquecida y diferente
that we live in this world.
que nosotros vivimos en este mundo.
Which means
Lo que quiere decir,
we need to be able to speak and understand
nosotros necesitamos comenzar a hablar y a entender
and live in the ways
y vivir de una manera
of people from Tonga.
de como las personas de Tonga
And our communities
y nuestras comunidades
in San Francisco and Oakland
en San Francisco o en Oakland,
who worship in Cantonese,
quienes hacen su alabanza en cantonés,
as well as
así como
in Espanol.
en español.
We are just, as a church, a big church,
Nosotros apenas, como una iglesia grande,
learning how to do this well.
estamos aprendiendo a cómo hacer esto bien.
And as your next bishop,
Y como su próximo obispo,
if it were to be me,
si es que llego a ser yo,
we need to completely reimagine
nosotros tenemos que completamente reimaginar
how we communicate
cómo nos comunicamos
digitally
digitalmente
between the bishop and the congregations,
entre el obispo y la congregación
and fundamentally learn
y aprender de manera fundamental
what it's like for us to live together,
cómo sería que nosotros viviéramos todos juntos.
not just in churches isolated from one another.
No solamente en las iglesias, aislados unos de los otros.
This will mean
Esto quiere decir
building more regular,
comenzar a crear más regularmente,
intentional,
intencionalmente,
and profound relationships
relaciones profundas
between our congregations.
entre nuestras congregaciones.
Richmond to Berkeley,
De Richmond a Berkeley,
Belmont to San Mateo,
de Belmont a San Mateo
Antioch to Danville.
y desde Antioch hasta Denville.
And this is where we will find life.
Y es allí donde nosotros vamos a encontrar vida.
Gracias.
Otra pregunta. ¿Hay la oportunidad de mejor conectar nuestras congregaciones con nuestras instituciones de la diócesis, nuestra Iglesia Catedral y nuestro personal diocesano? Todo entre ellos conectados. ¿Cómo empezaría usted un proyecto así? There is opportunity to better connect our congregations with our our diocesan institutions, our cathedral church, and our dio house staff, all with each other. How might you start a project like this?
Yes, that is essential.
Sí, eso es esencial.
And there is so much possibility.
Y hay mucha posibilidad.
One thing I would do if I were bishop
Una cosa que yo haría si yo llego a ser el obispo
is to create a way to share
es crear una manera de compartir
our shared practices
nuestras prácticas que compartimos
and our knowledge
y nuestro conocimiento
across our congregations.
por toda nuestra congregación.
Right now in our diocese,
En este momento en nuestra diócesis,
and this is the fault of no one person,
y esto no es la culpa de nadie,
much of our life is lived
la mayor parte de nuestra vida la estamos viviendo
with the cathedral or the diocesan staff in the middle and the bishop at the middle,
con la catedral y el personal de la catedral y el obispo en el centro,
and all the congregations coordinating through them.
y todas las congregaciones tienen que coordinar por medio de ellos.
And that is not fair
Y eso no es justo
to our diocesan staff
para nuestra diócesis, para nuestro personal
or our bishop.
o para nuestro obispo.
I want to be able to share
Yo quiero poder compartir
all the ways we already know how to live
todas las maneras como nosotros ya sabemos cómo vivir
across all of our congregations
por todas nuestras congregaciones,
so that it doesn't have to come through the center.
para que no se tenga que estar pasando por ese centro.
There are many times
Hay muchas veces
when I have been leading a congregation
cuando yo he estado necesitando una congregación
where I have felt like
donde yo me he sentido
I need to invent
como que necesito inventar
something that I am sure
algo que yo ya estoy seguro
someone has already done much better,
que alguien ya lo había hecho y mucho mejor.
but I don't know where they are yet,
Pero yo no sé dónde están ellos todavía,
to be able to ask them
para poder preguntarles a ellos
if they could share.
si podrían compartir.
So, what we would do
Entonces, lo que nosotros haríamos
is build out
es crear
a networked hub
como una red
to share this knowledge
para compartir todo este conocimiento,
so that wardens
para que los guardianes
and lay leaders
y los líderes de la comunidad
and clergy
y el clero
can turn to our peers
pueden ir hacia sus compañeros
to share this work together.
y compartir ese trabajo juntos.
I know this work can be done
Yo sé que este trabajo se puede hacer
because it already is being done
porque ya lo están haciendo
by other nonprofits
por otras organizaciones sin fines de lucro
in our area.
en nuestras áreas.
It just needs some focus
Solo necesita que nos enfoquemos
and some trust
y confianza
that together
de que juntos
we have everything we need.
tenemos todo lo que necesitamos.
We just have to be ready to share it.
Simplemente tenemos que estar listos para compartir.
And I hope
Y yo espero
that because of my decades of relationship
que debido a las décadas de relaciones que tengo
with clergy
con el clero
and lay leaders in this diocese,
y con los líderes comunitarios de nuestra diócesis,
that I could be a catalyst
que yo voy a poder ser el catalizador
to help this collaborative work
de ayudar a este trabajo colaborativo.
of living in the vineyard.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Vivir en el viñedo
Together.
juntos.
Thank you.
Bueno, ¿qué pensamientos tiene sobre los inmigrantes? Oh, hombre, yo pensé que ya pregunté esto. A ver. ¿Qué hice? Perdón, pero estaba poniendo atención y perdí mi plaza. Ok, no, estoy bien. Bueno, ¿qué piensa usted de los inmigrantes que llegan a este país? Did I ask that? Hombre, ok. A ver, lo siento. Sí, ya están inventando preguntas. Ok, aquí estoy, en el número 2. Es que Paul tiene todo esto organizado y hay tarjetitas. Aquí estamos. ¿A quién cree usted que el obispo debe ser contable o es contable? To whom do you think the bishop is accountable or should be?
Many years ago,
Hace muchos años,
I read a reflection
yo leí una reflexión
about how we place our bishops
cómo es que nosotros colocamos a nuestros obispos
on a pedestal.
en un pedestal.
And it is much, the fall from a pedestal
Y una caída de un pedestal
is much more painful
es mucho más dolorosa
for everybody involved.
para todos los que están envueltos.
And this person said
Y esta persona dijo
that rather than place our bishop on a pedestal,
que en vez de colocar al obispo en un pedestal,
we should be working alongside
nosotros deberíamos de estar trabajando lado a lado,
to both support
tanto para dar apoyo
and guide
y dar guía
and challenge.
y también dar, retos, gracias.
In Christian community,
En las comunidades cristianas
it is essential
es esencial
for everyone to be accountable.
que cada uno sea contable.
Our life as a church
Nuestras vidas como iglesia
is littered with examples
está llena de ejemplos
of the destruction that happens
de la destrucción que puede suceder
when we don't hold each other accountable.
cuando nosotros no hacemos responsables a cada uno.
It is why in the rule of Saint Benedict,
Y es por eso que en la regla de San Benedict,
developed in the 5th century,
que se desarrolló en el siglo V,
the abbot
el abad, el abad
is as responsible
es tan responsable
to the newest novice
hasta para con el más nuevo
as the novice is to
de
the
los,
abbot.
de los novatos. Sorry.
Yes. Oh, yeah, to the abbot, to the novice, and the novice to the abbot.
Ok, así como el abad al novato y el novato para con el abad.
In our diocese,
En nuestra diócesis,
some of that is already in our structures.
algo de eso ya lo tenemos en nuestras estructuras.
It begins with our standing committee,
Comienza con el comité permanente, okay,
who has a special responsibility
quienes tienen una responsabilidad especial.
to, again, walk with the bishop
Como una vez más, ellos caminar al lado del obispo
and hold them accountable.
y hacerlos a ellos responsables.
I would expect nothing less
Yo no voy a esperar nada menos que eso.
and hope for that robust relationship
Y espero de esta relación fortalecida
of support
de apoyo
and guidance
y guía
and accountability
y también responsabilidad.
if I am to be your bishop.
Si es que yo llego a ser su obispo.
It is not unlike
Y no hay, tal vez no va a haber la posibilidad
the relationship that I have
de que las relaciones que yo tengo
with the vestries that I have served with
con los otros guardianes con los cuales yo he servido
and the wardens that I have served with
y los guardianes que también he servido
for the last 20 years.
por los últimos 20 años.
It has helped me personally
Me ha ayudado a mí personalmente
know that there are people who
saber de que hay personas quienes
care for me
yo les importo
and care for the church
y les importa la iglesia
enough to ask me the difficult questions
lo suficiente para preguntarme a mí las preguntas difíciles
and be willing with love
y estar dispuestos con amor
to tell me the truth
de decirme la verdad
even when it is uncomfortable.
aun cuando sea algo incómodo.
This is when Christian community
Es aquí cuando la comunidad cristiana
is holy
es santificada, santa
and strong
y fuerte
and ultimately loving.
y últimamente llena de amor.
Y la última pregunta es, ¿cuál es su opinión del cursillo?
What is your opinion of cursillo?
I have participated
Yo he participado
in a few forms
en unas cuantas o diferentes maneras
of retreats
de retiros
like Cursillo.
como cursillo.
I was a teacher
Yo fui como maestro
and a youth minister
en un ministerio juvenil
with middle schoolers
con niños de la escuela media
at a Cursillo-like retreat
en un retiro como cursillo
called New Beginnings.
que se llamaba Nuevos Comienzos.
And I participated
Y yo participé
in a similar retreat
en otro retiro muy similar
in prison
en una prisión
called Kairos.
que se llamaba Kairos. Kairos.
That one is more difficult right now
Esa es mucho más difícil ahora.
as we try to learn
Conforme nosotros estamos tratando de aprender
how best to bring
cómo,
this light and this life
cómo mejor traer esta luz y esta vida
of Jesus
de Jesús
to those who are imprisoned
a aquellos que están en prisión
and still invite
y todavía invitar
everyone to the table.
a todos a que se sienten en la mesa.
We will learn that.
Nosotros aprenderemos a eso.
But for me,
Pero para mí,
the most important moment I had
el momento más importante que yo tuve
in a Cursillo-like retreat
en un retiro que era como cursillo
was when I was a senior in high school.
era cuando yo estaba en el último año de la secundaria.
I made a retreat called Happening,
Yo fui a un retiro que se llamaba Habitat
and it is based on the same structure as Cursillo.
y está basado en la misma estructura de cursillo.
Lots of singing,
Mucho canto,
lots of service,
mucho servicio
and lots of testimony from the heart.
y mucho testimonio del corazón.
And I had been hoping
Y yo he estado esperando
that I would have a connection with Jesus
que yo voy a llegar a tener una conexión con Jesús.
while I was on this retreat
Mientras yo estuve en este retiro,
in the Santa Cruz Mountains.
en las montañas de Santa Cruz,
And it did not happen on Friday.
y no sucedió el viernes,
And it did not happen on
y
Saturday.
no sucedió el sábado,
And it did not happen on Sunday morning.
y tampoco sucedió el domingo en la mañana.
And I was very disappointed.
Y yo estaba bien decepcionado.
And then on Sunday afternoon,
Y de ahí, el domingo en la tarde,
there was a terrible storm.
hubo una tormenta bien terrible,
And it closed Highway 17.
que hasta cerraron la carretera 17.
And so our bus
Entonces nuestro bus
had to come back alongside the ocean.
se tuvo que regresar a la orilla del mar.
And it was while our bus was hugging the curves of Highway 1
Y mientras nuestro bus iba correteando a la orilla de la carretera 1, a la orilla del mar,
that I looked out the window
que yo miré afuera hacia la ventana
and I saw the endless sea
y yo vi el mar inmenso.
and I saw the waves crashing to shore
Y yo miraba cómo las olas estaban pegando contra la orilla.
and I saw the flowers on the hillside
Y yo vi las flores flores en la montaña al lado,
that I was overwhelmed
que entonces yo me sentí súper cargado o emocionado
by the relentless
¿por el qué? Por esto que no terminaba
love of God.
o por el inmenso amor de Dios.
And in that moment,
Y en ese momento
it happened.
sucedió.
I don't know how long it was.
Yo realmente no sé cuánto tiempo duró.
It could have been 10 seconds.
Pudieron haber sido o 10 segundos
It could have been 10 minutes.
o pudieron haber sido 10 minutos.
But I knew in my bones
Pero en ese momento yo supe, lo sentí en mis huesos,
the love of God in Christ.
el amor de Dios en Cristo.
And I want everyone
Y yo quiero que cada uno
to be able to have that experience.
llegue a tener esa experiencia.
Okay, the last question. You can think of it as you're walking up here. What is your favorite food at a church social?
Esta es la última pregunta. ¿Cuál es su comida, su plato favorito en el convivio?
Tamales.
Tamales.
Tan fácil. Los tamales que hemos comido ya.
Los tamales de aquí.
On All Saints, All Souls Sunday, which is tomorrow,
Todos Santos, que es mañana,
one of our parishioners,
una persona de nuestra parroquia,
Martin Ortega,
Martín
in
Ortega,
honor of his father,
en honor a la memoria de su padre,
makes the best chorizo con frijoles.
hace el mejor chorito con frijoles.
Augusta, you are the first one up, and because we dropped the card with the question on it this morning, you will have an additional 2 minutes to answer questions. So, beginning with the drop question.
Okay.
To whom do you think the bishop is or should be accountable?
Super important. So I think that there are consecutive layers of accountability. In my experience and in my own practice, I am going to kind of begin with the outer layer and move in. So the first is the diocese, really you, being accountable to lay leadership, including, but not limited to, standing committee, executive council, other leadership bodies, the clergy, including deacons. And so it's the collective we. It's being held accountable by vestries and discernment committees. It's going in when you go to a parish visitation and having a regular meeting every time you have a visitation with a vestry and answering their questions, being in the hot seat like tonight. And really wrestling and dreaming and discerning and praying together. So that's the place of, in the broadest sense, of accountability. And then there's another layer of accountability. There's the accountability with my family. There's the accountability with my therapist and my spiritual director, so I can stay healthy for myself, for my family, for you. There's another layer of accountability with my bishops and the presiding bishop. And then there's accountability with God in Christ and through the Holy Spirit. I have to be grounded in that deep sense of relationship with Jesus and my vocation and this privilege of being an ordained person. It's not a right. It is a privilege to be ordained in the church. And so I hold that accountability and responsibility seriously.
Thank you. Mike, do you need the microphone to be used?
I'm using this.
Oh,
I'm mic'd.
How did you do that?
Like magic,
I just thought you
man.
had a big voice. Sorry. First question. How do you see yourself setting up and implementing a plan to develop a pastoral relationship with individual churches throughout the diocese?
Great question. So aside from the regular visitation schedule, which is planned, I would assume, much like Western North Carolina, on a 2-year rotation. So you try to get into every parish on a 2-year rotation. I think initially there would be multiple connections. Our bishop, when he first arrived in Western North Carolina, I can't imagine now how he did it, but he did it. He visited every parish within 1 year. And so he made the rounds, and that might have been a Wednesday potluck or a Saturday morning breakfast. So he visited every parish within 1 year. It's hard work, but it was worth it because he was in front of every congregation, every vestry within a year. I think it's also important to do some regional gatherings, especially with clergy, to really get to know the clergy in the diocese, to share stories so I can hear their hopes and dreams, their struggles. And so I think between visiting deaneries, visiting every parish in the diocese, that would be one of the ways to kickstart and deepen those relationships that you then build on for the years after that part. And then it could also be having moments where you have open Zoom night with the bishop, where you could have that maybe quarterly and just kind of hop on a Zoom and hang out with your cup of coffee if it's in the morning or in the evening with a nice seltzered water or whatever might be your beverage of choice, and just kind of hang out. And then I also wonder, might there be other learning opportunities where we can come together and study something, learn something together, pray together, worship together, play. I like to play and have fun. And so I would love to explore all of those options and turn to some wise voices in the diocese and ask, what would be most helpful? What am I missing?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next question. What would your approach be to pastoral care of priests and deacons in our diocese?
So I'm going to build on what I just said. I have experienced that one of the aspects of a healthy diocese is the relationship between a priest and their bishop, between a deacon and their bishop. And here is why I share that. Yes, it is about healthy lay leadership, and I want to get to that in a moment. It is about healthy congregations and their vitality. But there's a unique relationship between a bishop and their clergy. The bishop is their chief pastor. The bishop is one who can love them and have their back and support and equip them and hold them accountable. Call them back to their true selves. Tell them the truth. Ask for them to kind of turn when they make mistakes, because all clergy, including bishops, are human, and that happens. And so having opportunities for retreat and prayer and study is one of those ways that you begin to build those relationships. And then as a bishop, I think it's vitally important that you practice being held accountable. Like the first question is, you have to have an open door policy. One of the first things I would do is actually give out my cell phone number to all the clergy in the diocese. I would trust them to use it wisely. If it's an emergency, I don't want to be surprised. I want to know what's happening. So you need to call, you need to text. It would be a direct email. It would not be an email that would be filtered by an executive assistant. Along with that, you've got to build relationships with lay leadership in the diocese. You need to provide opportunities for lay people to feel they have access to their bishop. That it's not this hierarchical, overly hierarchical relationship, that there's an open door policy of building relationships of trust and mutuality.
Thank you. In terms of church growth, how can we appeal to younger people and people of color?
So my response initially would be, you have to be authentic. You have got to be real. As a church, we do Sundays really, really well. We know how to design and implement wonderful liturgy, inviting people to pray, to sing, to go deep with God. I would be more concerned, and I am more concerned about what happens Monday through Saturday during the week. And I think our young people in particular care about that. They are hungry for places where they can show up and be their authentic selves. One of the things I most recently heard from Brene Brown is the distinction between fitting in and actually belonging. Fitting in is showing up and having to conform to the norm of a group. But belonging is where you can actually come and be your whole and complete self. And so we have to practice vulnerability. We have to practice actually getting comfortable with folks that could be different from us, including our young people. The way they look, the way they dress, the way they speak, their hopes and dreams, the way they move and have their being in the world. And I think as a predominantly white organization, as a church, we have to also continue to get real with our own history. We have to be able to hear truth and speak truth. One of the things I'm fascinated by is the work of cultural humility. It was started by two African-American doctors at Oakland Hospital, and it really invites the idea of storytelling. Stories have power, and so one of the ways that we can kind of get out of our own way and be authentic is to create space to deeply listen to the stories of other human beings and how that changes us and transforms us so our values and our goals start to align to adjust power dynamic and difference so that they all match up or match up better.
Thank you. Next question. Given the losses congregations have experienced because of COVID, what are your thoughts on our parish assessment formula with respect to funding for parish and diocesan ministries?
So, if I'm not mistaken, this is a really hot topic issue here in the diocese. So from what I also understand, the current assessment practice is rather new. It has been studied, it's been researched by a group of folks, and so I understand the parameters of it. I also understand it's really hard. It's hard as we try to hold two goods at the same time. We value equity, and we also understand that there's actually incredible things happening at all of our churches across the diocese. I come from a diocese where we tithe 10% straight across, so that's one model of parish giving. And an assessment is also another model. So I understand underneath it all is anxiety. The anxiety of giving to a larger organization when you may or may not have any relationship to that organization. If you're a church that is giving more based on the assessment formula, it kind of might pinch a little bit because you don't know where the money's going and you don't have a relationship to where the money's going. You may not see it in action. You don't see how it's changing a small mission church in Half Moon Bay or in some other part of the diocese. You've got some mission churches here. How do you build those relationships so that you can see how you're helping change lives in each place? So that in an assessment formula, what I would love to consider is there another word? I think assessment doesn't really inspire giving. What's the faithful, generative giving out of gratitude, out of thanksgiving, because it's about relationships and equipping all of us together?
Thank you. How would you include more diverse communities in your vision for the diocese? And how has your ministry experience had an impact on your thinking?
Can you say that one more time?
Yep. How would you include more diverse communities in your vision for the diocese? And how has your ministry experience had an impact on your thinking?
So I'm going to answer the second half first and then get to the first half. So I'm going to just quickly give you a little bit more of my background. I grew up in the Bay Area until I was 13, and then we moved to Honolulu, Hawaii, where I lived for most of middle school, high school, and college. One of the things I loved about living in one of the most diverse, multicultural, multilingual parts around the world is something that comes from the Hawaiian tradition that really changed my life. And it's this idea of talk story. Has anybody heard of that? Talk story, right? You're on the lanai, you're at the beach, you talk story. It's about showing up and being real, telling about your day, telling about your family story. I love that phrase, and I love the phrase beneath it. Really getting to know one another and just kind of hanging loose, getting to know one another. So that has guided my leadership to create an open space for people to come together. So if you're going to create a vision or have at least a big rough outline of a vision, you've got to test the vision. You've got to bring people in to see if the vision actually makes sense or has any viability, or is it gonna go anywhere? So you gotta go out and say, hey, what do you think about this idea? And so you go to those communities that reflect that diversity and that multicultural aspect that's so wonderful here, and kind of give it a test run. What do you think about this idea? What do you think about this big, broad vision? I need your honest, authentic feedback, and to say, Augusta, you're missing the mark. You're off base here. Try something else. And then you co-build that vision. Got some ideas, but it's not going to go anywhere unless you get buy-in. So you've got to do this together.
Thank you. Next question. How can the diocese help parishes better serve the homeless?
How can parishes help serve the unhoused, the homeless? There are so many different ways to get at that big challenge. So I have been in places that worked with, and I understand in this particular deanery, you've got a robust interfaith organization that many of you partner with. Episcopalians do not have to do everything all by themselves, nor should we be the only thing in town trying to address the big issues. We have to collaborate, we have to partner, and sometimes we need to get out of our own way. So that could be everything from a day shelter, so people can get out from the heat or get out from the cold, and doing that together or on your own, seeing the need. Maybe that's a night shelter. Maybe that is a week-long shelter that rotates church to church. I think that actually might happen around here. We did that in Asheville with women, getting women because they didn't have enough beds that were safe in the evening shelter in downtown Asheville. It's called Room in the Inn. You could then get more creative with more funding, which then starts to get to become a challenge. So where does the money come from? You got to partner together, call the diocese, figure out ways where we find the money to build affordable housing, to build transitional housing out of the shelter. You need a spot to go, and then you can get into something more permanent. But you've got to do it with a whole host of other resources, other support, food, mental health care, physical care, all of the other support. So you have to do it together and get creative.
Thank you. What makes you truly come alive in your relationship to God? And how do you see that playing out in your episcopate?
So these are the places that I feel my most genuine, authentic self, where I feel like I'm in that communion relationship with God. I've got to be outside most of the time. I find it in music. I find it in just being with my family. I find it in quiet, holy spaces. I find it at potlucks. I find it in jubilant festivals and parties and gatherings. Find it in somber moments like funerals. I find it in joyful moments like weddings and baptisms. And I find it in kind of surprising ways. Maybe it's watching a TV show or reading the newspaper. It's where I find myself getting and I kind of feel myself being opened up to the holy. It's where I'm caught unawares. I am sustained, and I am grounded, and I am guided by knowing I am not alone, by knowing that I am constantly surrounded by the holy, that I am constantly surrounded by a great cloud of witnesses, whether it's family or the saints that have walked before us. And I would bring that with me, that love of nature, that love of music, that love of being silly and playful and joyous. Because I would want to do that with you. I'd want to find out, how does God show up in your life? How does the Holy Spirit become real with you? And how do we go deep together through Scripture, through sacred music, through delight in God's creation?
Thank you. What steps would you take with a congregation that struggles to stay open?
So we have a wonderful parish that is in one of the furthest corners of our diocese. It takes about 2.5 hours to get there, and they are just delightful and wonderful. But they're in a really remote corner of Western North Carolina. There's not a big town. It's a tiny little village. Their full-time rector left to take another job. And they have, and then the pandemic happened, which slowed down transitions for this community. And they realized they had spent all of their reserves. They had nothing left. They had spent all their money on their priest. They had this beautiful building, but there was deferred maintenance. They were terrified. Terrified of being forgotten, of having to close the doors, sell the property, the stories that had been built, the relationships that had been nurtured and sustained in this place. So when this priest left just before the pandemic, I called and got on a Zoom with a vestry. And we spent the next 2 years in relationship as the Canon to the ordinary. And I think ultimately it is the bishop showing up with these congregations that are struggling, that are holding on to the places and the communities that they love and the ministries that they love, and you have to walk with them. Yes, you find resources, whether that can be money, maybe that can be a support team, but the bishop has to be there and not be checked out or in another place or doing something else. The bishop has to know those stories. And I am excited to say that they're in the process of interviewing a part-time person. I had to really be vulnerable to walk with them when they were frustrated that they couldn't find somebody, angry, despairing. I would go and preach regularly, support them. And now we're slowly, after all this time, beginning to turn a corner. And their light is beginning to continue to shine even brighter.
Thank you. What is your approach to navigating and resolving diocesan conflict?
What is the process? So I'm going to tell just a short story. It's not big diocesan conflict, but it might get to kind of the heart of where we're headed. So one of the things the bishop identified when he arrived in the fall of 2016 was that our canons and constitution were woefully inadequate. They just weren't robust. They didn't provide the kind of clarity and descriptions that we needed as a diocese to be a little more nimble, to have the kind of clarity we needed so that we understood what different canonical commissions and committees and agencies and boards would be responsible for. Everything from the structure of our convention to the Commission on Ministry to Finance Committee. So that process took 4 years. We needed a group of people, a small team, to begin to work on it with the Committee on Constitution and Canons. It was spearheaded by our chancellor. And there was a lot of distrust in the diocese that the bishop was driving this force. But they didn't realize he never went to any of these meetings. He never was there because he wanted the group to do the work. Now, he was kept apprised. He had a couple of things that he cared a lot about. Well, it got to convention. Well, one, you have to read it into convention, and then you hope it, and you work on it, and then it comes back to the next year. Well, it didn't pass after the second time. So then the next year, it had to be re-entered. We had a brand new committee, and that committee went out. They started last spring, they went all summer. Congregation by congregation, clergy by clergy, to say what here in this process doesn't feel right. Our goal is to get to yes. So it took 4 years. That's the process with conflict. You have got to walk into it, and then you can't run away, you can't hide. You've got to sit and listen to people while they're sharing their angst, their upset, their frustration. And if you can't do it alone, you bring in mediators, you bring in facilitators. But I think as a bishop, you've got to be willing to walk into it and take the energy, the emotion that comes at you.
Thank you. This may well be the last question.
Okay?
And it's a big one. What challenge do you think the Diocese of California will be facing in 10 years? And how would you help us prepare for it? Crystal ball.
So I heard from a colleague of mine that they stopped giving crystal balls in about 1980 at seminary. I wish I had one. I'm going to hazard a guess. And again, I am not an expert. And I'm going to tell you, I promise I would never assume to be the expert in most things. I know many things, but I also know my own limitations and my own imperfections. And my leadership style is to gather those who actually know ministry, those aspects of ministry that I just don't have that background in. So I'm going to hazard a guess. I wonder if one of the things that we need to wrestle with going over the next 10 years is this rising, the financial, economic challenge of the cost of living, meeting people where they're at, and doing those big, bold things. You mentioned homelessness earlier. There's that whole housing crisis about where people can feel safe and secure, the other social implications around gentrification, the other challenges around your own house value and wanting to preserve your equity. How do we do this? Because when we left Foster City in 1982, my parents bought a house in Foster City in 1971 for $30,000. If we knew now what we knew then, or we knew then what we know now, and we've been talking about it ever since. Every time I come back to the Bay Area to meet with family, we're always talking about the housing problem since the 80s, and it's not changed. So that's not going to go away. So I wonder that housing economic situation, how do we harness and talk about that and delve deeply into that?
Thank you, Augusta.
You're welcome.
How do you see yourself setting up and implementing a plan to develop a pastoral relationship with individual churches throughout the diocese?
Could you repeat one more time?
Yeah. How do you see yourself setting up and implementing a plan to develop a pastoral relationship with individual churches throughout the diocese?
Great.
Okay.
Step in
He's
front.
getting it? Okay, good. Just move to the side. Well, one of the things I think that happens in any pastoral relationship is that it takes time. You don't develop a pastoral relationship in a couple days or a couple months. It's something that takes time spent in life together. One of the things that I would love to be able to do is to be in relationship with congregations and with lay leaders and clergy outside of the visitation schedule. That, of course, will happen and will be great, and that will be hopefully well within the canonical requirement of 3 years, would be a goal to start with. But I really want to get to know your area, where you live, what's important about where you live, where the pain points are, and where the places of hope are. One of the things in the I've learned about the Maori tradition is that when you say who you are and where you're from, you reference your nearest body of water and the highest point. So my name is Phil Brochard, and I'm from Cordonesis Creek, and I think Grizzly Peak, right? And so as bishop, I would love to know your landmarks. Where do you live? What's your watershed? Take me to your favorite taqueria. I would love to come, for instance, and do a walking tour or a bike tour of your area, because it's not only important for me to develop that relationship with you and your area, but I also think having someone along that you're a tour guide with opens up new things for you to see as well. And it's when we're open to the neighborhoods and to the spaces that we're in, that we're permeable to where the Spirit is, that new life emerges. And I want for that life to emerge together.
Thank you. The next question is related. What would your approach be to pastoral care of priests and deacons in our diocese?
That's really, really important, and I can speak to that personally as a priest of this diocese and just a priest in general. Leading Christian communities can be oddly isolating. You wouldn't think that would be the case, but sometimes it can be. And especially at times of crisis, it's not helpful for a priest often or a deacon to be receiving the pastoral care from the community that they serve. And so one place that will be important, and I think already is important for many, but not for all, is from peers, right? And so being able to support each other. And there's a particular role and relationship of a bishop with the college of clergy that they serve with. And so another thing that I've learned as a priest in a congregation, pastoring others, is that sometimes that information about someone who needs a visit in the hospital doesn't come directly to me. And so sometimes that comes from another person that says, in my case often, Gloria Bain, says to me, you need to go check in on, give a call to, and I do. And so as we would build trust in our diocese and nurture trust amongst clergy and with the bishop, that's one of the things I would also hope to engender, is the lean of people to say, please go call so-and-so. They just did 4 funerals this week. Or their mom just moved into assisted living. Or their partner is going through a really rough time. And there's something unique in particular, I think, about the bishop then calling and caring for the people who are doing the work in the congregation, loving on the people who love.
Thank you. In terms of church growth, how can we appeal to younger people and people of color?
Well, it is, to me, it comes from a place of the incredible good news and gift that we receive. It is not because we are afraid. It is not because we don't have enough people in our churches, or enough young people in our churches, or enough diversity in our churches. In my experience, people it's like dogs smelling fear. People sense that immediately and really don't want to have anything to do with that, which I understand. Instead, the Episcopal Impact Fund recently had a phenomenal postcard and program where they said, "Meet Jesus in the streets with us." And I say yes. And that is where you will find many of our young people. That is where you will find people of color who are looking to create change in this world. And it's when we forget that the life we seek is found on those boundaries, and we retreat to the places of familiarity and comfort, frankly, like we have done for a while, that we lose that edge. And that's where Jesus is already. That's the other thing, is we don't need to, sometimes we worry that we won't be able to find Jesus. And I think that the church, and I'm talking about not just generations, but centuries of Christian practice, tell us where Jesus can reliably be found. And that's where the life will be for all kinds of people to participate.
Thank you. Given the losses congregations have experienced because of COVID, what are your thoughts on our parish assessment formula with respect to funding for parish and diocesan ministries?
Next question. I know. No. Yeah, don't we get like a pass on these? No. This is where the rubber meets the road, doesn't it? I've been in this diocese long enough to have served on the diocesan task force for assessment last time we did this, which was about 15 years ago. And I'll tell you my experience of that because I don't want it replicated, because I think there's another way to do this. My experience of that one was we went out and surveyed all kinds of dioceses, and what was most interesting, not just looking at the numbers, but looking at the structures that provided for relationship. Because I think that's actually what we're talking about. I think we're talking about relationships that have felt fractured or disconnected. So we went through this process, we gathered all this information, and in the end, a decision was made, in my experience, outside of the process that lowered the number. I think it went from 20 to 17. And while that might have relieved the pressure, it did not deal with the underlying challenge. Right. And I'll also tell you right now that I don't know what the answer is. But I think it's out there. And we can discover it together. If we trust in one another and aren't afraid to have those difficult conversations. The ones that make, that make you feel it right here. But if you can trust that the Spirit is present in the person you're talking with and in this body that doesn't always act in the way that we want it to. Paul talks about this a lot. But if we trust that we can listen for the Spirit long enough to find the way forward, I really do believe it can happen. It's not going to happen easily, and it's going to happen with lots of conversation over time. But I do believe we can find something that will be fruitful for all.
Thank you. Next question. How has your ministry experience impacted how you would include more diverse communities in your vision for the diocese?
One of the things I am most proud about, so I'm a child of the Bay, right? I grew up, I was born in San Francisco, grew up in Oakland Public Schools, went to Cal and Berkeley. I did exile in Los Angeles for a while, but came back pretty quickly. And then was in New York to be trained as a priest, and came back and served here in this congregation, in this diocese, excuse me. And one of the things, whenever I talk to somebody from other parts of the world, that I am most proud about, and the thing that gives me the most life, is how diverse the Bay is. People from all over the world, people from all over our country, and one of the things that I lament is when I go into Costco, right? I go into Costco, and that's what I want the Episcopal Church to look like. Because everybody's at Costco. Now, I realize that there's some things that have historically happened that have shaped the Episcopal Church to be the way it is. And there's some things particularly about how we understand church and whiteness that we need to address. Earlier this morning, I spoke about a sermon I preached at Pentecost when I finally realized that the Episcopal Church and the Anglican Church is an ethnic church. It's the church of the Angles. But we don't want to surface that and then be able to acknowledge that and then find out, how do we bring other people into this? And this is something that we in the 21st century have the ability to do. It's something that All Souls, we've done, the church I serve in, that we've done, and it's become more diverse over time, and I yearn for it to be even more diverse. And I think that collectively as a diocese, we can take the steps to make that possible.
Thank you. Next question. How can the diocese help parishes better serve the homeless?
Well, first off, by not calling them the homeless. No disrespect intended to whoever wrote that question. But I think that the very thing that happens that I've experienced when I've talked to folks who are living on the streets is that they profoundly and elementally feel othered. During COVID, when we were meeting in the courtyard because we could not be indoors, one of the things that broke my heart was we had a visitor come, and she had been around the church at different times, but she said she hadn't come because she had not been housed, and she didn't feel like she could show up to church anymore. That she wouldn't. She said, it wasn't you, she said, although I felt like I could see how it could be us. This last Sunday, one of our parishioners, again, it almost broke my heart, who came forward. We had Stewardship Sunday, and as part of that, we fill out our pledges as part of the service, and we all come up and place it on the altar. And one of our parishioners, who I know lives on the Cal campus, but not in a dorm, he has a spot he's found near one of the buildings, came forward and filled out a pledge card because he fundamentally feels like he is a member of our congregation and is seen that way and is known that way. And so that's one of the first things we do, is we find ways to really help people belong. And then we do the work that Episcopal Community Services is doing, and many, many other folks, to fundamentally restructure how we do housing in this Bay. And we're starting that work, but we have so much more to go. And I'll say something about that in another answer, I'm sure.
Thank you. Next question. What makes you truly come alive in your relationship to God? And how do you see that playing out in your episcopate?
I have colleagues who are priests and deacons who say that they can't worship at church. And that just makes me really sad. I understand part of why that is because, you've got monkey brain, you've got all these things you're thinking about, you're seeing, oh my gosh, that person came back, and is anybody going to show that young parent to where the kids are, and all these things. But I can tell you that tomorrow I'll miss it. Because we're going to be at St. Paul's in Walnut Creek, and I will not be with All Souls for our Feast of All Saints and All Souls. But here's what's going to happen. Two things. One, at the very beginning of the service, the banjo is going to start playing, and it's going to be this plaintive plucking, and it's going to start a song called Take Me Home, Lord. And it makes me cry every single time, because we sing about this relationship with God that's not just right now, and it's not just then, but it's together. And then all the great stuff that's going to happen during the service, the teachings and all that, and then at the very end, we're going to sing our way out the doors. And this time it's going to be a trumpet that will start it, and it's going to start ba-ba-bum-bum-bum, ba-ba-bum-bum-bum, and then it's going to pick up. And then pretty soon, before you know it, people are going to be swaying, and they're going to be dancing, and we're going to be singing, or they're going to be singing about the saints who come marching in. And so I have felt really deeply gifted to be able to worship on a Sunday morning with the people I love and the places I've served. And I would hope to God that that would continue if I were to be your bishop. In fact, if that couldn't happen, please don't elect me.
Thank you. Next question. What steps would you take with a congregation that struggles to stay open?
Well, the first step is to love on them and to affirm them that they are trying really, really hard. I have never, ever, I've worked with dozens and dozens of congregations across the Episcopal Church, and I have never come to a congregation and found the leadership or the people of that congregation that they didn't love the place they were. So I just want to affirm that right off the top. And as I talked about earlier in the book that you'll find at, number 425,868, there are actually some practices, some really practical things that you can do to help help your congregation become more vital and healthy and effective. And so there are practices and there's models, things to pay attention to, like a model from the former Archbishop of the Yukon, Melissa Skelton, who talks about a congregation needs to pay attention to gathering together, be transformed by God, and be sent out into the world to come back to that congregation that next Wednesday or Sunday or whatever it is. And so there are primary ways to do that, and actually some of that is happening right now with our Vital and Thriving. But particularly, there are congregations for whom that life cycle, everything that's created has a life cycle, that life cycle is coming to an end. I don't think it's the bishops should not make that decision themselves. That is a conversation with the people of that place as to what is happening and what should happen next. And sometimes it is actually a Christian burial that should be the next action. Trusting that the Spirit is still moving. And those people will find life elsewhere. Those resources will find life elsewhere, perhaps even in church plants, which I actually still believe in. Right? And there's resources here in the Bay who actually want to do that with Episcopal churches. So there are many different possible avenues, but it has to do fundamentally with agency and autonomy resting in the people who have loved on that place.
Thank you. Next question. What is your approach to navigating and resolving diocesan conflicts?
I don't think we have those here. No, I've been around here long enough to know that's not the case. And again, I think that's boy, we know how to fight in church, don't we? I mean, But I have found that often it's rarely people who want to destroy the other person until you get really deep into the conflict. But it's coming from either a distorted sense of responsibility or of love. And so in my experience with conflict, if you can catch it early enough, the first thing you do is you see if you can be part of a conversation to find out where people are coming from and what they're holding on to that is either difficult or needs to be addressed. There's a whole way of looking at this that is like levels of 1 through 5, and it's that 5 when you're out to really hurt the person. We've had a few of those in our diocese in the last couple decades, and they've been awful. And we have all collectively paid the price. And that can be de-escalated. And sometimes that's in the office of the bishop, sometimes that's outside people coming in to help resolve the conflict. But more important than that is a willingness of the people of the diocese to trust in one another and be able and willing to have those difficult conversations early on. As a pastor in a community, I've had those conversations many, many, many times. In fact, so many times that we have a way that we engage in conflict together, and we post it. And sometimes we had one person who came to our congregation and saw that and said, wow, people must think you have conflict here. I was like, yes, we do. Because we're a community of humans. The question is not whether you'll have conflict, but when you do, what's going to happen? Is the only thing it's going to produce heat, or will it also produce light?
Thank you. This is the last question. It's a big one.
Okay, good, thanks.
What challenge do you think the Diocese of California will be facing in 10 years? And how would you help the diocese prepare for that challenge?
There could be so many. Honestly, 10 years. The challenge could be the next boom-bust cycle of the Bay Area. Right? We had a boom cycle in the 1840s and 50s. We have had a boom cycle, well, really up until, is it shifting now? We don't know. But I've lived in the Bay long enough to see the bust side, and the people who get hurt the most are the people who are most vulnerable as the boom is happening. And so that's something that we can be ready and prepared for. What is our climate going to look like in 10 years? Right? This is something, so Bishop Mark sees down the road further than just about anybody I've ever personally met. And so he was talking about the effects of the climate crisis years and years and years ago. And I kind of had an idea, but I didn't pay attention the way I should have. In 10 years, we could be facing much, much greater challenges. And this is where a Christian community makes a difference. Because we fundamentally believe, or should, that we belong one to another. And that we're not willing to just let people drift. Because they're not, even, I'm not just talking simply about the people who are within our body, but the people outside of our body. And so we need to be prepared to help those and assist those who don't have the means or the structure or the people that we do. The third thing I think we need to prepare for is what's the church going to look like in 10 years? I think what we're going to find is that we will have places that will be kind of bulwarks of strength, and then we will be able to reach out and plant seeds. Because again, I just don't believe we're done planting. The good news of Jesus Christ is just as relevant now as it was 100 years ago or 1,000 years ago. But we need to be prepared and ready to, and trust enough that God will be present with us wherever we are, and trust that we can plant the seed for the people who are yet to come.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you all. Thank you, Paul.
How's everybody feeling?
Great. Ever
Making
better?
it?
Feel
Making it?
So wonderful.
Thanks for coming out late on a Saturday night.
All right, we're going to get started. Austin, first question. How do you see yourself setting up and implementing a plan to develop a pastoral relationship with individual churches throughout the diocese?
I believe that one of the most important jobs a bishop has is to make sure that you enable and resource healthy congregations. And one of the ways in which you do that is by building relationships. I think that a relational way of being in ministry is probably the most important thing we have in terms of our heritage as far as the gospel and our founder is concerned. And so I would start with making sure that it was very clearly communicated to each parish that the bishop being among you is a priority. I know from my conversations with you and also with the experience that I've had here that if you do not get to see your bishop, if you do not get to hear from your bishop, and I think maybe most importantly, if the bishop doesn't get to hear from you, we're not really doing the work that we need to be doing as a diocese. And so I would try to make sure first and foremost that I would talk with your clergy people to find out what are the times that are special to you? What are the times that are most important and meaningful to have the bishop be there to support ministries that are happening and to accompany you in the celebrations of life so that when it comes time for us to grieve together, we can do that with some kind of integrity.
Thank you. Second question is related. What would your approach be to pastoral care of priests and deacons in our diocese?
This one's close to my heart because obviously as a priest, I spend a lot of time caring for the souls of people in my care. And as a bishop, you don't have a congregation anymore. It's a totally different experience, at least from every bishop I've ever spoken to. No one knows until you actually get into the work. But caring for clergy people, you start by making sure that that clergy person is able to be renewed in their faith. And that comes through formation efforts. It comes through making sure that the clergy have an opportunity to know one another and to learn from one another about the good things that are happening in their specific context. And it means making sure that when clergy start to struggle and get into difficult times, that there's a relationship that you can use to be able to help that person in a way that is personal as opposed to impersonal. So I would want to make sure that the school of deacons and the deacons in the diocese felt that they had a way to talk about what diaconal ministry looks like and to be able to learn from deacons in other dioceses as well. And I would want to make sure that clergy who are priests had the opportunity to grow in ministry, to be able to draw on me as the bishop, to help with difficult situations, but also with advice if it's necessary. I've always drawn on wonderful advice from my bishop, and I think having that relationship of open communication is very important.
Thank you. Next question. In terms of church growth, how can we appeal to younger people and people of color?
I think the first thing that we can do is to be real, is to be authentic. The reason that the church does not have successive generations right now, it's complex. But one way in which we can look at it is that, unfortunately, we don't always do the best job of listening to our young people, and we definitely don't always do a great job of listening to voices that are outside of the center of power. I've been around this diocese enough to know that there is a center of power in this diocese, and to be able to make sure that all voices are heard, we need to make sure that that center is opened up to draw from the experiences of multiple voices. You have so many wonderful resources in this diocese, so many people who have done some amazing things. Just earlier, we were at St. Augustine's and hearing about the amazing ministry that was done in the breakfast program. And I was talking to one of the members about, well, what could you do right now to be able to respond to the needs of the community right now? And it was amazing to think, this heritage that we have, and we responded faithfully in this moment, that could draw in new people if we were willing to be about the community in this day and age. That could be so important to do. And so obviously there are communities who are thriving because they are, churches who are thriving because they are willing to engage with the community around them, to listen to the community around them, and to look with the eyes of faith about what is going on. I've experienced that young people, I just talked to my daughter this morning who's 16 years old, and the reason that she participates in outreach ministries, the reason that she still has a connection with the church is because we've been real with her and we're about the things that help heal the world.
Thank you. Next question. Given the losses congregations have experienced because of COVID, what are your thoughts on our parish assessment formula with respect to funding for parish and diocesan ministries?
Oh, I know this is a big one. So I watched your convention online, even though I wasn't able to be with you in person. I very much followed what was going on, and I know how big of an item the assessments are. I know that you have a commission that studied this and looked at 19 other dioceses to try to figure out if the current assessment formula is a good one. In the convocation where I serve, we have a flat assessment of 9%, which is much less than it is here, but at the same time puts a big burden on those who are least able to afford it. It's a regressive tax in many ways. So I think there's a lot of good things that you have done as a diocese to have that 5% on the 92,000, and then I think we could study together whether or not the higher assessment on everything above 92,000 is a good idea, and whether or not there should be a cap for some of those churches that end up really spending a lot of money. At the same time, any diocesan budget is an example of what our priorities are and what our faith is. And so I would say that it's important that we reflect our faith by making sure that a diocesan budget isn't just about what I can get out of it, but it's about how the body can be most healthy. And so we take care of each other in the church. We try to figure out ways that if there's vitality in a place but there's not financial resources, we make sure that that has underpinning. And so I would look at the assessment and try to make sure that we were doing the right thing. I would work with commissions and bodies here in the diocese to make sure that it was reflective of the times in which we live, which is decreased membership post-COVID. And I would hope that we would come to some sort of solution that would feel that it honors local ministry and at the same time supports our larger priorities.
Thank you. Next question. How has your ministry experience impacted the way you think about how you would include more diverse communities in your vision for the diocese?
St. Paul's is I said it earlier, is a multicultural, multilingual space. Previously to that, I served in a community that was 90% undocumented Spanish speakers. For the majority of my ordained ministry, I have served in contexts of people who have felt left out, people who have felt unimportant in the world's eyes, but as we know through Scripture, are prized by God. And so the work that we've done has been to try to raise up that sense of shared connection in God, to be honest about the witness of Scripture, and to make sure that when we work together as a church, we are doing best practices about how to speak with one another and to see one another. I think so often, unfortunately, what happens is that we live in these little bubbles, and sometimes our wealth or our status, our privilege can put us into little bubbles that don't interact with one another. The church exists to break down those bubbles. Jesus came so that we would not be separate, but that we would be one and connected. Because we are not going to get to the place that we need to go as a church, as a society, if we do not work together. And so I've found in my own experience that making sure that bulletins are multilingual, making sure that there are seats at the table in vestry, making sure that people have equal access to ordination processes, these are the ways in which we communicate that the church is for all and not for some. And if I were your bishop, I would spend a lot of my energy and any authority that I might have gotten from the people in working towards that kind of connection.
Thank you. How can the diocese help parishes better serve the homeless?
At the Joel Nafuma Refugee Center, where I serve, 60% of our population are homeless. And one of the things that we wrestle with all the time is all the compounding difficulties that come when you're unhoused and when you're exposed to the elements. Maslow's hierarchy of needs, shelter is up there, right? I've been around the city, I've been around the town, I've been around the Bay Area, and I know that this is a major issue. The cost of living here is very difficult. It makes it so that certain people have access to living in a space and others don't. There's mental health challenges. What we have tried to do in the Refugee Center is to make sure that we are helping people not only meet their basic needs, we start with those basic needs, food, community, but then we move into the larger things of what it takes to rebuild a life after you've left everything. People arrive at our doorstep with nothing. They don't always arrive with the same mental health challenges that sometimes influence housing issues here. But we work with them to help them rebuild their lives through language, through supportive accompaniment. And I think that those are the kinds of things that we could do as a diocese to be able to make sure that we are at least moving in a proper direction. We just visited Episcopal Community Services, and it's an amazing gift of this diocese in terms of addressing the issue of housing. But that won't be enough. We have to build upon successes that we can do, but we also have to partner with other institutions beyond the Episcopal Church to make sure that we are addressing these needs, because we can't do it alone. And so I would want to draw on my ecumenical experience, draw on the relationships that I've had in other parts of the church to be able to leverage that to try to come to some sort of a solution together along with the bodies that would work on this in the diocese.
Thank you. Next question. What makes you truly come alive in your relationship to God? And how do you see that playing out in your episcopate?
Great question, Paul. I come alive through song and through authentic relationship. When I see someone who is experiencing the fruit of transformation in Christ, there's nothing that gives me more joy. I'm telling you, for all of the things that we have to deal with in the church that could drag us down, when I see that transformation happen, my spirit just lifts. And it gives me the strength to continue on doing the hard things that are kind of a slog when it comes to church, right? Music gives me life. Anyone who was on the bus today can testify that I spent a lot of time head bobbing to some of my tunes to be able to make sure that I was getting into the place of joy and real, as opposed to just feeling like extremely tired from this journey, right? So I would say I would want to be in your community. What I've found is that authentic joy that is rooted in the hope that comes from the gospel is not naivete. It actually is what gives us that strength to do hard things. And no one wants to do hard things, but we have hard things to do. And so rather than avoiding those things by trying to isolate ourselves, I would rather spend time accessing the deep joy that only comes through Christ, to sing it out and be joyful about it, and to move as a people towards addressing those challenges.
Thank you. Next question. What steps would you take with a congregation that struggles to stay open?
Well, the first thing that I would do is talk with the congregation and find out what those struggles are. What are the things that are actually impacting the congregation? Is it that we started a ministry in this place and people have moved away, and so we're wrestling with the fact that people aren't here? Do we need to take a deeper look at our neighborhood and be responsive to what's happening right now in a new way? Are we tired because we're all graying and losing, and the feeling that unfortunately the successive generations have not come on to take care of us the way we've taken care of others? So is it a spiritual injection of hope we need? Is it a community engagement issue we need? Or is there something else that's causing difficulty? I would work with teams here in the diocese, both on the diocesan staff and institutions, to be able to make sure that we would follow best practices when it comes to moving a congregation towards health, working with the clergy already in that place. And if it gets to the point in which we can't move beyond that, to be able to think, how can we honor the gifts of this place and make sure that we are seeding a new future, whatever it might be. I had to be in the position in my current role of seeing the end of a mission community that was part of St. Paul's. And no one likes to be in the position of seeing a ministry come to an end. But there was a way to do that faithfully, or there was a way to do that not faithfully. And I would like to think that we did the faithful thing by celebrating those gifts of that community. We had a big service, and we made sure that at Diocesan Convention we shared the gifts of what this community was. We worked with the Committee on Mission Congregations in the convocation to be able to accomplish the logistics of that closing. And then we were able to move on and take the resources that were in that place and put them in a different place, which happened to be in our Latin American community at St. Paul's. Francisco, Reverend Francisco, whom I work with, was serving as the vicar of that mission, and now spends his time with the Latin American community at St. Paul's. And the life in that community has grown since he's been able to dedicate more time to it. It was a difficult decision, but it led to life in the end, and I think that's what we're called to.
Thank you. Next question. What is your approach to navigating and resolving diocesan conflicts?
Google Maps? No one likes conflict, but it's a reality of what it means to be a human being, right? My first step is to communicate that if we're going to be a church, we can never be in a position of saying that I have no need of you. We are part of a body, and members of the body are important, and we have to make sure that we remain connected to each other. When I got to St. Paul's, there was a staff member who was very much in, let's say, was dedicated to the previous rector in a way that was starting to prove difficult for our future life. And so there was some kind of conflicts and difficulty that were arising from that situation. Many people counseled me, you should just fire this person and move on. There was a part of me that wanted to do that because, yeah, problem, go away, easy. But something deeper said, there's a better and more faithful way. And so the senior warden came in and helped us speak to one another in a very frank way about what the source of that conflict was. and what were the steps that were necessary to move past conflict into some greater and healthier relationship. I'm grateful to say that as part of this process and part of the healing that went on, this staff member had to go through cancer. And I was able to be present with her when she went through cancer because we didn't just end that relationship and manage the conflict instead. I was also able to be with her when her husband died. And that was an important aspect of the gift of what ministry, faithful ministry, can bring, even if it wasn't my first choice. And I'll just let you in on a little secret. She was one of my references for this process. So that ended up being a side benefit that I never could have expected. So God has a wonderful sense of humor. And even though the conflicts in this diocese are real and sticky, there is a way to navigate them if we are honest about where we start in our relationships with one another.
Thank you. This is the final question. It's a big one. What challenge do you think the Diocese of California will be facing in 10 years? And how would you help the diocese prepare for that challenge?
We hear all the time about how the church is losing members and losing money and losing influence, and that's a real concern. I wouldn't keep doing what I'm doing now if I didn't believe that that's a reversible trend. But I do think it's going to require a lot of change, willingness to change, and a lot of work on our part to get there. I think that if we are going to be faithful to the gospel in this next chapter, we're going to have to tell some really hard truths about the way in which those voices have not been heard, about who has access to the life of this diocese, the decision-making in this diocese, who are those who are at the table when it comes to making decisions and helping our entire body move forward. I believe that the youth of the world are not lost to not being engaged with church. I just think that we have to do a better job of reimagining how we engage with them and how we listen to them. I see tons of passion in the world for going after these big challenges. If the church, though, remains in its insular concerns and does not pay attention to that, then we deserve to die. We deserve to lose our influence and our place. But I don't think we have to settle for that. I know we don't have to settle for that. Come on, y'all. I'm telling you, I know we don't. So I would hope for the next 10 years that the Diocese of California is known as a place where creativity can flourish, a place where the rest of the Episcopal Church can look to say, hey, that's a great idea. Why don't we try that here? After we start to have some successes, that we build on those things. And we don't get overly committed to everything working out perfectly, but we try, and we try, and we try again, because that is all that Christ has ever called us to. Faithfulness, not success. The success is taken care of by God through the Holy Spirit, and we just have to be a part of the willingness to work towards that, and thanks be to God, God will take care of the rest.
Thank you, Austin. So if you can hear my voice, here's the final question. Okay, wafers or real bread?
Real bread is awesome.
Real bread.
I can't even believe that's a question.
Describe your understanding of the role of the bishop in fostering lives of prayer, spiritual growth, and seeking to know Jesus.
I've been blessed in this diocese to have a couple of bishops help me see further along the road in their own path, in Bishop Swing and in Bishop Mark. And I think this happens in a number of ways. It happens in the writings that a bishop can offer the diocese. One of the concepts that I have become familiar with and find a lot of value in is heliotropism, which is that plants grow towards the light. And I think the same is true in leadership. Where the leader pays attention, the organization pays attention. For me personally, my relationship with Jesus is one that happened in moments and then grew deeper and deeper over time. And so as your bishop, I think that happens also in visitations, but not just in visitations. And that's something that happens, as you may know, at least every 3 years, but hopefully sooner than that. If I'm called to be your bishop, one of the things that I have found great value in is regular communication. And so I write a newsletter article usually twice a month. And we have a weekly newsletter that I would hope to be able to help people understand where I see Jesus in our midst. Hold that up. I think that's the role of a bishop. The episcope, the person who kind of can see over the whole of the institution, because there is such goodness happening in the Diocese of California right now, but sometimes we don't get to see it in one another. And so my hope is to be able to see where Jesus is on the move, whether it's in Belmont or in Marin or here in Walnut Creek, and be able to hold that up for all the diocese to see.
Thank you. Next question. Give an example of something you have done regarding outreach that you would bring to your ministry.
There's a couple. One of them, and I've shared aspects of this before, but one of them happened in April of 2020, which was that our parish deacon said, "I'd like to take you with me." And so we went to 8th and Harrison, which is in West Berkeley, where an encampment of folks who were not housed had started and begun to grow. And so we met Jessica, who is one of the informal leaders of the camp, and we met folks through Jessica and began relationships and began to be, the kind of people who could be called upon. And I say that would be an example of something because it was a deacon doing what a deacon can do, which is bring the church to the world and the world to the church. And it's something that I am hoping for a greater and greater possibility in our diocese. That our deacons with this new formation program out of Bexley, Seabury, first of all, there can be more kinds of different deacons from different walks of life, but they can also lead us to the places where Christ already is, and so that we can do the work of following. The second thing that I've been a part of is the building of housing, specifically for low-income elders, and especially also for elders who are living on the streets with severe mental illness. This took about 8 years of our time and our attention and our resources at All Souls, and not every congregation in our diocese is going to be able to do something like, say, St. Paul's Commons. But there is tremendous possibility to do this in places of our diocese that I think could be transformed, not just for our churches, but also for the needs of the wider community, and that's something that I could directly assist with.
Thank you. Can you describe your decision-making process?
2 minutes or less. Here we go. First off, I should say that one of the things that we practice at All Souls is clarity around decision-making rights and decision-making rules. Because I think that's actually where human organizations can get tripped up most often. And so, decision-making rights. Who has the right to make this decision? Is it with the whole congregation? In the case of a congregation, is it with a small group like the vestry or bishops committee? Who has that? And actually, that can be one of the things that's most important, is to be able to set that out at the beginning so that it's clear about which body or group of people is going to make this decision. Secondly, decision-making rules. How will you come to that decision? Will it be the leader making the decision and then selling everybody on it, or just telling everybody about it? Will it be a majority vote? Will it be consensus? Will it be unanimity? But I think what we have tried to do often is to right-size and be clear about how this decision is made. Because I don't know how many other people here today have been a part of a process where you thought there was one pattern of decision-making, and then right before the end, someone else made the decision, and it felt like you just wasted, like there was hours or weeks or months of your life you're never getting back. That's a terrible feeling. The last thing I would like to say is a tool that was created here by a group called Community at Work in San Francisco, and it's called the Gradients of Agreement. And it's something that we have used in all kinds of settings at All Souls, both in vestry and larger groups and smaller groups. And basically it's a way of trying to discern where consensus is in a group so that it's not just a binary yes and no. Because as humans, we don't often operate that way. And so it can be 1 through 6, it can be 1 through 5, it can be 1 through 8. But the idea is that you're trying to have people unearth their feelings of whether they agree or not with that statement, and then be able to voice why. And you would be amazed at the number of decisions that can be arrived at. Not everybody, again, is in a unanimous position, but by being able simply to articulate why you are where you are and the respect that comes from that, the decision that is made can be followed often wholeheartedly by the group.
Thank you. Next question. How do we broaden diversity to reflect the Bay Area? And what experience do you have to do this?
This is critical for our church, and not just our church, but particularly our church. I have said before that one of the experiences I have when I go into Costco is I look around and I say, God, I wish our church looked like this. Because everybody shops at Costco, or nearly everybody. And so that's something that is on my mind. I'm a Bay Area kid. I grew up in the East Bay. I've served in this diocese for a long, long time, and that is one of my great hopes. And it's something that's happened over time at All Souls, not as robustly as I hope for, but it has happened over time. And one of the things I think we need to do as an institution is to unearth and bring above the waterline some of the expectations and some of the foregone conclusions and assumptions we carry that we're not aware of, that make it really hard for people who don't look like us, as I've heard many, many times over the years, come in and feel at home in our places. That has to do with liturgy, so the words we use, the music we sing. It has to do with the way we engage in conflict and leaving room for all kinds of different styles of coming to agreement or not. It has to do with the kinds of events we host. It has to do with all the kinds of the cultural practices that sometimes we take as a norm, and opening those up so that we can find other ways of being with the people who are a part of our neighborhoods and our cities and our bay.
Thank you. What is the role of the diocese in helping parishes thrive? And how have you participated in this work?
If our congregations aren't thriving, our diocese isn't either. Simply put. The book I referred to earlier that is tearing up the bestseller list, the first title that I wanted to call it was The Congregation is Not Dead. Because I understand, believe me, I've seen all the numbers, I've read all the reports, I get all that. And
I have found that when the people of God gather together and have worship that moves them heart, soul, and mind, love one another even in the most difficult parts of life, serve one another whenever we're in need and reach outside our bounds to do the same, and then invite people to share what we have found, it is awesome. And there are practices, there are reliable tools and sources that we have found as a Christian church over 2,000 years. We sometimes think we have to make this all up. And we don't. There are practices we can follow. And so one of the things that I would hope to do is to form a knowledge-sharing hub so that we can link one to another networked. It doesn't all have to come through the diocesan offices. It can be something that, for instance, if you're looking to work through a performance improvement plan with an employee, you don't have to make it up on yourself. You can go to this hub, find something that will work. If you're a senior warden and you're looking for a letter of agreement, if you're someone who has been tasked, you're on the vestry or the bishop's committee, you've been tasked to help young families, there would be resources and things that people have used in this place that has brought life to others. And that's going to take some time and trust to develop together. But this is something that we, as a diocese, led by your bishop and staff, absolutely can do.
Thanks. Next question. Please tell us about your experience with General Convention and how, as a bishop, you would engage with our California deputation.
In 1997, you, the Diocese of California, elected me to be a delegate to General Convention. It was a squeaker of a vote. I was number 8 out of 9, and there was 8 positions. And it was a mind-altering experience. It was in 1997 in Philadelphia, and I witnessed a number of things. The election of a new presiding bishop. At that time, it was from Edmund Browning to Frank Griswold. And a way that I saw the church, when it comes together, seek justice and a way to come close to God in the moment we're in. Not where we were 60 years ago or 100 years ago or 150 years ago. I have marveled over the years at our General Convention delegation. We have one of the most dedicated convention delegations you'll see anywhere. The folks in the Diocese of California are leaders, and not just at convention, but between conventions. So I would hope as your bishop to be able to work closely with them, because they are leading in all kinds of areas in our church, whether it has to do with canons or with LGBTQ work and rights in the church, liturgy, social justice. Our diocese has been at the forefront this entire time. As a bishop, if I'm called, it would be my honor to work alongside and see where I could put my shoulder to the wheel in the House of Bishops to support the work that this diocese is doing, has done, and I believe will do for a long, long time in our church.
Thank you. Next question. How would you draw attention and funding to ministries further from our diocesan office in San Francisco, including churches in the East Bay, Contra Costa, South Bay, and Peninsula?
It can be challenging. It's like, well, this is a terrible metaphor, but I'm going to roll with it. The eye of Sauron. I've found that the further away you get from the cathedral close, it gets more and more challenging. When you have to cross a bridge or go through a tunnel or around a mountain. And so I've experienced that. I know what that's like. And that's part of why in my introduction I talked about pop-up offices. I really, really want to be
in the places where our congregations are, because that's how you understand what's happening. Right? It's being involved in the lives. This is just as true in a congregation. I think it's as true in a diocese. When you're there and you understand what's happening, then you can provide the kind of resources and support, and if asked for, counsel. I would love, so at All Souls, we've begun, as I said earlier, this process towards reparations and racial healing. And we had this whole process worked out and all these ideas of areas that we wanted to support. And then we read this fantastic book by someone who was raised up in this diocese, Peter Schell, about reparations. And in the book, he said, the first thing you have to do is know your own history. And so we have learned about the systemic racist breaches that have happened in Oakland and Berkeley and the East Bay. I would love to do that kind of work with every deanery, learning about the places where we are, the steps we have taken, the steps we have not taken in our time trying to serve the gospel in these areas. And while we do that, take me to your favorite taqueria. Take me to your favorite place where you live so I can learn more about what it's like to be in Martinez and in Antioch and in Clayton and in Lafayette and Orinda and the places that make up this part of the diocese.
Next question. What are the challenges of using church property for affordable housing and clergy housing? Please answer the question.
I would love to. I have to calm down first. There are many. There are many challenges, and I know them intimately. One is that we have the challenge of this is often when you engage in these processes, we're not just talking about what happens for the next 5 years or 15 or 30 or 40 or 50 or 60. We signed, for instance, an 88-year-long lease. I will not be here by the end of that lease. And so what we're doing is we're setting into these agreements something that we have to hold to for a long, long time. So you don't do this on your own. And I really hope that we as a diocese, if we're looking to do more of this, which I hope we are, we will be able to provide the support and guidance on an institutional level. I know that here at St. Paul's, they were about 18 months ahead of us in this process, and they really broke a lot of trail. And so it was helpful for us to come to folks like Richard Kemmink and Charles Couch and say, how did you get around this corner? And since then, we've done this with other congregations. Here's how we got around this corner. Watch out for this. The issue of clergy housing it's not just about clergy housing, it's housing. Right? It's why right now in our counties, in our cities, in our state, it's one of the most important questions of our generation. Full stop. We as a church have a responsibility to take part in the biggest issues of our time. So that can mean low-income housing, it can mean affordable housing, it can be median housing, but also for our clergy. And so at All Souls, we were fortunate as part of the lease, we built out a couple of units. Over time, All Souls had owned rectories in years past. By the time I arrived, we had not only sold those properties, but also used up all the money that we brought in from the sales. And so it was really critical to be able to create housing that I also feel really good about it because we can't sell this. It will be there for a long, long time to be able to house those coming in. That will be one way that we do this, but there will be other ways to share housing between congregations and other ways to meet this need, which is critical because we want our clergy to be able to live as close to the congregations they serve as possible.
Thank you. Next question. Please share with us how you have encouraged and expanded economic diversity in lay leadership.
This is something that is sometimes harder for us to see, but when we have meetings, particularly this happens, I think, in diocesan meetings that happen, say, on a Wednesday afternoon. I was just amazed at the folks from the search team. We had a candidate retreat in August that went from Monday through Thursday, right? And these folks gave up time from their positions, sometimes as vacation days, to be able to serve in this way. And so we need to be really thoughtful about how we structure what we do. Also, we have to be really thoughtful about the kinds of invitations we offer. This is not just at a diocesan level, this is at a congregational level. This is something that we've tried to pay attention to where I serve, so that when we're inviting people into leadership, we're mindful not only of where they are when they are here with us on a Sunday, but where they are Monday through Friday. We are a church, by and large, that has been, over time, and this is really not just like the last few years, but decades and really centuries, that has felt much more comfortable with middle and upper class folks. And our congregations often reflect that. And so this is an opportunity for us right now, as a diocese and as an institution, to begin to reshape of what we do when we invite people in, the subtle signs that we send. I remember a situation in my life as a priest, actually here in this congregation many, many years ago, when we subtly but very clearly sent a signal to someone that while we were glad that they came here to join us in worship that day, we were not as excited about them coming back. And it was heartbreaking. And that's something that we as an institution and as a diocese and as congregations need to be aware of and reform.
Next question. How would you encourage church growth while balancing accessibility to both online services and in-person participation?
This is a question that we didn't even know we had 3 years ago. And it's been a great gift. I was told, I think it was yesterday, that we were averaging at least 75 folks joining us online for our Bishop Search meet and greets, which is fantastic, right? This has allowed people to participate in ways that just simply were not possible before. I know that we have people who join us on Sunday mornings because it is just too hard for them to make it out of the house. They can be housebound for medical or other reasons. And there's all kinds of reasons why this has been an important thing. And we have to do this with great care and thought. And this is something that, frankly, I think we're just coming to right now. To really have this be something where it's not an add-on, but an integral part of our experience. And so that has meant that at All Souls, for instance, on Sunday mornings, for us, we live stream. I know others do Zoom. We were just at Holy Family in Half Moon Bay a couple days ago, and they showed us their screen where in the church, and they've got everybody who comes in on Zoom so people can see one another. And that, I think, is actually the hardest part, and one of the challenges that we have found is making sure that everybody is seen, so that everybody feels like they are fully participating in the life of the church. Because my understanding is not only is this not going away, but this is something that has a huge potential for growth. We have found many, many people at All Souls who've come to be a part of our congregation because they checked it out online first. Because I don't often think about this, but the threshold of our front door, the physical threshold, is much higher than I think. And so if people have the access to be able to witness and worship and get into the life of our congregation online, they're much more likely to participate that way and then physically be present with us as well.
Last question. All dioceses have wounds. What are the wounds in this diocese, and how would you help heal them?
All dioceses have wounds, and ours is no different. I was just talking with someone earlier today about the wounds that emerged the last time we elected a bishop. And they were very painful. And they took years to begin to heal, and it had to do with race. And it had to do with sexism, and fundamentally, it had to do with people historically not being seen and heard and valued.
And these are the wounds. They are not unique to us. These are wounds that are felt throughout our Bay Area, and we have a particular responsibility to heal them. Because this is not the way that a Christian people live and behave. And so it's been historic wounds around how our congregations that we've called missions are treated, the autonomy, the agency that they have. It's been the wounds of our historically Black and Chinese and Latino churches and how they have felt, again, shunted to the side. We've begun to make some strides, especially around Spanish language interpretation as part of our common life, but they're just the beginnings. And if any of you were at our convention last Saturday, you saw powerful, like some of the most powerful testimony I've ever seen in a convention because of that hard work. But there is so much more to go. And that's just with our members of our diocese who speak Spanish. There are members of our diocese who speak other languages who similarly need to be seen and heard. And this is just the beginning. But this is the work that has come to us over decades and generations that we can do our part in helping to heal.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Phil. Austin, describe your understanding of the role of the bishop in fostering lives of prayer, spiritual growth, and seeking to know Jesus.
If we are going to distinguish ourselves from any other institution in this world, we have to begin with prayer. I envision prayer as drawing from that deep living water, like a tree that is planted in good soil. We draw deeply from that water that is difficult to get to sometimes. But that is what allows us to grow strong and have the supportive community that will keep us steady in the storms of life, and eventually produce fruits that can be for the healing of the world. In my own personal life, I practice prayer in lots of different ways. I love corporate worship. I love personal prayer, both contemplative and the daily office. And I really like to use my body. So I do yoga and I do Tai Chi as ways of making sure I get in touch with all different aspects of prayer. As someone who is responsible for leading prayer, I really encourage my parishioners and all those I meet to look into different ways that works for them, because the point of prayer is not necessarily a specific form, but it's about getting to an authentic place of connection with God that leads to an authentic connection with your neighbor. And if you can do that, then you can be a prayerful person. And as a bishop, I would start with that for any kind of ministry that I would be able to do.
Thank you. Please give an example of something you have done regarding outreach that you would bring to your ministry.
I mentioned before the Joel Nafuma Refugee Center that we have. One of the reasons I was called to St. Paul's in Rome was specifically because I had worked with undocumented peoples in Western North Carolina while serving on the diocesan staff there. And the Joel Nafuma Refugee Center is an expansion of the ministry that I was already doing in Western North Carolina. So for me, outreach is important, but it's very important that outreach not be tokenism. Outreach is something that has to come from that deep connection of what we're about in the gospel. And so in the Joel Nafuma Refugee Center, when I first arrived, there was a sense in that the most important thing that could happen was impersonal delivery of services. People need basic necessities, right? We have to be able to make sure that people are able to have their needs met. But what we found, and what has borne out over the 12 years that I've been there, is that when you look at how to change the way you interact with human beings, that's the way that you start to see real change in the world. And so we changed a couple of little things that had huge impact. We used to line up everybody in a line to receive a breakfast. Instead, we had everyone sit down at tables. Very New Testament, right? Instead of pushing volunteers away because we wanted to keep the numbers of the center manageable, instead, we said, actually, we want more volunteers involved in this process. We want to train them, and we want to make sure that they have the tools necessary to be able to serve in this context. And when we started doing that, then we started to be able to develop the programs that were about rebuilding people's lives. So I'm talking language classes, legal services, computer classes, jobs assistance, all the kinds of things that would help someone be able to manage their own life. One of the important things about the JNRC as well is that while it's a ministry of our church and connected to our church intimately, it is not a explicitly Christian space. And that has been very important for us. I work with Muslims, I work with atheists, I work with those Jews, those who are willing to see the humanity in another and be able to connect and be part of what we're doing. That's what the JNRC is about. And even though the majority of our guests that come in from around the world come from Muslim countries or come from African countries, what we experience over and over again is that being in a place that is not about proselytizing, but is about connecting, changes people's lives. And that is the heart of what I believe the gospel is about. And so I feel like we can do and serve with integrity from a lot of different centers.
Thank you. Can you describe your decision-making process?
Cuando tengo que hacer una decisión, empiezo con la oración. Esa es la cosa más importante, como decimos ya. When I begin in a process of decision-making, I start with prayer, like we've just discussed. But afterwards, the most important thing in terms of making real decisions is connecting and asking people who are experts, who know what that situation is, and also bringing teams together to make sure that the decision is a community decision and not just a personal one. That's a super important aspect of what it means to be the church, especially. And I know in this deanery in particular, there's been times in which you felt that you've not been connected with the diocesan structure in the way that you should have been. I know that there are times in which you've not been listened to the way you should about what you know in this area works and how to engage with people here. I am a person who is relational at my core. I want to be able to connect with you and hear you because that's where I believe the Spirit is moving. And when we go to that place together where we're listening to one another, not just the words that we use, but the deeper stories of our lives, then I think we get to a place in which we make better decisions that are also more faithful decisions. It's important in the diocese, you have a mix of decision making, right? Should we do this project of St. Paul's Commons? What's it gonna look like? Should we change something liturgically? The more engagement that we have together and then can move forward together in that process, the better and more faithful we are.
Thank you. Next question. How do we broaden diversity to reflect the Bay Area, and what experience do you have to do this?
Will you repeat the first part?
Yes, I'm sorry. How do we broaden diversity to reflect the Bay Area?
Well, you could start by electing a Latino as bishop. No, honestly, I have lived my ministry and my life as a person of color who also passes for white and gets to hear the kinds of things that are said about people of color in all white spaces. And so it would be very important. I hate to say this, y'all, but I experienced that yesterday here in the diocese. But I'm still here. Because I believe in the power of love, and I believe in the power of the gospel, and I believe in the power of Jesus Christ to be able to heal such things. And so I would be very, very intentional about making sure that the entire body is seen and valued, heard, and invited to be in conversation with one another. That means making sure that we are doing our best to look into our neighborhoods and see what are the potential areas for growth. How are we really looking to see what our community is about and inviting everyone who is here into the transformative power of what we're doing and what Christ is doing through us? Diversity is, for me, it's important, it's so important to make sure that we use correct language and that we use the right words. But if we stop and think that if we use the right language, that's enough, language is not the same as transforming systems. We have to be about the work of systemic change, and we do that through the power of God in Jesus Christ.
Thank you. Next question. What is the role of the diocese in helping parishes thrive, and how have you participated in this work?
Well, I've kind of been on both sides of this. I've served on a diocesan staff as a canon, and so I've experienced the good intentions of a diocesan office that often don't land so well in a parish. I've also experienced what it's like to be a rector in a parish that is extremely isolated. Our convocation is 8 different countries and spread out all over Europe. The diocesan office and the cathedral is in Paris, and we live in Rome. There's some distance in between there, right? So I've also realized how important it is and how difficult it is when a diocesan structure wants to take credit for the things you're doing without engagement. The first thing that I would want to do if I were your bishop is that I would want to start with your deanery structure to be able to connect with people in place. Not to hang out in San Francisco only, but to make sure that I would come into this place and hear what God is doing among you now, what you need now, and how the diocese can help enable that ministry as opposed to run counter to it. I think that's extremely important. As I said, healthy congregations lead to a healthy diocese, but that's where we have to start, and that local engagement is fundamental. It's the only thing that allows us to use our structure to heal rather than to hurt.
Thank you. Please tell us about your experience with General Convention and how, as a bishop, you would engage with our California deputation.
So I said in my introduction, I've been at 5 different general conventions. I was elected chair of our deputation in Western North Carolina twice. I've served on 3 different legislative committees, structure and governance, ecumenical and interreligious work, and also, again, on structure and governance. And one thing I can say about General Convention is that it is all the beauty and the glory of our governance in one 2-week experience. It is, you have to be a kind of glutton for punishment to really, really love being part of that. I mean, everyone understands a little bit of it because of what diocesan conventions are like, right? But just imagine expanding that for almost a week, or in the past it was 2 weeks. But I believe that in our democratic structure, I believe in the power of 2 houses to come to good legislation, and I believe that a deputation can be able to both represent the gifts of different parts of the larger body into the church writ large, and also make sure that we are doing our best to be part of that larger mission of what God is doing in different structures beyond our provincial places. So I as a representative on General Convention, it's important to stand at the mic and tell the truth, even if it's unpopular. It's important to make sure that you're speaking with people and going to the convention hearings when we're crafting legislation and trying to make sure that we're doing good governance in those spaces. And it's important to make sure that the legislation that we do enact is not just something that sits in the blue book and remains for the next triennium, but is actually having some kind of on-the-ground difference. And so communicating what happens at General Convention back in the diocese is fundamental.
Thank you. Next question, how would you draw attention and funding to ministries further from our diocesan office in San Francisco, including churches in the East Bay, Contra Costa, South Bay, and Peninsula?
Well, as difficult as assessments are, one of the gifts that they can bring is money to all different parts of the diocese. I think one of the reasons that assessments are such a touchy issue in the diocese right now is because the value prop has not been there for everyone. You get a sense in which you contribute, but that the resources are not spread evenly throughout the diocese. So I would approach this in a couple of different ways. The first is probably the most important, is that the diocesan staff is not seen as a group that only supports the bishop in San Francisco, but instead is a resource for the entire diocese. And so that would mean that the different members of the diocesan team would need to be present in the different deaneries, learning from you, working alongside you, and making sure that they're serving as a resource to you. That's fundamental. And then I think as your bishop, I would need to do that as well. I love getting to see what the Spirit is doing in places. I love the tour of St. Paul's Commons. I would love to tour a little bit of the Mexican village over here and find out what that's all about. I love the way that people get creative about how to do ministry. And so part of what the bishop can do is celebrate those ministries, perhaps if asked, help connect people to funding sources. There are people of goodwill who want to give money. It's just you have to be able to make sure that what they're giving money toward is something that's building up life. I've actually not seen as many shut doors when it comes to raising money, when it comes to raising money for things that matter and things that are important. And what we're about is important ministry. Obviously, you would have to work well with the clergy in those places to make sure that that's a coordinated effort. But there are funding sources even beyond individual donors in the Episcopal Church. Are we accessing all the grant funds that are available for us? Roan Ridge grant, I got one of those when I was serving at La Capilla, and that was a huge gift to be able to allow us to do new things. So both looking for funding outside and also within the diocese, but more than anything else, making sure that those efforts were coordinated.
Thank you. Next question, what are the challenges for using church property for affordable housing and clergy housing?
I think the biggest challenge is that one size doesn't fit all. I have lived in a house that I owned previously in Asheville when I served there, and I live in a rectory now. And I couldn't actually do my ministry in Rome if I weren't in a rectory. And yet so much of the policy and position of the church in years past was to sell off rectories and then try to make sure that clergy were building equity in their homes. One of the things that I'd like to explore with you is whether or not it would make sense to have a canon for real estate and redevelopment that could focus both on the issue of clergy housing and best practices for approaching that, but also how do we address the unhoused in our locations and use our properties to serve the community in new ways. Obviously, we'd have to discuss how that works in actuality, but it's something that it feels like it might be very helpful to what we're trying to accomplish here. I've looked at this space, and of course, there's a sense of you can feel wonderful about the fact that you're doing something about the very real challenge and issue in this area. And yet at the same time, I know that it's a huge administrative burden on Krista and all of those volunteers who give of their time and their energy to make sure that this place is able to function and be what it is. And there's so much complexity in terms of dealing with all the governance structures that you have to relate with. So I would hope that Canon could help us navigate those issues and that we could use our best practices to approach that issue, both of clergy housing and of the larger issue of unhoused people.
Thank you. Please share with us how you have encouraged and expanded economic diversity in lay leadership.
So, St. Paul's is a place that has an amazing building. I don't know if you've looked it up online or anything like that. We're blessed with a gorgeous space. But we have a board that helps make sure that that space is taken care of. It's a different structure than normal. Vestry still runs the church and takes care of the day-to-day, but we have a board that has particular aegis over the property. So one of the things that we face all the time is, what is the ministry of our church about? How are we going to make sure that we're offering access to the full fruits of ministry that the church has, but not do so based on economic standing? It's not that we don't want people with money. Lord Jesus, give us as many people as money as possible. And I'll tell you what, we will change the world, especially if hearts are converted. But it's really important, the way that that conversion happens, at least based on what I've seen, the way the conversion happens is when people who are so used to being separated from others because of their financial situation actually start to see people who do not have as many resources. When they see themselves as part of the same body and part of the same family, Christ is present, and Christ starts to do some amazing things. And so one of the ways in which we approach our ministry at St. Paul's is, let's say, for instance, vestry. Our vestry has to be a body that reflects the fullness of our church, economically, racially, nationally, linguistically. That's kind of who we are. Turns out that our folks with less economic resources, they can't meet on a weekday night. They have to meet on Sundays, which is not vestry best practices if you've read the manual, right? However, it turns out when we make space to do what opens up the church for those who have the most difficulty climbing over the barrier, it changes all of us, and for the better. And turns out, when the world sees that we're actually engaged in that work, that's what makes the church attractive. That's what makes people want to come in the doors. That's what makes people who will never profess the same faith say, I want to work with you. I want to figure out what's going on there. So I would say it's fundamental to what we're all about as church.
Thank you. Austin, you have just under 6 minutes for 2 more questions. So you have 3 minutes per question. Next question, how would you encourage church growth while balancing accessibility to both online services and in-person participation?
So I'm going to admit to you, I'm going to steal something from today's worship. It's when Krista turned around and had all y'all wave to the camera. That was brilliant. That was such a good idea. We have, of course, as everyone did, COVID comes in, we respond, we go online, we go through a series of different kinds of online iterations to make sure that we're being faithful. But we're always trying to figure out how to bridge that gap, how to make sure that we encourage incarnational presence, because we know that's where the nuts and bolts of church are worked out, and we make sure that we are accessible to those who, in our case, it's time zone, geography, it's the fact that we are in the city center of Rome and sometimes public transportation doesn't come on time, sometimes. How do we make sure that all are able to participate? So I would want to make sure that we had a robust online presence and that we actually had some kind of direction from those who are doing it really, really well to be shared among the body, like what's been working for you? How are you driving engagement in your place? It's not an either or, like most things in the gospel. It's a both and we would have to both encourage in-person attendance and also be about the ministry that only comes now through our technological means. I don't know, do y'all spend much time on your phone? Okay, all right, there it is. All right, so I would like to see ways of doing the liturgy of the word in a different way. Like that would be fitting for the devices that we have. What would that look like? How would we engage with one another in new ways? How do we use the online communities where a lot of the people who aren't coming in our doors hang out, look for community, to be an influence in that space? I think it's a wonderful mission field that we have before us. A little scary and daunting because we are rooted in a tradition that sees face-to-face reality and the gifts of God in front of us in bread and wine as fundamental. So it's not an easy challenge, but it's a good one if we want to be about mission work, and I want to be about mission work.
Thank you, Austin. Last question. All dioceses have wounds. What are the wounds in this diocese, and how would you help heal them?
I have listened to you in your profile. I've talked with you in the search committee, and I've heard lots of different things. I by no means know all of your wounds and all of your pain, but I think I know enough to begin working on healing them. Got a lot of bridges in this area, and bridges are important to build, to connect people. But bridges are also ways in which we understand reconciliation. I feel that your deepest wound is that you too easily fall into the sense of being separate and isolated and don't have the sense of being connected as a community. Seen and valued, right? Understood. Unfortunately, that's a deep wound in the entire world right now, and technology, for the great gifts that it can offer us, often only exacerbates that problem because we get in these echo chambers where we only hear what the people who think like us say, and we don't actually go and listen to what other people have to say, and we don't see each other for who God created us to be. So the relational work in this diocese, I feel like that touches everything. There's a lot of trust to rebuild. I've heard that time and time again, that there's trust among the clergy and the bishop, among the diocesan staff and the congregations. There's even trust with issues between the congregations in a deanery and other congregations in the deanery. So we would have to be about the hard and long work of repairing those breaches, making sure that all people are at the table in coming to those solutions. One of the great hopes that I feel that we have in Christ is the promise that we uniquely matter. Each of us uniquely matter, and none of us are the same. And yet, when we get only to that place of leaning into our uniqueness and don't understand the larger mosaic of the body of Christ, we suffer. We hurt each other. We do things that are contrary to the mind of Christ and to the gospel. I would want to come among you as your bishop to begin that relational, connecting, healing work, bridge building. And as someone who comes from the outside, I have an opportunity to ask you the questions that seem so obvious that you wouldn't ask them. Why do we do it this way? Who else might we talk to right now? What is God potentially calling us to? I would listen to your answers on that and then make sure we would move forward together. Thanks.
Now,
Hi.
I will sit down.
Hi.
Okie dokie. Augusta, first question. Describe your understanding of the role of the bishop in fostering lives of prayer, spiritual growth in seeking to know Jesus?
What a great question. So I want to start by telling you a story, and then I'll go and get to the story, but the story is part of answering the question. So when I was a senior in high school, my father, who's an Episcopal priest, was in the pulpit. It was the Sunday before I was to leave to go to college. And the scripture reading for the day was the piece where Jesus turns to Peter and says, "Who do you say that I am?" So that's the context. And my dad tells this family story. He grew up in the mountains in just north of Grass Valley in Tahoe National Park, spending his summers at what's called English Mountain, where they would herd cattle up from the Air Force Base up to the high country in the summertime. And he was there with his cousins, and it was an evening and a campfire, and it was a clear night sky. And one of his cousins had just come back from World War II, and it's in the hush of the evening, and the cousin turns to my dad as a little boy of perhaps 7 and says, "Richard, I want you to look up at the stars of the sky, and can you count them for me?" And as an intrepid 7-year-old, he tried to do that. And he turns to his cousin, and he said, I try, I can't, it's too many. And the cousin says, "That's because that's how much God loves you. Remember that it is infinite. You can't contain God's love." And so in the pulpit, my dad tells that story, and he turns to me and says, "Remember that campfire, remember the stars, and when you go off to college and for the rest of your life, people ask you, 'Who is Jesus to you?' think about what you're going to say." I share that story because it's a foundational story in my life. And as a bishop, I think you have to get vulnerable. You have to open up and tell your conversion story. You have to get real with people and talk about who God is in your life and where the Holy Spirit is moving and where you feel stuck and sometimes where you feel angry. And then you invite people into that journey. A bishop is called and tasked to create opportunities to come together as a diocese that is grounded in worship, grounded in that conversation about where God is showing up, to equip clergy and lay leaders to do that at the local level. But I think a bishop models it by getting real and getting vulnerable and telling their own story of conversion and how Jesus shows up for them.
Thank you. Please give an example of something you have done regarding outreach that you would bring to your ministry.
So an example of outreach that I would want to consider scaling up as a bishop and offered as a model. Some of you might already be doing this in the Diocese of California. It's in a small church south of Hendersonville, which is south of Asheville. And it was a community that lived right across the street, or their church building was right across the street from an elementary school. The town was made up mostly of retired South Carolinians that had over the generations summered in this community. Even though there was an elementary school across the street, most of the families went to the Methodist church down the street. And as try as they might, they just couldn't get families to come in the door. And they felt awful about themselves. So we spent a year, perhaps even longer, discerning what does it mean to minister to families and with families, even if they don't walk in the door. And who are they really as a community? And what they discovered is that they are a community of mostly newly retired folks who had moved into the area, buy a home that had been vacated by another retiree before they moved into an assisted living community or some other community, maybe moving back to where children live.
And they discerned that their true gifts are to equip other newly retired to find home, to be equipped with the resources they need to keep being vital and thriving. And so they created an aging in place ministry, and they co-collaborated with other organizations in their small town. They also did find ways to support children and see that as an extension of their ministry and not get stuck in their sorrow that they weren't there. I wonder, how do we scale up, reaching out to those who are older so that they might age in place with grace and dignity?
Thank you. Can you describe your decision-making process?
Yes, I can. So this is a decision-making process that applied when I was a rector, and now it continues to apply as a canon to the ordinary. When a situation unfolds, there is a moment when you have to discern, is this an urgent fix? Is this an urgent crisis? Or is this something of a larger, more adaptive challenge? So that's the immediate thing. Decisions could also involve a conflict. So is it an urgent conflict, or is this a more systemic conflict, something more chronic? Who's involved? Who are the people that need to be at the table? Is this a quick fix that is mine alone, or the bishop's alone? Or is this needing something to be involving a vestry or a diocesan committee? What are the voices and the experts that need to be in the room to resolve most of all of those adaptive challenges, those adaptive decisions? And even when it's urgent, and it really does seem that it's one individual making that decision, the importance of turning to at least two other people, for me anyway, and saying, hey, this is the situation, this is my approach, what do you think? So you're always creating a feedback loop in the decision-making process. And a quick story of a decision-making process was how we were going to hold our diocesan convention. We had done it at a conference center for a long, long time, and our bishop wanted to experiment and try something new. There had been some voices in the diocese that said, could we try something new? So he pulled together a group of people that reflected the diocese, that reflected various leadership bodies, and put me involved in that room. And we began a 2-year process of discerning what might our diocesan convention look like and where would we do it. And we have a really robust and fun-filled convention today.
Thank you. Next question. How do we broaden diversity to reflect the Bay Area? What experience do you have to do this?
I told this story a couple nights ago, but it bears repeating. I grew up in Hawaii. I moved there when I was 13, and Hawaii is one of the most diverse communities alongside the Bay Area that I've ever experienced, multilingual, multicultural, multiracial. And one of the things that I learned living in Hawaii is this concept of talk story. And the power of storytelling is so incredibly vital. And I think that is a tool, it is not the only tool, to build relationships across the multi-diverse, culturally, racially, economically, linguistically, ability differences that we all share. How do we connect with our neighbor that is not inside of our buildings? How do we build those relationships? And then ultimately, how do we get out and tell our story? How do we invite people in? How do we connect with someone that doesn't look like us, doesn't live like us, that has a whole host of different backgrounds, different experiences, different stories. And do we have the courage and the fortitude to invite them because we have a story that's compelling, a story of good news, a story of hope, a story of reconciliation? And so we have to take a look around our communities and to ask the question, who isn't here? Who is out in our wider community that we can connect with and build a relationship with and tell stories together?
Thank you. Next question. What is the role of the diocese in helping parishes thrive, and how have you participated in this work?
As Canon to the Ordinary, I am sent by the bishop to walk alongside our congregations when they are struggling, when they have big questions about their common life together, when they're in transition, when they are facing conflict. One of the moments in my ministry that has been so transformative is when I get that phone call from a senior warden or a priest and asking the question, Augusta, would you come and sit with us? Because we want to try this experiment. We want to reach out to our neighbor either through an outreach ministry, through communication, through music, through art. And could you dream with us about how to make that happen? I am currently walking alongside a very small congregation that discerned years ago to establish a center for art and creativity, to utilize their sanctuary for multi-purpose opportunities. Congregation has dwindled to about 10 people. They have a Montessori school in the basement, and then they have a robust plethora of offerings Monday through Saturday, including contra dance or Tai Chi. And I have walked with them to discern how do they come together as a congregation, keep these ministries going, and then go back out into their wider community and invite people in to the worshiping community, but to see themselves as vital and thriving even when they are only 10 or 20 people on a Sunday. They still have value, they still have worth, and they're not alone.
Thank you. Next question. Please tell us about your experience with General Convention and how, as a bishop, you would engage with our California deputation.
I've had the privilege of going to General Convention 3 times, twice as a deputy from Western North Carolina and once as the bishop's canon. I was appointed to the Committee on Dispatch of Business my first time as a deputy, and the second time I was appointed to serve on the Committee on Prayer Book, Worship, and Liturgy. And in between 2003 and 2006, leading up to 2003 and then between those 2 conventions, I've served on the Standing Commission on the State of the Church. So I got to see General Convention in action, not just on those 2 summers, but also leading up to it and in between. And I could see General Convention at work. General Convention is both, in some ways, a family reunion, but it's also a business meeting. It's also an opportunity where we really wrestle with how to be a church. How do we try to make a difference in the world? How do we live into what might be changing in our various contexts? As a bishop, working and walking and journeying alongside a deputation is kind of holding 2 goods, because there's 2 houses that deliberate side by side. They're autonomous. And to vote and discern together can sometimes be tricky. It's messy. Sometimes you might be in agreement and sometimes you might not. But how do you understand each other and the stories that are undergirding the decisions, the dreams, and the actions that both groups are taking? And so you've got to spend time together leading up to convention, and you need to spend time together after General Convention so that you go in working alongside each other, even if there might be an opportunity you disagree.
Thank you. Next question. How would you draw attention and funding to ministries further from our diocesan office in San Francisco, including churches in the East Bay, Contra Costa, South Bay, and Peninsula?
So the first part of drawing attention is we've got to tell your story. We've got to find ways to bring the communication team to work with your local communication team and get your story out. Publish the story. Come in and interview lay leadership and clergy about your initiatives, your programs, your ministries. Let them become benchmarks for your neighbors. Share those ideas together. The funding component is something that's really, really important to me and something I would really like to explore. When we were walking around earlier, I was told about a flood and a fire that had happened next door. And the challenge of connecting with diocesan staff around things like insurance and getting that paperwork filed. But then they were left with a gap of the premium for their insurance policy. In our diocese, we have a fund that they could apply for those building, repair, and maintenance initiatives. What would it take to establish a fund for those occasions when a church had some really serious and critical infrastructure needs? And how do we partner together to make that happen? You should not be walking alone and abandoned when you have a significant funding need. And as a bishop, to harness the resources on diocesan council and other funding agencies in the diocese and to make those available all the time. I know funding is limited, but we've got to publicize what's available and then create more opportunities, more funds for those critical needs.
Thank you. Next question. What are the challenges for using church property for affordable housing and clergy housing?
So in 1972, I believe, my parents bought their third house in Foster City, California. It was their third residence. They sold the other two for $30,000. And they sold their house in 1982 when we moved to Hawaii for $200,000. And every time we have come back to the Bay Area to visit aunts and uncles and cousins and grandparents, the number one topic we have talked about since 1982 is the cost of housing. You're still talking about it 40 years later. I am not an expert in housing, either for addressing the issue with clergy or addressing the bigger issue with those who are unhoused or needing more affordable housing. So I think the first important thing is pulling a team together. I believe there is a task force on the current executive council of the diocese. But my question would be, who else could be at that table? Who else could bring their expertise, their wisdom, their know-how to address such a huge adaptive challenge? I wonder a couple of things. One is, what are we doing around long-term estate planning, estate giving with those in our local congregations who might be willing to gift a parish with a home when they pass away? Or some other facility that you could have 2 clergy families sharing a home that might be equidistant to 2 congregations. But here's also the challenge that we'd have to also address. Housing equity is one of the only ways a family can build that equity. So how do we create a pool of money to help build housing equity if a church or 2 churches or 3 churches share a rectory? So it's complicated, and we need more people at the table to wrestle with that adaptive challenge.
Thank you. Next question. Please share with us how you have encouraged and expanded economic diversity in lay leadership.
So one of the things we have done in Western North Carolina is we recognize that most of our lay leaders work Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. or earlier or later. And we have and here's the challenge then. Clergy work on the weekends. So when is the sweet spot where everyone can come together for meetings to do the work together? And so we have had to experiment with when standing committee meets, executive council meets, fiscal ministries meet. When does a vestry meet? How do we find a balance of the meetings when people have to work? And then the question is, who in our diocese needs to be engaged? You've got to create the opportunity for that broad variety of economic background. And for those who are working poor, you've got to create opportunities for them to be able to show up where they're not having to walk away from a day at work. Sometimes that might mean Saturday morning or Saturday afternoon. And that's a sacrifice for clergy because that is often our day off or when we're writing sermons. So it's a tug and a pull, and you have to wrestle together with asking who's not at the table, who needs to be at the table, and then how do you create an opportunity for most people to be able to participate?
Thank you. Next question. How would you encourage church growth while balancing accessibility to both online services and in-person participation?
These are getting complicated.
I know.
So I want to address just quickly church growth. We all might define church growth differently, and we all might have different reasons for why we define it that way and what our motivation for church growth is. So we all would like to see more people in our pews. We would all like to see the pledges that come along with the people in the pews. Because underneath the desire for many of us for growth is sustainability. It's about being around when we're no longer here. It often is a question of our mortality. And yet, growth also happens to be a part of our spiritual lives. And how are we going deep with one another and with our relationship with God? And so participating with congregations around growth involves the why do you want to grow? How do you define growth? Does it involve going deep together, going deep in your relationship with God and Christ? And the one of the ways that you get out is you invite people in. We as Episcopalians have to get comfortable going out and inviting people in. Growth can continue with offering virtual worship, virtual meetings, virtual prayer groups, virtual Bible study. We have to keep doing that. But I wonder if we're going to get to a critical moment where we also recognize that people are hungry to be together. We are human beings. The largest organ on our body is our skin. We are craving that intimate small group of being together. So we've got to do multiple things at the same time to reach out, invite people in, and still stay connected with people that are joining us virtually.
Thank you. Last question. All dioceses have wounds. What are the wounds in this diocese, and how would you help heal them?
What are the wounds?
All dioceses have wounds. What are the wounds in this diocese, and how would you help heal them?
Yes, all dioceses have wounds, and I am grieving for you for whatever those wounds are. I do have some clear ideas about what they are. I know that they have a great deal to do with relationships. They have a great deal to do with feeling alone, of not feeling supported and encouraged by a whole number of entities, not just one individual or 10 individuals. Repairing those wounds begins with a bishop walking into the middle of it, even though the next bishop didn't cause the wound. But the next bishop has to be willing to walk into the middle of the heart of the brokenness and to apologize and to listen and to say, tell me your story of woundedness and brokenness, while at the same time beginning to see the woundedness in a systemic approach. Just a quick story of a woundedness at a parish level that demonstrates the approach. We had a failed search, if you will, in one of our larger congregations. And the discernment committee and the vestry were angry. And they were angry at the bishop, and they were angry at me. And I was sent in to the midst of that anger, kind of shielded up, because I knew that at the center of it was a broken yearning for their next chapter. So part of leadership in the woundedness is just being willing and brave enough to walk into it and to receive it, and then begin to tell the stories so that you can find reconciliation and new life.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
As you're coming in, I have the surprise question, which actually comes from an 8-year-old attendee. And it's going to have to be fast, so you only get like 3 words, maybe 4. They want to know what you will do for kids.
Love them and resource them.
Oh, kids, not you?
Kids, 8-year-old.
Oh, an 8-year-old. Can I come to Sunday school with you?
Have fun and get to know Jesus.
It's been a long day. Will you all please thank our nominees and their spouses? Austin, first question. Please tell us about your fundraising experience, in particular, capital campaigns, growing endowments, and cultivating and working with major donors.
So at St. Paul's, we have a glorious building, and the way in which we are able to support that building is through the board of St. Paul's. We have an endowment, and we also have been involved in a major restoration effort at our church. That involved making sure that we had people who wanted to support that restoration, everything from specialized parts of the restoration in the mosaics, also to replacing our roof, making sure that our bell tower was restored. We did the entire campus, which is a pretty big deal in Rome, considering you have to fight all the time with Bene Culturale. And I'm sure you guys understand a little bit of what it's like to work with different institutions who are interested in what you do to historic spaces. But we were able to raise over $4 million to make sure that that project continued in successive stages. In fact, the entirety of my 12 years has been about negotiating between donors and the board, and also the reality of making sure that church continues in the space and that we use that space to the best of our ability. Obviously, working on the church pension fund as well. You get an opportunity to be around decent amounts of money and how to make sure that you're comfortable in spaces about asking for money. And I do feel comfortable in that space. And I know that there are many resources in this diocese, many who have been tapped probably way too many times, but some that are yet to be tapped. And I would be very interested and eager to be about that work to make sure that the diocese could thrive.
Thank you. Next question. How will you incorporate and lift up the next generation of leaders in the diocese, especially millennials and Gen Z leaders?
So from my introduction, you heard that I was a young adult service corps missionary. That, along with the Episcopal Service Corps, are programs that the Episcopal Church has to be able to help ages 20 to 30 get involved at a deeper level in the church. I participated in that myself. And when the opportunity arose to start hosting young adult service corps members at St. Paul's, I was all in. So excited because, one, I remember how much creativity I had. I was all in on the gospel. I thought there was nothing that could not be done at that age. And unfortunately, if we don't have that age group within our churches, we lose that wonderful generative part of what the church can be. So I worked with the Church Center and made sure we could figure out a way to both house and support young adult service corps missionaries. We've had, I think, 12 at this point. We also created an organ scholar program. They come for a year, or in COVID, more than a year, and they offer their services to be able to make sure that the entire church can be renewed. So everything from participating in worship and preaching to running different programs in the Refugee Center, to our Wednesday night program, Wednesday Within the Walls, which gathers people around a common table and worship and helps us to be able to have the conversations that are necessary to understand each other better. This age group is an age group that if we do not pay attention to them, we are putting ourselves in a very, very difficult position as far as the life of the church and as far as being faithful to who Christ has called us to be. Jesus had no issues interacting with all people, but he had a particular interest in dealing with the young and as a way of dealing with people who could see with new eyes. One of the things that I would hope to do as your bishop would be able to give you the opportunity to see with new eyes here in ways that maybe you haven't seen before. And I would love to have that opportunity, as well as raising up the voices of those in the millennial group.
Thank you. Next question. How can our racial and ethnic commissions assist you and the Canon for Racial, Social, and Environmental Justice in achieving the goals laid out for this ministry?
Well, I think this is an aspect of the diocese that needs a lot of work from what I've seen in my brief time here. There's a lot of work to do in the entire United States and the entire world, and that work needs to start here in the Diocese of California as well. Commissions exist to be able to think together faithfully about best practices and then to work towards action plans that can be put in place. So as a Latino who is very interested in how people of diverse backgrounds are treated, I would want to make sure that the commissions would be about looking at our churches and seeing where are we inviting people who are considered the stranger or other into the conversation and into leadership positions. I've been really intentional about that with the vestry of St. Paul's and also with other parts of our organization to make sure that the entire body is represented, and it's a very, very diverse body at St. Paul's. And I would imagine that if we are going to grow into the next phase, we need to be about looking at populations that may not feel welcome in our churches right now. Not because we don't have good hearts, not because we don't have good intentions, but perhaps because we've relied too much on crafting our language to be a certain way and haven't done the hard work of trying to change the systems that tend to keep people out. So I would work with commissions, I would work with churches, I would work with all who wanted to work with me, including those who will never set foot inside any of our church doors, to make sure that this work is done. Because if we do not do anything about racial reconciliation, we are going to end up in a situation that is unsustainable. And I can't allow that as someone who loves Jesus and who believes in the gospel. I want to be about that work with you.
Thank you. The next question. As bishop, how will you support the ministry of the Bishop's Ranch and St. Dorothy's Rest?
I love camp and conference centers. I love them. They have been so important in my life, from growing up as a camper to now seeing my daughter have her own experience at camp that has given her life. And yet I also know that camp and conference centers cost a lot of money. Camp and conference centers don't always make a lot of money. And so you have to be extremely intentional when it comes to those spaces to figure out ways to resource them so that they can continue to be a resource for others. I believe that Jesus spent a lot of time active with people, engaging people in the city centers, but Jesus spent a lot of time in prayer in a way as well. And so if we are going to be faithful people, we need to be about the work, but we also need to be about the reflective part of our lives that allow us to get deeper in our spiritual lives and in our connections with one another. Camps and conference centers are wonderful places to do that. And the two camps and conference centers in this diocese seems different missions and could be complementary missions. I would want to work well with those who oversee these properties to make sure that they're utilized to help make sure the next generation are being raised well, and make sure all the groups that want to use these places can feel and experience that rest and that sense of home in place.
Thank you. As bishop, how will you promote the Episcopal Church and distinguish us as authentically inclusive and progressive?
It starts by changing my heart and modeling just where the gospel starts. If I am living an authentic life in good relationship with other people, then I can actually talk in a way that is meaningful with you about why you should do it in your own life. And then if we start to have that conversation and we start to have action together on that, then that voice becomes amplified and can be shared in larger spheres of influence. I'm extremely comfortable because of my work and experience in existing in really different contexts. I'm as comfortable having a conversation with Pope Francis and the Archbishop of Canterbury's as I am hanging out in this place, and as I am hanging out in trailers where Latin Americans are trying to figure out how to survive. I've been in part of those contexts because God has put me in those places. God has offered a space for me to be part of that. And I would want to make sure that the strength of our congregations here and the strength of our voice here is what we offer to the larger church, not that we go speaking loudly in the public sphere and in the larger Episcopal Church without having done the work ourselves. That is what changes things. If people can look to us and say, they're doing that, I want to do that too, as opposed to they're saying that, I don't know. Let's do that work, and then we'll make a difference in those larger spheres.
Thank you. Next question. As the Bishop of California, how do you see yourself addressing pastoral needs of churches throughout the diocese?
Well, obviously, the primary caregivers of congregations are the clergy in those places. And so the clergy have those primary relationships with the people who are in the pews. A bishop can have relationships with lay people as well, but primarily I would see the pastoral care that I'm called to offer for the clergy of the diocese. And that starts by having a clear communication and relationship with the clergy. I have to get to know what Brother Richard's life is about, what his challenges are, what he's facing right now, what are the difficulties that he sees, and also what are the joys that he experiences in this place that need to be shared in a larger sphere. A bishop has a unique job. I think we all know that. But the unique job of being in pastoral relationship with clergy, I think, is one of the most important and potentially most fulfilling parts of the role, if one engages it. I would want to spend time getting to know the clergy well and making sure that the clergy had opportunities to be able to get together and learn from each other, support one another collegially, and also grow together to be a stronger clericus. In our convocation, one of the things that we do, which is very, it works well, is we gather twice a year. We're a small group of clergy spread out across all the countries of Europe, but we get together twice a year to be able to grow spiritually together, to learn from an expert that the bishop brings in, and to share some time in which we're not focused solely on the work of building up the church, but instead focused on tilling the soil of our own hearts. And I would want to make sure that each clergy person in this diocese is able to live into the call that they have on their life by being connected with and also resourced by their bishop.
Thank you. How will you help hurting and shrinking parishes survive?
In my experience, what we are called to in the church is faithfulness. Sometimes, if you look at the story of the Passion, it involves death and leads to resurrection. None of us want to see our churches close. None of us want to see the end of something that has meant so much to our families and to generations before us. And as your bishop, I would work really, really hard to make sure that we explored all options, creative ones, including how to use church properties, to be able to make sure churches had enough money to be able to support themselves. But I think the most important thing that we can be doing as church is actually the thing that is most difficult for Episcopalians to do. Now, hold on. I'm going to say the E word. Evangelism. You actually have to talk to your neighbors about why church is good. You have to share that there's something special that God is doing among you, and you want other people to be a part of it. That is what grows the church. That is what provides vitality. And it turns out if you're not afraid to fail and you're willing to try things together, the church will not die, because Christ is among a church that is trying and a church that is willing to work together to see the church live. I've experienced that in the churches that I've served, and it's been a wonderful gift to be a part of that transformation. I know that that can happen here. That doesn't mean that the challenges that the church faces aren't real. They're very real. But there are ways that we can approach those challenges faithfully together. I want to be about that work with you.
Thank you. What will you do about eco-justice?
I'm going to say the same thing again. Begin with me. What is my carbon footprint? How am I in relationship with the earth and with God's creatures? And then look at our systems, look at our diocesan footprint, and try to make changes that model best practices for a larger world. I want people to catch on to the best practices that this diocese has already implemented. I got involved with Interfaith Power and Light years ago when I was a curate in Western North Carolina, and that was a wake-up call back in the Inconvenient Truth days, right? When we showed the film in church and we talked about the reality of what was facing us. It would have been wonderful if the entire church had made some big movements during that time to be able to help stave off the impending crisis that we're dealing with right now. But everyone says this, and it's true. When's the best time to plant a tree? Yesterday. What's second best? That's right. So we got to do that when it comes to dealing with our environment. And also, it's a justice issue for how climate change is affecting the most vulnerable among us. If we really care about the poor, as Jesus has called us to, if we really care about justice for all, then we have to be about caring for our earth as well. Because look, the refugees that come to the Joel Nafuma Refugee Center, so many are fleeing war and persecution, but a lot are fleeing unsustainable situations in their countries as well. That is only going to increase in our time. And so we have to be about the work of advocating for and incarnating eco-justice.
Thank you. Next question. How important to you are traditional ministries in the diocese, such as the Episcopal Churchwomen, United Thank Offering, and Diocesan Altar Guild? And what might you do to encourage restarting any or all of these?
They're super important to me because one, I've seen how they can form communities to help do this work that I'm talking about. Some of the best conversations that I've ever seen are in our sacristy with Altar Guild members preparing for the service and discussing their lives as well as the sacred duty that they're about. As United Thank Offering, my wife is the coordinator for the convocation. Malia right here, who's sitting here. And we have also been the recipient of grants of UTO that's allowed us to do work with refugees in new ways. So these ministries are very important. And of course, Episcopal Church women, come on. I mean, we meet together at General Convention. It's an opportunity. I know the worry, we're not getting new members. Yeah, but there are ways in which you can encourage people to participate in this as long as you were about that real and authentic ministry. Episcopal Church women have been huge supporters of the churches that I've been in the past. And I think that these ministries and all ministries that seem to have this life cycle, it's challenging because we have such good memories associated with them. We have so much of our own faith stories tied up in these different groups. But we have to be careful not to make an idol of what they were that keeps us from accessing new ways of being community together. It was the community aspect, it was the service aspect, it was the outreach aspect of these communities that was most important. And if they need to incarnate a different form in our time, so be it. Or if the forms that exist work, let's lean into them. But ultimately, it's what is happening and what God is doing in those groups that is most important. We can have the conversations about how to make sure the life of the church and both the ancient roots and also the new buds are being nurtured. But I think the important aspect is being about that renewal and being about that honest assessment of where we are.
Thank you. Next question. What prayer practices have nourished you as a priest, and how might they have to be adapted as a bishop?
I pray daily. I've prayed through the daily office. I pray in contemplative silence. I considered being an associate one time in the Order of Holy Cross, and so made pilgrimages to the monastery to be able to experience longer periods of silence and deeper prayer. I also pray with my body. I pray while hiking. I pray while walking labyrinths. I pray while doing Tai Chi and yoga. And I most importantly pray in community. I love worship. And the most important thing about worship to me is that when I am presiding or when I am preaching, I'm doing so from a place of prayer that's authentic, as opposed to being presentational. That's probably the most important thing about my ministry that I could offer to you, is that it's about being real and about being connected to God so that we can be connected to one another and to our neighbors. So what would change? Well, I think bishops' schedules are very, very busy. And I know from my working with bishops, my conversations with bishops who are really good friends and tell me the truth, that you have to be intentional about your prayer life. You have to have a good therapist and a good spiritual director as well. But you have to be intentional about your prayer life, because you cannot do the things that God is calling you to do, and you cannot perform the function in the system that you are called to do if you do so without being rooted in prayer. And that sounds so simple and so easy, but there are a host of things that want to creep in on your time to take you away from that and say they're more important than that rootedness in prayer. And so I think if anything would change, I would have to go deeper and more intentional when it came to my prayer life, to make sure that I had the energy and the connection to the Holy Spirit to be able to do the hard work that would be before us.
Thank you. And this will be the final question this evening for you. What do you think is especially important about how this diocese, with its current needs, could best leverage your strengths?
Bueno, la cosa que puedo ofrecer a ustedes es que hablo muchos idiomas y también puedo conversar con personas con quien no tenemos relaciones ahora mismo o que no se sienten parte de nuestra comunidad. I think one of the things I can offer to you is that I can speak with and hear from people who are not being spoken with and heard from currently in the diocese to the extent that they need to be heard from. I have existed in so many different multicultural spaces. I can't argue to you that I am from this place, but what I can tell you is that every place that I've gone and I've been a part of becomes my home, because I love the people there and I'm committed to worshiping with those people and serving with those people. I think that my gifts are also that I like to have fun. I don't take myself too seriously when it comes to church life, because God loves a holy fool. And so I would want to make sure that we laugh together, because it turns out the people who I've experienced in my life who are most joyful are also the deepest, because they've generally known pain, they've known what it means to lose, and they've known also what it means to be raised up by Christ. So I would want to make sure that my deep faith, which comes from a well of intentionality, would be something that I would share plainly with you, hopefully to inspire your own going deep in your prayer life. I would hope to also share with you my gifts of working with various groups of people who may not see the need for connection. I'm a bridge builder at my heart. I'm a person who wants to see the broken areas in our world healed, because I know what it feels to be healed in the body of Christ. I would want to be about that kind of work with you. And I know that it's hard work, and I know that it's scary work, but I'm a person who does not give up easily. And I'm willing to be in it for the long haul with you to do that kind of work.
Thank you, Austin. The first question this evening. Please tell us about your fundraising experience, in particular, capital campaigns, growing endowments, and cultivating and working with major donors.
Yes. So I'm going to tell you a story about St. Thomas in Burnsville. I was the part-time priest. I arrived with one child in tow, and by the time I left, I was pregnant with number 4. I started out as the part-time priest, small church, vibrant, healthy, and they had met in the American Legion Hall since their inception as a mission church. And they were scrappy and they raised money. They had about 90, and I know prices are going to sound ridiculous to you, but they had about $90,000 in the bank and they owned a plot of land outright. And I showed up on day 1 and a woman came up to me and said, "What do you think is the possibility of us finally building our church?" And I said, "Anything's possible with God. Let's see what happens." It was about the 2 years leading up to Hurricane Katrina. And by the time we were done, and I was there for about 3.5 years, we raised about $600,000, built a church sanctuary multi-purpose space. We did a lot of sweat equity. And by the time I left to take a leave of absence, we had $10,000 in debt. I love to raise money for the things I believe in, and I am not afraid to go and ask and tell stories and invite people to participate with us in raising money. We are about to embark on a capital campaign in our diocese, and I would be there to walk alongside our bishop in having those conversations and encouraging and supporting him and doing the research. But I believe in inviting people to participate in something that is holy and good for building the kingdom of God.
Thank you. Next question. How will you incorporate and lift up the next generation of leaders in the diocese, especially millennials and Gen Z leaders?
Well, first you need to go where they are. On Thursday night, my cousin attended the meet and greet at the cathedral. She's 27 years old. She grew up going to St. Stephen's in Belvedere, confirmed in Grace Cathedral. But she and her friends don't go on a regular basis. But she's smart and she's vibrant. She's engaged in real estate and she follows the trends in the city. How do you connect with these young adults that are hungry for community, that are hungry to find meaning? So you've got to go and connect with them. And I would start with her. I would say, let's hang out together. Introduce me to your friends. No, you don't have to go to church because we're related. But I want to hear your stories. And I want to know, what is it that you're looking for? What is it that the church, in terms of what we proclaim, and how is it maybe not lining up with the things that you see in us that might be a little bit hypocritical, might be a little judgy? How do we kind of break that down so that church is a place and a community where we are actually living the very things that we profess to believe in, which is to care for the stranger, to make room for people to be their most authentic selves. So you start by going and connecting with them and having those authentic conversations. And I think a bishop should do that work alongside other lay leaders as well as clergy. We all have to do it together.
Thank you. Next question. How can our racial and ethnic commissions assist you and the Canon for Racial, Social, and Environmental Justice in achieving the goals laid out for this ministry?
Can you say that one more time, the first part?
Yep. How can our racial and ethnic commissions assist you and the Canon for Racial, Social, and Environmental Justice in achieving the goals laid out for this ministry?
So I am someone who believes in lifelong formation. I am someone who has an open and teachable heart. I will promise you that I am not the expert in everything. I don't know what human being can be the expert in everything. So I have to be open to learning, to being the student and engaging in conversation with the people who are already doing the work. So I would want to explore with the various commissions, in particular around multiculturalism, dismantling racism, in kind of re-exploring and perhaps tweaking, rebuilding our dismantling racism training here in the diocese. Reaching out and building connections with Catherine Meeks at the Absalom Jones Center, which is what we did in the Diocese of Western North Carolina, and rebuilt and retooled our entry-level training. We've also done something together around creating an anti-bias training, which is a complement because we all have bias. And so the work of both confronting our bias and confronting our inherent racism, which of course, racism is one of those original sins in our country, is lifelong. It's the thing that we have to commit to over the long haul. And so working together and then asking the question, who's not at the table? Who needs to be here to help build the work that we need to do together? And so the various trainings, the various conversations, the various new opportunities that are out there. There's a program that's now at Cal Berkeley called Cultural Humility. And I would like to explore that with the Diocese of California.
Thank you. Next question. As bishop, how will you support the ministry of the Bishop's Ranch and St. Dorothy's Rest?
In my experience, this is the heartbeat of a diocese often. It is certainly in Western North Carolina. We have 2 conference centers, just like you do. They're both in very distinct, unique places. They both have a different ethos, a different spirit about them. And the bishop sits on both boards and is committed to fundraising for both and telling the story of both and going and utilizing both conference centers. So one of the things that a bishop would do is find ways to connect with donors, to connect with the board, and to tell the stories of transformation in both locations, and then use that to take that out into the wider community. It would also mean working with both boards on a variety of ways that they can meet community and invite other programming in so that the diocese isn't necessarily doing all of the funding, but connecting with perhaps other nonprofits. And there's always a portion of ministry that a nonprofit can do that can engage often for-profit business. What for-profit organizations might be out there for, say, 5% of the business model of a conference center that can generate revenue. So I would love to explore those conversations with both conference centers in this diocese. They're wholly thin places. My parents grew up going to Bishop's Ranch, and I was there as a 7-year-old, and I have these incredible memories of the Grape Arbor. Your life just changes for both young and old. And so as a bishop, you must find ways to engage with donors, look at business models, equip and empower people to tell those stories.
Thank you. How will you promote the Episcopal Church and distinguish us as authentically inclusive and progressive?
We have to tell the story of Jesus. We have to in my experience, finding a way to be our authentic self as a community of faith, to find ways to tell the story of good news so that we can reclaim it from those denominations that have twisted the words of Jesus, that have twisted scripture, and get back to the heart of it. And we do that work together, but the bishop needs to get out front and not be afraid to talk about who we are as Episcopalians. And that's good. And to say we have an ethos where people can come and belong. There's a difference between belonging and fitting in. Belonging is when you can show up and be your most authentic self, and that is received. Now it's hard because we're human and things can get messy. And that's the work. We do that together, but that's the message I think the world is hungry for, to find a place to belong. That no matter who you are or who you love or what you look like or how you dress, Jesus welcomes you here, and to not be afraid to use the word Jesus and to talk about the Holy Spirit and to say that we're this kooky bunch that does liturgy in these wonderful, broad ways, because you can go to so many different churches and we do it differently in so many different places. And that's beautiful. There's a place for you, and we would welcome you.
Thank you. Next question. As the Bishop of California, how do you see yourself addressing pastoral needs of churches throughout the diocese?
So not knowing that the context from which this question is asked, the bishop is the chief pastor of the diocese. The bishop is to help set that vision of pastoral care, both for clergy and lay leaders and everyone that comes to a congregation. Now, a bishop also can't be everywhere all the time, but you have to approach every engagement, every email, every text, every phone call as a pastoral moment. That's one of the gifts that I've received from our bishop in Western North Carolina. And he says, if you get an angry email, pick up the phone and call. And better yet, if you get an angry email, invite them to come and be with you. Finding ways to set a tone of pastoral care. And then that becomes the model that you invite your clergy and your lay leaders to embrace. Because ultimately, it's all about relationships. It's about how we interact with one another. We're not always going to agree, and we're going to make mistakes. God knows I'm not perfect, and I would do something that disappoints you. But we have to create an open door, open space where we can have that dialogue. You can hold me accountable just as much as I hold you accountable, because that is an expression of love. Love and accountability are not exclusive. We do this together through forgiveness and healing and reconciliation.
Thank you. Next question. How will you help hurting and shrinking parishes survive?
This is a really hard one. It's hard because our buildings and our communities are part of our identity. And when something is shrinking, we end up facing our own mortality. We see the thing that we love dying or struggling. And so it's hard. Part of the work of a bishop, along with other members of the diocese or a bishop's staff, is to go into that hurting place and do the discerning pastoral conversation. Where is your energy level? Do you have enough energy for a restart? Where is the Spirit in your faith, in your community? And it's hard. And you've got to be able to wade in to what is grief work, because it's about letting go. And it's also heart work to say, what might the Spirit be moving in our space? So ultimately, it's about walking into that very tender place and not being afraid. And you're in it for the long haul. There's no quick fix in a struggling congregation. But a bishop has to be willing to walk in and to bring people with them so that we do this together as a diocese. And if in time it's possible to connect with another congregation, to partner, then we celebrate that and we bring resources to bear. And then sometimes we have to close. And there are liturgies out there, just like we have funerals for the ending and the dying and the celebrating for the people who came before us, to say thank you.
Thank you. Next question. What will you do about eco-justice?
So this is one of those areas that I am never going to pretend that I'm an expert in. But here's the story of eco-justice that comes from something that I'm tremendously passionate about, that merges both multiculturalism, tackling colonialism, the environment, and justice. So when our bishop came to Western North Carolina, he began a long conversation with the principal chief of the Eastern Band of the Cherokee Indian. There had not really been a relationship with the Eastern Band of the Cherokee Indian. And slowly over time, Bishop Jose and the principal chief had coffee, had lunch, began to build that relationship. And simultaneously, some members of our camp community and a local parish decided, what could we do at our camp in relationship with the Eastern Band of the Cherokee? So they built a relationship over time with the superintendent of education. And out of all of these relationships, we discovered that the Eastern Band of the Cherokee were needing river cane. River cane was being cut down because it looks like bamboo and people didn't like it. And so we created space along a river that feeds into the lake at our camp and conference center, one of our camp and conference centers, and worked with the Cherokee to replant river cane. So they can come and harvest the river cane because it is essential to basket weaving, which is a way so that they can continue a cultural piece of their life together and to teach their children about basket weaving. And so through this partnership, that's kind of like eco-justice, so we're rebuilding river cane so the Cherokee may have it to build baskets.
Thank you. Next question. How important to you are traditional ministries in the diocese, such as Episcopal Churchwomen, United Thank Offering, Diocesan Altar Guild, and what might you do to encourage restarting any or all of these?
So these organizations are tremendously important to me. I was the beneficiary of ECW monies when I went to seminary. We have also been the beneficiary of UTO Thank Offering monies that bought vans and other things in our diocese. Altar guilds almost run the church. They have transformed my life, so I would want to find ways to equip those important ministries. But the truth of the matter is, we also have to explore other opportunities for people to serve. And sometimes we might have to think about how might we kind of do something a little different to meet younger generations that are looking to be community in different ways. I'm not talking about Altar Guild because that's a little different. But ECW, Daughters of the King, UTO, that's a conversation that you have to have at every local level. And if it's not meeting the needs of young leaders in every congregation, what might be something that feeds? Daughters of the King is a ministry of prayer. So how do we cultivate ministries of prayer for young adults or young families or young parents? How do we create something similar to Episcopal church women or Episcopal church men, for that matter, where people can be fed through service and fellowship and serve the congregation? So we embrace those kind of time-honored, very powerful ministries in the church. And at the same time, we've also got to create ways to invite new people in.
Thank you. Next question. What prayer practices have nourished you as a priest, and how might they have to be adapted as a bishop?
So I don't know how much they'd have to be adapted. So two of the foundation of my prayer practice is grounded in Eucharist. It's grounded in a sense of gratitude and thanksgiving, because out of that wellspring, that God is the giver of all good things, is what guides and leads those prayer practices. So prayer practices generally for me are when I'm outside in nature, when I'm taking a walk with our dogs, hitting the trails in Western North Carolina, or hitting the trails around Lake Tahoe when we go there in the summertime. So being outside, I'd have to find all sorts of trails, hike up Mount Tam or go through Golden Gate Park or the Presidio or any of the other places along the coast or over by Walnut Creek. We drove through some beautiful mountains. I need to be outside in God's cathedral. The other way that is a spiritual practice of mine is listening to music. It's every kind of music, because usually within the lyrics is something that catches my attention, that speaks to me. And so it can be everything from a beautiful piece of choral music from All Saints Cathedral to something from Taylor Swift. In fact, I preached on something from Taylor Swift. She wrote a beautiful song about dying. And in many ways, she was talking about the communion of saints and how she remembers her grandmother. So finding pieces of music for me, I think, is not something I necessarily have to tweak, just have to put my earbuds in. But finding time to get out in nature would be really, really important for me.
Thank you. This will be the last question. What do you think is especially important about how this diocese, with its current needs, could best leverage your strengths?
One more time.
What do you think is especially important about how this diocese, with its current needs, could best leverage your strengths?
I believe my two greatest strengths, the first one is hospitality. And the second is I have a capacity to lead through a complex system. One of my core values is hospitality, creating space where human hungers can be made known. And so I am drawn to being a gatherer of all human beings, where we can come together and tell our stories, because I believe stories have power to transform our lives. So I bring a huge gift for hospitality, and hospitality is deeply connected to justice, because hospitality is the character of God, and justice is that in action. Justice is hospitality in action. My other strength is leading complex systems. I have a huge portfolio working for our bishop as Canon of the Ordinary for the past 7 years. And so I can look out at a diocese through a systems lens and to see what is working, what is not working, to ask the hard question. and to be ready to receive the hard question. I'm not afraid to walk into the room where there's conflict, to really wrestle with the questions we have to work through. You are already doing the work of racial justice, economic justice, of multiculturalism. My job would be to equip you with what you are already doing and to walk shoulder to shoulder with you and let you take the lead, and for me to have your back. I would stand with you in all of that. But my skills are seeing the big system, and we do that work together.
Thank you, Augusta.
You're welcome.
Please tell us about your fundraising experience, in particular, capital campaigns, growing endowments, and cultivating and working with major donors.
Well, this experience for me is very recent. I had heard for much of my ordained life that if you can ever get away with being at a church or actually through your whole life as a priest and never doing a capital campaign, you should do that. But what I actually found, so we, at All Souls, I talked earlier about the Jordan Court project we did. That project was a $24.5 million project that All Souls put in zero money, $0 to. It was $24 million from the feds, $5 million from the city of Berkeley, $6 million from the county of Alameda, and $2.5 million from the state of California. And so once that was done, we turned our attention to about, well, let's see, the church was built in '56, so it was that many years of deferred maintenance on a lot of things. And we actually had our campaign ready to go in March of 2020. So we waited a couple of years, but in those intervening years, Jordan Court was built. And what I found was this remarkable experience of connecting people with something they love and a vision for how it can change the world. And they wanted to participate in that. We thought we were going to raise somewhere between $1 million and $2 million. We ended up raising $4 million. And as part of that, we had a really strong desire that a portion of those funds not remain with us. And so that's where the Isaiah Project was born. It was born out of a conversation. Actually, Bishop Eugene Sutton visited with us and helped teach a class on reparations. And we realized this was something we had to do. And I love actually asking people for money because you get to, seriously, because you get to marry something that they are passionate about with something they can do towards it.
Thank you. Next question. How will you incorporate and lift up the next generation of leaders in the diocese, especially millennials and Gen Z leaders?
This is something I feel really fortunate to be where I've been in Berkeley because we are located a few blocks from the campus. We have a fair number of young adults, both those out of college, those kind of starting life as adults. And so this is something that I have loved doing. It's also something that I've participated in a lot as a field ed or education supervisor with folks from CDSP. In my time as rector of All Souls, I think we've had 20 different seminarians, many of them under the age of 35. From all over the Episcopal Church. And it's something that I love to do. There's a vitality that I've been able to continually experience. The work, in fact, towards Jordan Court, in our congregational process, it was a young woman who, as we were looking at all the different options for what we could do with this land, in her late 20s, who said, let's really think about who Jesus would want to house. And it shifted that conversation, which shifted the next conversation and the next conversation. And well, pretty soon that young woman was on our vestry. I was able to ask her to be our senior warden, and she is an ordained deacon in our church and a leader in our church. And so that's something that I have invested a lot of my time and energy in doing. And I think that every congregation, this is not just the bishop or a diocesan staff, this is like every congregation's responsibility to look among us and find those that maybe need a nudge, an invitation, a hand to step into something new. But this is how our church and our world has changed.
Thank you. Next question. How can our racial and ethnic commissions assist you in the Canon for racial, social, and environmental justice in achieving the goals laid out for this ministry?
This is going to be a critical position for our diocese, and it's something that has been long sought after and has been the work of many, many people to get here, to have this position. And it is only one position. And so I think we'd be fooling ourselves to believe that one person's job on the diocesan staff is going to change our system. And so if I were to be your bishop, I cannot wait to work with our commissions to be able to help continue this work of reforming our body. Some of you were at our diocesan convention last weekend, and one of the pieces of legislation that came forward, specifically from the Truth-Telling Commission, was around anti-racism training for delegates, right? We already do anti-racism training for our bishops' committees and our vestries. The Church Next series, we took part in that. Our vestry did that over a 6-month period, had fantastically rich and challenging and really inspiring and conversations. And so the legislation was to have that be for our delegates. It was a surprisingly difficult decision for many people at our convention to make. And so I would look forward to working with our Asian Commission, our Afro American Commission, the Union of Black Episcopalians, because this is the kind of work that we need to be doing in our diocese, and it has to be, cannot be coming from one place. It has to be spread out, and that I would be looking forward to tremendously.
Can you speak closer to the microphone, Phil?
I think that's when it gets more challenging, but I can try.
Thank you, Phil. Next question. As bishop, how will you support the ministry of the Bishop's Ranch and St. Dorothy's Rest?
Those places are incredible gifts. The ranch and the rest are incredible gifts to this diocese and have been for decades. I'm just finishing up 10 years of service on the board of the Bishop's Ranch. And it has been a really challenging time these last couple of years for both St. Dorothy's and the ranch. There has been remarkable leadership by the lay members and the clergy members of the boards and of the staff. And this is really challenging. I think that they are doing remarkable work, and what they're also seeing is that the usage that really kept those institutions and those retreat centers viable in terms of congregational use has steadily declined over the last 20 years. Now, fortunately for both institutions, there has been other nonprofit use that has increased. What I would love to do is to find ways to partner congregations for renewal work, for vestries and for parish retreats and other ways to get back into practice there, while at the same time learn how we can use these retreat centers to, well, as we say at the ranch, to be places where people's lives are changed. But I think there's a great amount of work that can happen with our congregations and with these two retreat centers that is just waiting to happen.
Thank you. Next question. How will you promote the Episcopal Church and distinguish us as authentically inclusive and progressive?
I'm assuming that that distinction is between other Christian traditions or other ways of life, but I'll go with that. I think one of the things that we have found in the congregation where I serve is that when we talk about the history of the Episcopal Church in the last 20 and 50 years, especially with people who are coming from traditions where that has not been their practice for the last 20, 50 years or today, people are kind of blown away. It's why we started a service called the Sunday Night Service. It was begun by Emily Hanson-Curran, one of our staff members, and it was specifically for queer folk who grew up in evangelical traditions and had been thrown out of those traditions and were looking for a new home. And the kind of healing that has taken place in that service with those folks is just incredible. And I believe that, and what this set of conversations and worship has shown us for the last 2 years almost, is that there is a great number of people living here in the Bay Area, you may not believe this, but it is true, that are looking for Christian community and have been wounded, have been, told they're disordered. And we have a phenomenal story to tell. We're not perfect. We haven't, made it to the mountaintop yet, but we have taken really courageous and sometimes difficult decisions that not every Christian denomination has in this country. And we have gifts of healing to offer. Earlier, when I talked about one of the 3 things that I would hope to offer and be a guide for in our diocese is generative hope. And this gift of healing is one of those primary places.
Thank you. Next question. As the Bishop of California, how do you see yourself addressing pastoral needs of churches throughout the diocese?
Along with being a preacher and a teacher, one of the primary roles of a bishop is to be a pastor. I answered a similar question about this when I talked about earlier, sometime in the last, could have been 4 days or 6 months. I think one of the things that is important for me is that clergy know that they have someone who has their back. Now, that does not mean that anything goes or that there is no accountability. But what it does mean is that they know that in their bishop, they have someone who's in it with them, who understands how hard this can be, and who's willing to walk with them in it. One of the other things I've become aware of as a pastor in a congregation is sometimes those needs within the body don't come directly to you. And so one of the things I would also like to do is we nurture trust in this diocese. If I am to be your bishop, regardless of who the bishop is, that trust needs to be nurtured, invite the networks of clergy in this diocese to help let the bishop and those on the bishop's staff know who's in trouble, who needs a call, who needs a walk, who needs presence to let them be able to say what's going on. And frankly, this is one of the places, the tender places in our diocese where I think somebody who has been present in this diocese as a priest for the last 20 years, like I have, who has been local and has the relationships and the trust of many people, is well suited to be able to offer that pastoral care now.
Thank you. Next question. How will you help hurting and shrinking parishes survive?
The first thing I would say is to support what's already working, which is vital and thriving. It's a program that that has emerged from our Expanding Horizons campaign, and that Scott Sherman and that crew have been getting going, and has got a lot of legs. I would support that. Second of all, I have done a fair amount of work in this for a long time, and with all kinds of congregations. I've led vestry retreats, mutual ministry reviews, done consultations on how to invite people to a congregation, help a congregation know who they are so that they can invite somebody to a place that is compelling. But this kind of work is what I really want to make very clear is this kind of work is, as we say in the College for Congregational Development, for any congregation of any size in any context, because any congregation can be more healthy, vital, effective, and faithful. It's going to look different depending on your context, and that's why having a knowledge of what the Bay is like, and not just our microclimates, but our microcultures, and being able to help with the tools that exist, tools, practices, models to help a congregation learn who they are, and trust where God is so that they can more clearly and compellingly articulate that to others and to themselves. That's something that I have been doing for congregations for 8 years now in the college, and for a lot longer in our diocese, and something that actually brings me great joy. Teaching models like the Benedictine life cycle about how congregations live often in a place of stability, not stasis, and are called into a period of obedience. I think that's actually where we are right now in our diocesan life, a place of obedience where we're listening. And it's all for listening so that we can be converted to the new life of Christ, which is on the horizon. And so those are the kinds of things that I'd be excited to engage with any congregation in our diocese.
Thank you. Next question. What will you do about eco-justice?
Support it. This is a 2-minute question. Okay. So this is something that Bishop Mark has given us a great legacy. I said earlier, a couple days ago, that Bishop Mark has looked down the road further than just about anybody I know. He's been talking about this with us pretty much the whole time he's been here. And the things that he has been telling us are coming true in ways that are actually quite frightening. But what we've also learned is that the effects of climate change are not equally felt, and that it is visited often on the populations who are already vulnerable. And so one of the things that we have done at All Souls, and I think that the bishop has a potential to do, is when Westside Baptist Church in Oakland was terrified of the coal terminal that was going to be placed right near their congregation. They reached out to fellow faith communities in the East Bay, and we were one of the ones that responded to say, we will walk alongside you, we will put pressure alongside you so that is not to that coal terminal. And we still don't know what's going to happen. It is still tied up in lawsuits. We don't know what's going to happen next. What we do know is that we will be right alongside Westside Baptist. Now, that's one situation of what will be happening all around our Bay Area. And so this is something where our congregations are best suited, right? Because you are the experts in your place to know what's happening, who's in need. And then this is where we're not just we should not be siloed. This is something where we can reach out to our family here in the Bay Area, and a bishop should be a primary conduit for that connection and collaboration, to be able to help folks know that they're not alone in this as this comes to visit upon us.
Thank you. Next question. How important to you are traditional ministries in the diocese, such as Episcopal Churchwomen, United Thank Offering, Diocesan Altar Guild, and what might you do to encourage restarting any or all of these?
I want to support ministries that continue to bring life to people. If that is continuing to bring life to people, Fantastic, let's do it. And if it's not, let's find out why. Some of those, all of those ministries have brought life to the Episcopal Church, and particularly to this diocese for decades and decades. And what we found, for instance, at All Souls is that the kind of situation in life that many of the folks that participated in that it no longer existed. And so some of that faded away. But what I would be really eager to do is find out what is so important about those ministries, those ways of serving, those ways of giving witness, those ways of aggregating power and directing it, so that we can find other ways for that to live. And if it's not going to live, if it's something where it was fantastic, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 years ago, but no longer is meeting the needs of the people now, we find ways to give thanks for that and to find out where the spirit and the energy is moving now.
Thank you. Next question. What prayer practices have nourished you as a priest, and how might they have to be adapted as a bishop?
Well, one of them I just practiced about 7 minutes ago, which is a prayer practice that I find really important. And it is a prayer practice that I think I plan on doing for the rest of my life, which is very simple. On the intake, it is, I am in you, and on the outtake, you are in me. And so that is a prayer that I have frankly been praying almost without stop for the last 4 days. In addition, I have found the Ignatian Examen to be really important for me. It's, again, an ancient practice of our church. That's the other thing, is that our church has all these treasures that we just need to pick off the shelf and dust off and offer to a new generation that is already hungry. I get so frustrated when we think we need to continue to invent. Sometimes the invention is going to be taking something from the 9th century and offering it to the 21st. So the Ignatian Examen is a really important way for me to review the day, to ask for God's consolation, to review the places of desolation where I have been taken steps away from God and God's beloved. Another way is through corporate worship. I shared earlier in these meet and greets that one of the ways that I have found myself incredibly fed is on Sunday mornings. It was a real sadness for me not to be with All Souls on our feast day, our day of title today, Feast of Title. And it was great to be back at St. Paul's Walnut Creek, but my goodness, my heart was really there. And I would hope that would be something that I would be able to continue were I to be your bishop, is to really, I have peers who say that when they get to Sunday morning, they can't worship. That has not been my experience. I don't know what that would be like as bishop, but I would really hope that I would be able to enter into the very traditions and ways that we practice and worship and still find God there.
Thank you, and this will be the last question.
Actually, it kind of makes me kind of sad. I'm really honest, like that. Oh.
Last question.
Okay.
What do you think is especially important about how this diocese, with its current needs, could best leverage your strengths?
I'm a Bay Area kid. You all know this. I've talked about it probably a lot. But it's important to me. This is the people and the community who has made me who I am. From participating in bread camps at the Bishop Ranch to making a happening and discovering the love of God, young adult communities, to being a priest here. And I know this place. I know its wounded places. I know the places of great hope. And I believe I could, if I am called, step into this with you all in a way that would be present and ready to go. I've also developed relationships here, not just with folks in the Episcopal Church. One of the most important relationships I've developed in the last several years is with St. Paul AME Church in Berkeley and Congregation Bethel, the Reformed Judaism congregation. So I think I have an understanding of how other places of worship and other Christian communities practice and why they practice that way and why we do. I have spent my life creating and maintaining and keeping Christian community. And I don't do it alone. I build and create and maintain and love working on teams. And that's what we would do together. This is not a one-person show. And so there are so many things that I think are gifts of this place. And frankly, being on the West Coast, I know what it's like here. I know what's hard. I know that sometimes it feels like we're swimming against a tide. And I know that God is still present with us. And this might be the first time in 100 years where our next bishop could come from within.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you all.
I'm going to ask all of the nominees and their spouses to come up. I can see them moving in this direction. I see shadows. We have one last question, which is one that I make up at the last minute. The last question this evening is, do you own an especially ugly stole?
Wait, is this ours or we use?
This is your own soul.
So I inherited one from my dad from like the 1960s, and it's very retro. And yes, I do.
I will probably be given this one when I eventually leave All Souls because they don't want it anymore. But it's a red polyester set that looks like it was worn by a priest in the Klingon army.
I don't own it, but we have at St. Paul's one that is especially hideous with a black theme that is, it's very, very sad, very, very sad.
This is my favorite. So far, it's my favorite question. Thank you all so much for being with us this evening. Would you please show your gratitude to our nominees and their spouses? And at this final meet and greet, I would like to express my deep thanks to the shepherds who have accompanied our candidates, to Susanna Singer, to Pamela Stevens, and where are you? Debbie. Oh, and to Debbie Veach, who have been with us on the bus this whole time. And also to Maggie Foote, who has been our activities coordinator. Yeah. And also, incredible thanks to Mike and Jan Scrutton, who have done the sound and video for all of our guests. Yeah. We're going to get on the bus and go home.
Yeah.
But first, we are going to lift our hearts in prayer. This is the collect used at the ordination of a bishop, and is also used on other occasions in the church year. May God be with you. And also with you. Let us pray. O God of unchangeable power and eternal light, look favorably on your whole church, that wonderful and sacred mystery. By the effectual working of your providence, carry out in tranquility the plan of salvation. Let the whole world see and know that things which were cast down are being raised up, and things which had grown old are being made new, and that all things are being brought to their perfection by him, through whom all things were made, your Son, Jesus Christ our Lord, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen. Amen. Safe journeys home.